Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of this county championship fixture. Our umpires for this match are Paul Baldwin and Naeem Ashraf. Morning, gents. In the field at the start of this second day, the Gloucestershire side captained by number 12, Graham van Beeren. And resuming for Glamorgan, number 64, Tim van der Huften, and number 3, Mason Crane.
And a very good morning from your BBC commentary team. Ed Seaborn, Nick Webb and hopefully Sophia Smale will be your commentary team today on day 2 of the Cheltenham Festival. Very good morning from still a pretty grey and gloomy looking Cheltenham, but we should see plenty of excitement today given what we saw yesterday. 17 wickets falling on day 1, relatively slow moving by the rest of Division 2 standards, it seems, with a couple of games already into the 3rd innings on day 1. But Glamorgan resume their first innings on 133 for 7, replying to Gloucestershire's 179. Mason Crane and Tim van der Huften, the two not out batters overnight, and hoping that they can take Glamorgan close to or in front of Gloucestershire's first innings total. A bizarre day yesterday that saw Gloucestershire 88 for 8 at lunch, a record last wicket stand between Marchand de Lange and Ajit Singh Dale, which saw Gloucestershire to that total, and it will be Marchand de Lange to bowl the first ball of the morning. A full toss which is bunted into the offside for a single as there's no fielder at cover, and it's 134 for 7. You will gather, given the fact that I've just described that ball, if you've been watching us just on the Gloucestershire live stream yesterday, that our BBC feed is back up and running, we hope, thanks to all sorts of technical jiggery pokery. I've not seen as many wires as this at a cricket match before.
Yes, and with a bit of luck I won't fall over any of them before 6:30.
Here's de Lange bowling to van der Huften. He bowls down the leg side. It's well taken by James Bracey to his left, diving on those practice pitches / college pitches. Not particularly pleasant, but he saves runs, and every run could be vital, given that this looks to be a very low-scoring game. Who knows, it could even be over today.
Yes, it's a possibility. I wouldn't have thought so. I'd be surprised if 23 wickets would fall, which would be necessary.
In goes de Lange, bowls, and off pad from van der Huften, but it's going to work very well for Glamorgan because it will go down to the boundary for 4 leg byes. So 138 for 7 and 5 runs already onto the Glamorgan score this morning. The most wickets on day 1 of Cheltenham since a game between these two sides back in 2017, when 25 wickets fell on the opening day, and Gloucestershire won by 10 wickets on the second day. De Lange in to van der Huften, who works that one to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And Marchand de Lange was playing for the Glamorgan side back in 2017. I was looking at that scorecard last night and removed Cameron Bancroft in his previous Gloucestershire stint, first ball of Gloucestershire's first innings. Nick Selman was run out off the 6th ball of the match.
Ah, yes. Disaster, wasn't it? And that sort of set the tone
yes,
for Glamorgan.
Seemingly so. De Lange in, bowls, and beats van der Huften with the last ball of the carryover over from last night. We had one ball of that De Lange over before we went off for bad light and lost, was it 3.5 overs So it says 96 overs remaining on the board, but presumably we'll be making those overs up today.
Depends if they went off after 6, which they did. Sometimes those are not added according to subparagraph 7C, Codicil 3X. Very good morning to Dr. Andrew Hignell, if he's with us, inquiring whether the BBC stream was up and running. Hopefully the answer is in the affirmative. Which year did you say that match was, the 2-dayer?
17.
Yeah, so it was about then. It was pretty disastrous from the Glamorgan point of view.
But I suppose it does show you what Glamorgan can hope for possibly in this situation. Sometimes if you are just batting last and you know you're defending a low total, it does work that way. All of a sudden in the 4th innings you get the best batting conditions seemingly.
Here comes Matt Taylor, bowls down leg side, not taken by Bracey. The non-striker Van der Hoogten wanted a quick single, but Crane judged that it hadn't spilled too far from the gloves of Bracey before it was mopped up by Bo Webster. The enormous figure lurking at first slip, meaning probably that second slip is a foot wider than usual. As Crane flicks this one through the leg side, there'll be runs here. I think it'll bounce up to the boundary by the small scoreboard away to our left. It does not entirely along the ground, but safe enough, skimming between 2 fielders, and Glamorgan add 4 more to their tally to move on to 1-4-2 for 7. Once the wind blows in the right direction for the Wi-Fi to reach the scoreboard. There we go. Hopefully you're able to follow us coherently wherever and however you are listening and or viewing. Crane moves on to 8 not out. There's Taylor bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Bracey takes moving to his left. Mason Crane with a couple of half centuries in his first class career, both against Northants this season, and it's obviously during his lengthy time not playing first class cricket for Hampshire had time to work on his batting as well. 142 for 7, 37 runs in arrears, as Crane will get more runs here, flicking this one off his leg down towards backward square. Around the boundary comes Ajit Singh Dale and does the fielding. Throw not cleanly taken by Bracey, and they're back fairly comfortably for a couple of runs. 144 for 7. Crane has 10, Van der Hoogten has 8. These two came together with a score of 125 when Kieran Carlson went for 37, Glamorgan's top score. He was caught mishooking De Lange, having been dropped by De Lange right on the boundary. Very difficult chance, playing a similar shot previously. Taylor is in again to Crane, who plays that one out on the offside, and there is no run. In terms of the conditions, well, it just feels less unpleasant than yesterday.
Wind's died a little bit, hasn't it? It's still not the warmest in terms of air temperature, and we've got this blanket of cloud, because if we'll be seeing the sun anytime soon, but the wind just a bit more forgiving.
Taylor bowls, and Crane again plays to cover, and there is no run. Will the narrative of day 2 change at all from that of day 1? 17 wickets fell, 16 of them to seam bowling. Mason Crane claimed the one at the end of the Gloucestershire innings when Ajit Singh Dale holed out in the deep, after Crane had been induced to stop the nonsense of that last wicket partnership of 75 for the home side. 144 for 7.
Glamorgan will be hoping for similar rearguard action themselves. Gorvin and McElroy the batting to come. as De Lange prepares to bowl his first full over of the day from the college lawn end, running in and bowling to Van der Guchten, who's forward defending out towards point. Ben Charlesworth hopping in to do the fielding. Probably actually about the same number of spectators in today as there were on the first morning. It's not a huge crowd, but what there is today is more people inside the marquees around the ground. Exiles Day today, the Gloucestershire Exiles in business in Marquee 6. There's a regular feature of Cheltenham festivals as once again De Lange bowls down the leg side. It's this time taken by Bracey, but Gloucestershire haven't quite got this right in the first couple of overs. There's plenty there. We saw on day one, if you can get it right, both through the air and a bit off the pitch as well, and also what caught Glamorgan out in particular was maybe a bit of the two-paced nature of the surface. We saw 2 out on the pull, 1 out on the cut. As De Lange bowls, and Van der Guchten works this one firmly up to mid-on, and it's fielded by Singh Dale there for no run.
Yes, my late great-grandfather, I think, was a Gloucester rugby supporter, so perhaps that qualifies me as a Gloucester exile. Went to school in Bristol for a while. 144 for 7. Me, that is, not him.
De Lange, strong, powerful figure running in and bowling. Van der Guchten's deep in his crease, blocking this one out into the covers. Spoke to Marchand De Lange last night, who described his batting as one-dimensional. I thought he was doing himself down, actually, because I thought he did show some more dimensions in his innings yesterday. 46 not out from 37 deliveries, but actually it wasn't all just bashing and clearing the boundary ropes. De Lange to Van der Guchten, and again on the back foot, this time defending into the onside to mid-wicket.
We're absolutely square on with him here, and Van der Guchten is so deep, he's not very far from treading on his wickets.
I've thought of the previous ball, I thought he was very close. I nearly said it, but I thought, yeah, no, they never do. But then, you know, sometimes they do. Was it the T20 at Cardiff? Was somebody out treading on their stump, something like
not
that?
This year.
No, not this year. Must have been one of the other games. De Lange in, and this is worked away, sweetly timed by Van der Guchten, but he's picked out the fielder at forward square leg. And the fielding done by the man who will bowl the next over, Matt Taylor. 144 for 7, so Glamorgan adding 11 runs in the context of these sorts of games. Yes. Even at a sort of a 20-run partnership feels a bit, you know, it could change the course of the game. And then if it's ended, it didn't. But, you know, 35 runs is the deficit for Glamorgan. You never know with these small deficits, they could prove to be important, but then you just never know with these games. All of a sudden it could open up in the 3rd innings or in the 4th innings. Somebody gets in, one big partnership could decide the match. Who knows where it's going to turn, and it does make it intriguing when you see these low-scoring games.
Taylor bowls, and Crane is beaten by that pushing forward. Ball trickles out towards the gully, and there is no run. And certainly these two will try and bat properly. Andy Gorvin down at 10. He has been an emergency opener on occasion. Will certainly try and hang around. McIlroy, to be fair, is very much a number 11.
Right.
As Taylor steams in, bowls, and Crane on the back foot plays it out on the offside, and there is no run. If you wish to communicate with us via the medium of X/Twitter, then Ed is EdCricket6, and I'm Nick Webb 2017. And if anyone does have any thoughts that are worthy of longer, nickwebb2017 at gmail.com on email. as Crane drives straight to mid-off, and there is no run. Confirm that the BBC stream is fully functional according to our office in Cardiff.
Magnificent.
Thanks to them for checking. 1:44 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online, and also via the Gloucestershire and Glamorgan county websites. Taylor to Crane, down leg side again. Good take by Bracey, sprawling to his left and milking it a little bit with some extra drama.
Yeah, he's been watching too much of the football last night. I mean James Bracey was in the same marquee as me. I can't claim that I was sitting directly next to him, but they had the end of the England-Slovakia game on in the Premier Club tent down to our left, and I got there just as the equaliser was scored and an enormous roar came from the marquee. I thought, yeah, I know what's going on there.
As Crane pushes that one on the offside, fielded by Taylor, no run. Yes, I heard a couple of roars as I was packing up around about, 5 minutes apart or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And then got back to my hotel, knocked the television on about 20 seconds before the final whistle.
Right.
So, well done, England.
Yes, he seemed to be quite confident, James Bracey, about Bristol Rovers' potential season, having signed the number of players that they have. So he was in chipper spirits.
Crane playing on the offside, no run. Gashead, is he? They still call him Gashead?
Yes, he is.
Of course, they're now at the Memorial Ground, aren't they? The rugby stadium as was, now that the rugby team have moved to join up with Bristol City. All very complicated. And I saw Bristol Rovers once or twice when they were playing in Bath around about the time I was in college there. 1:44 for 7. As Van der Hoogten faces up to De Lange.
It has got a little bit brighter, actually. As De Lange's in, bowls, and a swat and a miss from Van der Hoogten, who's he's leaning forward a little bit like a dog with its tail between its legs after that one.
Oh dear.
Realising that he perhaps shouldn't have had that waft at it. Rehearsing the shot.
I think the ball was through him anyway. It didn't really matter what shot he played.
Yes. Starting to get his pace up is De Lange. It rather suggested itself, given that he had those 5 balls to finish off in the over. As Van der Hoogten is gone, he's nicked off behind. It's another catch for James Bracey. And really, you can't blame Tim Van der Hoogten for that one, at least not from what we've seen there. He's played where he thought the ball was going to be. It must have moved just from even side on looking at it. It must have done something, and it was quick, and it was through him, and he's got the edge behind. Caught Bracey, bowled De Lange for 8, and Glamorgan are 144 for 8, and James Bracey has caught 5, as Chris Cook also did in the first innings, so the 10th caught behind dismissal out of 18. And I'm not sure whether I got a definitive answer from our resident stats man Adrian Thomas as to the last time that 9 caught behind dismissals fell on the opening day of any match, let alone a game at Cheltenham, but I suspect you'd have to go back a fair distance. Andy Gorvin has come out to join Mason Crane.
Yeah, a little bit of movement it seemed from De Lange there, and at that speed there's absolutely no time to adjust. Van der Hoogten was trying to play straight, but a little bit tentative, and up went the arm.
3 slips and a gully as Gorvin faces De Lange, who's in and bowls, and Gorvin's going to get a boundary here as he gets, I'm sure he would say, cultured outside edge, and it goes down between the slip cordon and the gully. So a boundary to get Gorvin underway. 148 for 8. De Lange in long discussions now, I suspect in a language that neither Mason Crane nor Andy Gorvin can understand, with Graham van Buren talking in their native tongues.
Yes, perhaps Marnus Labuschagne would be eavesdropping.
Chris Cook might know a few words.
Yeah, he's probably more anglicised. Or Cymru-sized.
They have actually dispensed with the gully and gone with a deep third. De Lange bowls full straight. Gorvin well forward and played up to mid-on.
Why? You found the edge of the bat first ball.
Yeah, I know. I'm not sure why they've got rid of the gully. I mean, they're obviously thinking about the runs, but you'd think you could probably take them from somewhere else at this stage. If you really desperately wanted to save the runs down at deep third, but anyway, that's what they've gone with. Webster, Bancroft and Ollie Price in the slip cordon. As De Lange bowls, and Gorvin's well in line and pushing the ball to Zaman Akhtar at forward square leg, and there is no run. So decisive moment yesterday, just in terms of making sure that it was at least an even first day. That spell from Bo Webster. Glamorgan were 104 for 3, with a pretty well set partnership going between Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson. As De Lange bowls the last ball of this over, it's a bumper and it's wayward. Gorvin ducks, but it's gone down the leg side of him, and it goes for 4 byes, with James Bracey having not moved whatsoever. It brings up the 150 for Glamorgan, 152 now for 8. So the first wicket of the morning in that over, but some runs as well, meaning that Glamorgan now trail by just 27.
Good morning to Simon Brackey, who says he is following us via YouTube on a train to Chesterfield and getting a good signal. Well, that's
that is
unlike. I'm not sure on a train to Chesterfield from where, but getting a good signal on a train is pretty unusual.
And there, because I mean, I've done that journey a couple of times before, and you're going right through the Peak District, but you're going on the edge of the peaks, and normally there's not great signal. Perhaps it's got a dongle or something.
Matt Taylor looking to finish things off, 8 down at the moment, as Crane chops that first ball down into the ground. Ball rolls out on the offside. It's picked up by Zaman Akhtar, who's a fairly close in cover fielder. So 2 slips in a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, wide, mid-on. Square leg is on the rope, he says, peering over the edge of the balcony to spot Ben Charlesworth, and fine leg. As Crane plays that one up to De Lange at mid-on, and there's no run. Just wondering, no sign of it so far, whether if De Lange's building up such a head of steam, they might possibly choose to have a go at Taylor, who is a fine bowler, but not quite as speedy. Albeit something of a disappointing season in this format for Taylor, as Crane looks to turn on the leg side. Is hit somewhere amidships, but not too painfully by the look of it. 152 for 8. If you're just joining us, Glamorgan have this morning lost Van der Hoogten, caught Bracey, bowled De Lange for 8. As they totter towards Gloucestershire's 179 all out. It doesn't look as though there will be much in it on first innings, as that one's lofted by Crane on the leg side, but there's no one there. A complete top edge as Crane looked to pull. The ball just lobbed up and landed somewhere in the shortish square leg area, but absolutely no one near a fielder.
does have a decent surprise bumper, does Taylor. I mean, they're asking Crane to hit it out to deep square. They're asking him really to get hold of it with the pull shot. With Charlesworth out there, if he'd been in the ring, probably would have had time to get in and take that catch.
It's not the longest of boundaries on this side, as Crane drives that one nicely into the offside, but it's well fielded by a tumbling Van Buren, going down low to his left and preventing any run from being added. So Taylor bowling tightly at the moment, Crane unable to get him away, and that unless he scores a single or a three here, will leave Andy Gorvin with the task of keeping out De Lange. Taylor in, finishes over, and Crane does pull this one, and it's one bounce four towards mid-wicket. Almost a lazy looking shot there from Crane, but he placed it nicely. It was nowhere near Charlesworth running round, and just pitched about a couple of metres inside the ropes, but more or less under control from Mason Crane, as Glamorgan move on to 156 for 8, which is 23 runs in arrears.
And Charlesworth just nipping off down below us. I wonder if that is to put some shin pads on. He might decide to go and field at short leg. I can't imagine any other real reason why Charlesworth would need to nip off 23 minutes in, especially as he's going to open the batting as well. Here comes De Lange in and bowls, and this has worked firmly wide of mid-on by Gorvin. A nice looking shot heading down the hill. It won't get to the boundary. Singdale has cut it off. They thought about a third run actually, which they almost might have got. It wasn't the briskest of pursuits from Singdale, because I think he thought that it was going to be 2 all the way, but they ran it so hard that they nearly did turn it into 3. 158 for 8. Deficit 21. So De Lange 3 wickets, Bo Webster 3 wickets as well. Started before he took that Van der Guchten wicket, to mention that spell from Webster yesterday. As De Lange is in, bowls, and that's tucked behind square by Gorvin, again very close to his stumps, going as far back as possible to give himself as much time to face the ball. Gorvin moves on to 7, and it's 159 for 8. North Eastern Cook falling in the space of 3 deliveries, 2 wickets and 3 balls, and then Webster getting rid of Dan Douthwaite. A bit of revenge for Gloucestershire, getting Douthwaite strangled down the leg side after Douthwaite picked up 2 wickets in Gloucestershire's innings, caught down the leg side, one off a full delivery, one off a short ball. And here comes De Lange. There's a leg gully in place now as he's there and bowls, and now trying to strangle Crane down the leg side seemingly. I mean, it's a ball I suppose that you can bowl with the leg gully in more, so I don't really think that was quite where De Lange meant it to go, and the hand gestures suggest as he's walking back that he would agree, but still, at least he could say, well, I was trying to bring the leg gully into play. Fine leg and a deep forward square leg. As De Lange races in, bowls. This is flicked away. It was in the air for some time, but it's going to be 4 runs, I think. Yeah, nothing that deep forward square leg can do about it. He ended up placing it pretty well between Hammond at leg gully and that fielder out on the boundary, and it's 4 more to Mason Crane. He's on to 18, 163 for 8.
Slightly aerial, but square of Hammond in that leg gully position. I'm not sure how much Crane is able to place the ball, given that it's being propelled at him at probably high 80s.
I'll give him the benefit there. So they now have brought deep third up and put him into gully. De Lange bowls, and it's a no ball, and the gully is brought into play, and that is an absolute finger tip smasher, which Price has done well to knock down and save at least 2 runs, but it will be 4 onto the total, with the couple off the bat for Crane and the 2 for the no ball. 160. Has that moved on?
7, I think.
7, there we go.
Be.
There it moves.
Yes.
167 for 8. Glamorgan getting there. It's been fast moving this morning. De Lange bowls and Crane drives. Beautiful looking shot. Will pick up at least a couple of runs. Van Buren is after. It's going out towards the boundary. It'll get there as well. It doesn't slow down too much up the hill. And Mason Crane is playing some beautiful shots. He's up to 24 and the deficit now just 8.
Yes, Crane is showing signs of developing into more of a decent lower order batter than he had the reputation of. And he joined Glamorgan. I was shocked to see, really, when they first saw his technique and looked to see his highest first class best, and he didn't have a 50 at the start of the season.
Last ball of this expensive over. De Lange bowls, and it will be another run as Crane gets a full ball on the leg stump and works it to Actor on the forward square leg boundary. So 172 for 8, and that over, I think, has gone for 16. If
yes,
the system, which is an over behind, is exactly right. So I mean, sometimes you're potentially going to get that with De Lange. He has got Gloucestershire a wicket this morning, but Glamorgan have added 39 valuable runs in the first 28 minutes.
It would be highly convenient from the commentary point of view if the scores ended up level, wouldn't it? It is looking as though it's going to be basically a one innings match now, with 3 bowling bonus points to each side, and well, Glamorgan, it would take some remarkable developments for them to even get to 1 batting point at 250. That is a long way away as things stand. And Taylor looking to wrap things up.
He has got him thinking, though, Mason Crane. Field setting, etc.
Taylor bowls. Crane drives through the covers and will pick up 4 runs past a diving Actor. As I mentioned, he is pretty close in there, virtually on the edge of the small square. And that one ran down the hill, and Van Buren can do nothing apart from trot and fetch. 176 for 8. Crane moves to 29 not out off just 30 deliveries. And talking about women's test matches yesterday, India have just defeated South Africa by 10 wickets.
Made them bat again, at least, I suppose.
Just about. Looks as though all the county matches are just about happening, as Crane turns one on the leg side to mid-on. Although is there hold up at where Lancashire playing this week? Southport. I'm not sure if that one's in play yet. There is a little bit of drizzle around in the north, hitting Chesterler Street, but all the Division 2 games are underway anyway. Leicestershire against Middlesex. Leicestershire 58 for 3 in their second innings, a lead of 151 over Middlesex.
Probably match winning already.
Crane cuts but doesn't really time it, gets right on top of it and sends it back to the bowler. At Northampton, where it really was low scoring in the first innings, Sussex 143, Northants 97, Sussex 96 for 4 in their second innings, leading by 142. May not be an awful lot of Championship Division 2 cricket on Wednesday at this rate, apart from at Chesterfield maybe, where Yorkshire are the exception to everyone else's low scoring. They're 313 for 5 against Derbyshire. As Crane turns one on the leg side, fielded by Price at mid-wicket, no run, with Wharton 139 not out, being given support by Johnny Tats. Tattersall, the keeper, 48 not out. So Derbyshire bundled out for 76, the lowest score of a low-scoring day in Division 2. I'm intrigued to see this in Sri Lanka. Is that Sri Lanka or India? Sri Lanka, I think. That's edged, And did that one carry to Bracey? It has gone through to the boundary for 4 runs, down to third man anyway. Crane didn't know much about it, and that is Glamorgan into the lead at 180 for 8. I think Bracey just about got to it, might have been on the half volley.
Yeah, my first thought was just in front, but it was close. And again, it's been tricky to know, we saw it on day one, exactly where to stand, because there is a bit of two-pacedness to this surface. Some of them are flying through, so you think you've got to stand further back, and then you've got those ones.
Taylor on his way in again, and Crane is beaten by that one. Outside off stump, through to the keeper. Looking at it again on screen, I think it probably bounced in front of first slip, who was a couple of metres further back, so Bracey was trying to go a long way sideways to get to it. We can't, I don't think, put it down as a drop chance. 180 for 8 here on BBC Sport Online.
And we still don't have a slip catch in the game so far.
And that team I was marvelling about, there's a domestic T20 side called Be Love Candy, which sounds as though it's been sponsored by a Japanese company, doesn't it? I presume that's Candy Sri Lanka.
Yeah. Dear me.
Who do you play for? Be Love Candy.
Gorvin to face De Lange. They've decided to take an extra fielder from the leg side, so leg gully that they had last over is no more, and a fielder down on the deep third boundary. Gorvin drives up towards mid-on, goes through for a quick single, and it's well taken. Singdale fairly deep at mid-on, and it doesn't really feel as if it should be a single. 181 for 8.
That was good awareness from the two batters, wasn't it? It wasn't that firmly played, but it was just past the bowler, and it was just to the left of Singdale at mid-on, and they were able to hustle through without any due risk for a single to Gorvin.
Yeah, he was looking to drive it through the covers, I think, but ends up going to mid-on. Anyway, it works out. It's another run. 2 slips and a gully now for Crane. De Lange bowls, and Crane works this one to Singdale, who has now come in a couple of steps closer mid-on, so there is no run, also is hit a bit more firmly. But again, just like when De Lange came out with the bat in the first innings, all of a sudden Glamorgan were thinking, where do we put these fielders? And they decided to go with basically everybody out on the boundary for De Lange, and it's got that same sort of feeling here. There's a field change almost every ball. There's kind of, theories about what needs to be done. De Lange in, and there's a shout for leg before, but it doesn't look particularly convincing from this point. De Lange is
hold the pose.
Yeah, he's been frozen in motion there. Hands up in the air to umpire Ashraf, and they scramble through for a leg by.
Perhaps he was just making sure that the photographers on the balcony to our right got a decent shot of him.
They've been busy this morning, the photographers. Plenty of pre-match content out via social media channels. 182 for 8. De Lange in bowls. Driving is Gorvin. Not able to pierce the gap between Hammond at backward point and Shaw, who's on the field as a substitute at mid-off. Even more theories being bandied about now, because it's Graham van Buren, Gloucestershire's skipper, who's off the field. So James Bracey would probably be leading things. De Lange is in, Gorvin opening the face, guiding to backward point. But when he's not on the field, it does very much seem to be captaincy by committee, Bracey being the official vice-captain, but then there's plenty of people who are closer to the bowler than Bracey, so those people are consulted as well. Ollie Price has always got a theory, I think, out there.
Yes, you see that in the Glamorgan side. North East vice-captain, Chris Cook, former captain behind the stumps, and Marnus Labuschagne with a view on everything anyway.
Yes. De Lange, last ball of the over, and that's left by Gorvin. I don't think we've seen too many leaves this morning. And that's the end of De Lange's latest over, and Gloucestershire might be forced to have some change bowling. At 182 for 8, Glamorgan lead by 3.
Yes, well, I think getting any sort of lead was base 1 for Glamorgan. Can they develop it into anything of significance? First change, Salman Akhtar.
You wonder also, almost might be tempted, even though he is not of as great a pace, you'd be tempted to stick Webster back on. I mean, he took 3 wickets in quick succession, or do you just go with Singhdale, who would be perhaps even quicker than De Lange?
Really?
Yeah, well, this season he's been, I believe, I've been told, clocked at a higher speed than De Lange. It's just that it's more skiddy.
Yes.
De Lange hitting the pitch harder, it sort of looks a bit quicker.
Here comes Akhtar on his way then. Right arm over to bowl to Crane, who noodles it away into a gap on the offside. Go through for a single to point. Van Buren looking a little bit aggrieved that there was a gap there. Had a throw at the non-striker's end, but Crane was safely home. 183 for 8. 4 runs into the lead. Go the visitors. And are conditions slightly easing for batters? Akhtar bowls. Gorvin plays no shot. Through it goes. I suppose we are in the 55th over with this ball. Gloucestershire were bowled out within 45 overs. So maybe not much assistance available from the ball. Conditions overhead are still cloudy, very overcast. No blue sky at all visible today. As Akhtar bowls, and Gorvin pushes it to deepish mid-off, and that was a well-timed run as well, just to the left of Matt Taylor. And they were through comfortably for the single.
Certainly not having too much difficulty finding the middle of their bats most of the time. I mean, you're still going to get the odd one that isn't timed, but Crane has timed the ball as well as anyone on this surface.
Akhtar into him, and he knocks again the ball into the offside to the left-hand side of Graham Van Buren, and even though that's his throwing arm, there's a comfortable single available. BBC Sport Online, Ed Seaborn, myself, Nick Webb. Sophia Smale will be joining us very shortly, allowing her to get used to the pace of the game before we chuck her on microphone. As in comes the next delivery from Akhtar, and Gorvin flicks it away. It might have been caught by umpire Ashraf, but since the fielder Charlesworth was on the boundary, it was perfectly safe, landing about halfway to him. And a single to Gorvin.
And they've sort of done what Singhdale and De Lange did, really. Push the field back and then start just to find the gaps.
Yes, they certainly haven't been pushed as far back as Glamorgan did, who went straight on the defensive with De Lange swinging. Crane has a swing at that one, and through it goes to Bracey. Doesn't make contact. A slightly tentative hook shot. 186 for 8. Crane has 36. Gorvin has 10. And just to let you into a little secret about BBC Communications, we were initially under the impression that Sophia would be joining us yesterday, until we looked down at the scorecard and saw that she was opening the batting in Hove, and thought probably not yesterday.
Yes, it should really have crossed my mind, because I did know that Western Storm were playing yesterday, but yes, it somehow I'd not quite put 2 and 2 together. De Lange will continue. And he bowls to Gorvin, who's driving again. This time not able to get a run as Van Buren fields up at mid-off. Certainly asked Glamorgan to drive this morning on quite a number of occasions, and really most of the time they've obliged and scored quite a lot of runs that way. De Lange is in and bowls, and Gorvin's turning this one up to mid-on along the ground. Thought about a single. Singdale again deep-ish at mid-on.
Good morning to Ian Evans, regular listener, who suggests that Tumbling Van Buren could be a brilliant name for a band, and he wishes Glamorgan still had Marchant de Lange.
Can imagine. I wouldn't want to see de Lange playing for any other side. I've said on many an occasion that I do live for his batting innings, especially. It's so good to watch, it really is. The great joys of county cricket. De Lange in and bowls, let go by Gorvin outside off.
Yes, I remember his big last wicket stand with Michael Hogan up at Northampton a few years back, in which both men were swinging furiously. Michael Hogan with a long reach and a decent eye as well, and they were both peppering the nearby gardens at one point.
How it should be. Did Hogan finish his career with that record of not having been out LBW? De Lange is in, bowls, and Gorvin guides this one towards mid-off.
I believe he did. I didn't follow his last season at Kent quite as closely, obviously. But yes, his technique meant that those long legs were usually planted somewhere outside leg stump to give him room to swing the bat without encumbrance.
Fantastic, that's how it should be. De Lange to Gorvin and goes past his edge. And Bracey, I think just about, did he take that before it bounced? But if even that's happening off Marchant de Lange, then you do start to wonder, and maybe that as much as anything else might make it, whilst not necessarily easier in terms of run scoring, it might make it slightly easier when two-paced just becomes slower. De Lange in, and once again Gorvin is watching that one comfortably through to the wicket-keeper, and at the end of that over, 186 for 8, Glamorgan leading by 7 runs and starting to frustrate Gloucestershire in the same way as De Lange himself and Singdale did in Gloucestershire's batting innings.
I wonder if that might be the end of De Lange for the morning. 3/4 of an hour in.
And the way he's looking up to the sky and having a bit of a debrief, walking off towards mid-on, I would suggest so. Sweater is being pulled on.
He's just about ready to field by the time Actor is in to bowl to Crane, who's knocking that one down towards fine leg. Just a gentle turn of the wrists. Fielded by Singdale, coming in off the boundary. They're through to 8 for a single. 187 for 8. You're on BBC Sport Online and also via the county websites. On yet another still grey day at Cheltenham College, albeit less biting, as Gorvin pulls, and we'll get a run down to backward square. Ben Charlesworth fields. Coming in off the boundary, managing to keep that one under control. 188 for 8. The lead is 9 runs, so I think whatever happens now, Glamorgan will be probably reasonably satisfied with proceedings on the second day. Actor bowls, driven by Crane, and he's beaten mid-off there. Matt Taylor was a little tentative in getting down to it. It was a little bit of a fast bowler's attempt at a stop, and it's been well timed so that it goes through the boundary up at the chapel end.
Yeah, it didn't really look like he particularly fancied scraping himself over the practice pitches there. Actor was staring off after him, and you certainly know what he was thinking. And it's another beautifully timed shot from Crane again, who's just looking as secure as anybody has in the game.
As Crane takes another single here, just jamming the ball down into the ground and playing it down to backward point. He is now Glamorgan's highest scorer, overtaking Kieran Carlson's 37 yesterday. 193.48. And who knows, maybe we're going to see a 400 plays 400 second innings, and we'll be here till Wednesday after all. 17 wickets, 18 wickets down at this stage. You think probably not, as Gorvin has nothing to do with that one. Outside off stump, through to Bracey it goes.
I didn't think we were going to see any spin bowled at all in this innings, but you do start to, and the mind starts to think in terms of what next. I suspect they will go with probably Sing Dale from the College lawn end and still try and rip them out with speed, but a bit of spin might just change what Crane and Gorvin are seeing.
Short ball from Actor. Gorvin ducks neatly. He's still down there. He's still down there. He thinks about an uppercut. No, it's safe to come back up now, Andy. 193 for 8 at the end of the over. Gorvin has 11 and Crane has 41.
Who's the taller of the two, Crane and Gorvin? They certainly don't give much margin for error for bouncers, but somehow so far we haven't had a no ball for height.
Neither is a particularly tall man. I'd say they're both around the 5'8" mark. As a 5'9" is a rough guess. Let's have a look to see what the who's who has to say. Gorvin's listed as 5'9", and Crane fairly similar, 5'10". Maybe that's with his hair gelled up. They do fill in these things themselves.
Yes.
Or
get a teammate to fill out.
Or yes, I think these days it's probably more accurate than it used to be when it was done on paper, and the potential for a teammate nicking your entry and providing something entirely false about your musical love of Louis Armstrong or Burt Bacharach or whatever.
Bo Webster it is, from the College lawn end, and he's turned first ball down to long leg by Crane for another run. 194 for 8. And that is the 50 partnership between these two, and it's come in just 48 deliveries in just over half an hour, and well worth a punch of the gloves between the two for that.
Not that there's anything wrong with Louis Armstrong or Burt Bacharach, I hasten to add, but I was just searching for random examples of a different generation.
Not necessarily what you expect from the average county cricketer. Webster is in, and Gorvin lets it go again. Having raced in the early stages of his innings, he's now feeling perfectly established as Gorvin. And they are starting to pick apart the field set of Gloucestershire, really, and Crane, he's been out there for so long, I think he wants a bit of a towel down, seemingly. Something like that. Anyway, there's a sort of washing motion being made towards his head. Webster bowls to Gorvin, and once more not drawing a shot out of Glamorgan's number 10. McIlroy to come. Lead at 15. I wonder at what point. I mean, who knows? I mean, in order to be really concerning, it probably has to get up towards a sort of a 50 type mark. But you just don't know how this game's going to evolve. Webster bowls. This is flicked away and finding the fielder Actor at mid-wicket, so it doesn't get a run.
Yeah, 50 is probably the sort of minimum to be really significant and to get into batters' heads, but if there's one or two go down cheaply, it might just start to play on Gloucester's minds.
Yep. Webster bowls, again not looking amazingly threatening, that delivery, as Gorvin sees it early and it goes well wide of him. I mean, Webster will be a significant step down in pace from what they've seen from that College lawn end, so they might suddenly feel that they've got plenty of time. The hope from the Gloucestershire perspective is that Webster comes on and provides a bit of movement that perhaps at the higher pace they might not have seen. Last ball of this over, Webster bowls, and that's what they're looking for, as Gorvin is made to play at a ball that he's beaten by at the end of that over. 194 for 8, and the hope also is that Webster provides a bit more control, because Gloucestershire have seen 61 runs scored against their bowling in 53 minutes this morning. They've not really had control of the scoreboard, at least, even if they've taken the one wicket, but they would hope that Glamorgan would only be basically level now, you'd think, rather than already being in front in terms of the pace of scoring.
Mason Crane, as you suggested, did have a towel down and seemed to be cleaning out the inside of his helmet, so whether he has got a bit sweaty in his endeavours so far, despite the cool temperatures. Zaman Akhtar, 14 overs, 1 for 34 so far, is in to bowl to Crane, who dabbles at that, fiddles outside off stump. A yell from the bowler of frustration as Crane goes away to square leg and gives himself a little talking to.
It was about the first time he looked like a number 9, and you just wonder about even just the break in concentration of going over, getting the towel down, taking the helmet off, putting it back on again. And so often those breaks in, you know, the old irritating adage of drinks bringing a wicket, that sort of thing, that just breaks concentration a bit.
Back to bowls. Crane plays that one firmly enough, but towards gully, and there's no run. 194 for 8. The lead is 15 on the second morning of this Cheltenham Festival, which also includes all sorts of other games, Ed.
Yes, 3 T20s in terms of the Blast, 2 Rachel Hayhoe Flint games involving the Western Storm, and finishing off with the under-19 test match between India and England.
As Crane looks to turn down leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Through to Bracey.
So a 2-week plus extravaganza of cricket, with also Gloucestershire having, as I mentioned yesterday, 2 away T20 matches in amongst that lot. They make the trip to the Utilita Bowl and also to Taunton in that period.
As Crane is hit on the pad, that ball bounces out into the gully. Fielded by Hammond, no run.
Yeah, the T20 should be entertaining. The first time for 3 years that we've had T20 cricket at Cheltenham. The schedule over the last few years just hasn't allowed it. The festival's been on too late to get T20 cricket here, but tickets, I gather, selling well. Already basically sold out, I think, the first game.
As Crane will pick up a single there off a thick inside edge down towards square leg, fielded by Price. 195 for 8. Glamorgan on Friday night are down in Hove. Sunday afternoon home to Essex. Coverage of both of those on the BBC Sport website. And a couple of Friday night dates as well in Cardiff, which hopefully the sun will be out and the crowd will be in full voice. Active bowls to Gorvin, who runs that off an angled bat down towards deep point. Single taken, 196 for 8 are Glamorgan. Gorvin 12, Crane 43, and the lead ticks up gently to 17.
Yeah, very much ticking along now, and you wonder whether they might have to think about bringing some of these fielders back up now, because they're conceding basically as many runs as were they to bring them up, and the odd one would get past them, just making it look quite easy, dabbing the ball through a vacant point region, just letting the ball come to them and taking the single. They have brought deep point up for this over, but it's Webster bowling, and Gorvin watchfully leaving thrashing at mid-air. A slightly concerning manner if you were in the Glamorgan camp.
Just getting his frustrations worked out. RJ Evans on Twitter says Mason Crane should be up the order if he hits another 50. He's certainly performing well at 9 at the moment. Rich Mucky says he's got his train ticket for tomorrow already, hoping it'll make it that far.
Webster in, and Gorvin stepped down the pitch, letting it go.
Yeah, I think tomorrow looks as though there should be a reasonably decent amount of cricket.
Mark Halliwell's been in touch. It's against Sri Lanka. The under-19 game was originally supposed to be India, but
yes,
it's now Sri Lanka. Thank you for that.
They're playing.
I still had it as India in my head.
Yeah, they're playing one day down in Hove today.
Webster bowls. This is looped in the air, and he's been caught at point. Webster has his 4th wicket as Gorvin's leading edge is found, and the ball has been scooped harmlessly into the hands of Ben Charlesworth, who takes the catch, and Gloucestershire have at last broken this terrific 9th wicket partnership between Crane and Gorvin. Gorvin gone for 12 from 31 deliveries with a 4, but terrific support he's provided for Mason Crane. And the partnership ends at 52, 196 for 9. As Jamie McElroy comes out to the middle, and Bo Webster potentially is hunting a 5-wicket haul, a second 5-wicket haul for Gloucestershire, having not had one before coming to the county, just for a 4-match spell. He could have more 5-fers than he's had in his career so far. Are we bringing in Sophia Smale?
Why not?
Let's do it. If I can get the right button. Can you hear me, and can we hear you, Sophia Smale?
I can hear you.
Yay!
Yes.
We're on.
Thank you for having me.
No problem at all. It's fantastic to see you. Looks as though at 12 o'clock on the dot, Glamorgan's innings might not be lasting too much longer, but it's a long day, as you'll find after about 20 minutes of our company. So McElroy facing up, Gloucestershire just adjusting their field. 3 balls left in this Webster over, the 60th of the innings. Charlesworth is going to stand at first slip. They will have 3 slips and a fairly close-ish gully. Webster bowls to McElroy, who leans forward and pushes this one past the bowler, but not past De Lange up at mid-off, and there's no run. Excited to be back at Cheltenham?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's nice to be at Cheltenham. I think it was maybe once or twice last year and twice this year, but it's just a nice change of scenery, isn't it? Yeah, it's normally a decent spinner's wicket, but I mean, obviously with the score here,
You've seen very much of it. Webster in, McElroy pushing back to the bowler.
But yeah. Normally, I feel like you do get a little bit of purchase, so I'm hoping next week they should dry out maybe. But yeah, the only downside I do have is normally where we've always got a short boundary to the pavilion, and I always have to bowl to it, which is great. But yeah, hopefully it'll do a bit more spinning than it looks here.
Webster to McElroy, who leans gently forward and blocks up to mid-off to complete the over. 196 for 9 at the end of it. So have you upset Sophie Luff then to get the draw of having to bowl to the short boundary?
No, I think she just backs me to the to bowl to that boundary. I think I'm one of those bowlers that bowls the difficult overs. Whether that's I've got the 19th over of a T20 and we've got 3 people out because we're a little bit behind. It does tend to be me, and I like the pressure of it, to be honest.
I was expecting to lead you to that, but you know.
Yeah, I do like it, but sometimes I'm like, oh god, being hit for 2 boundaries here, like it's just the short side. Yeah.
Here's Zaman Akhtar, who was running into bowl, but I think there was still a certain amount of movement in the field, so Mason Crane not ready to face, understandably, with some talking and some movement. They've decided only to go with the 1 slip now, and Bancroft, who was at second, is heading down to deep third. Akhtar to Crane, hops back and defends into the offside, and there's no run. So 2 Western Storm games at Cheltenham this year.
More and more games every year. Trevor Griffin said to me, yes, he was like, oh, there's going to be even more next year. I'm like, God.
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose we probably shouldn't delve too deeply into to years to come, but Akhtar is into Crane, who's back and holding the pose of the defensive shot, played straight as you like back to the bowler. But there will be some changes afoot in terms of year to year as well, with more teams joining.
Yes.
That tier 1 setup. So just as you're getting settled, it's all going to change again. Akhtar bowls back of a length, Crane up onto his toes and playing the ball towards backward point and turning down the single. So
yeah, you might just see a bit of this with Glamorgan's 10th wicket pair, that Crane will look to protect the number 11 and keep as much of the strike for himself as he can.
You did use the word genuine for McElroy to do with number 11. Akhtar bowls a bouncer and Crane has ducked underneath it. It's going to be signalled as one of the bouncers for the over, the first one for the over, so not a no ball.
Yes, he's got 9 runs for 3 times out so far this season.
We've all been there.
Well, yes, did you not make were you at 11 for your Western Storm debut?
Yes, I was, yeah.
That was that
gone a long way since then.
The Sunrisers game,
that was the game.
The overthrow finish.
What a debut that was.
What a start.
I had my driving theory test the morning after and I couldn't go.
Here's Akhtar bowls. He's had a fend at that one as Crane wide of the off stump and misses it. It goes through to the keeper. Should explain for those who might not remember that game between Western Storm and Sunrisers. It was 5 runs, was it, needed off the last ball?
Do you know what? The funny thing was, I was with Alex Griffiths actually.
Yes.
She hit a 6 into mid-wicket count, and that was the one point I was like, oh, we could win this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 2 or it might have been 3 runs, because I just remember I had to just run for my life.
Yes. Last ball of this over. Akhtar bowls another short delivery. It's flapped up towards mid-off. There could be a run out here if Taylor can hit. No, he misses, and actually Crane might just have made it. So not the prettiest, but effective, because Crane has taken the strike off the last ball of that Akhtar over. So as perfect as you can do it in terms of protecting McElroy. 197 for 9 Glamorgan, so they lead by 18 runs. But yeah, the ball was played up towards mid-on to one of the best fielders on the circuit in Maddie Villiers.
Yeah, Maddie obviously played with her at Oval as well, so she's got one hell of an arm, one of the biggest arms I've ever seen, and I mean I can't believe she's thrown it so far. And
she had too good an arm.
It's too good of an arm, and probably just rocketed it in, and then there wasn't really much backing up at the end, and it went through short third and 45.
Just kept running.
Keep going.
Extraordinary finish to a game.
Yeah. I was up all night after it. It was awful.
I can imagine. Webster from the College lawn end, and Crane lays into this one, hits it in the air, down towards long on, and a terrific catch taken by Ajit Singh Dale down at long on, and Bo Webster has got 5 wickets for just 17 runs. Crane the last man to go for 44, but I must say my money was not on Singh Dale down there at long on. He looked like he was judging it, but then launched himself to his right at the last moment and takes a terrific two-handed catch, and Bo Webster indeed has got his second 5-wicket haul in Gloucestershire colours, and an exciting way to finish that Glamorgan innings. 197 all out, which means it's a first innings lead of 18 runs for Glamorgan, so they've got in front, but Gloucestershire have in the end wrapped this innings up thanks to Bo Webster, who's taken wickets 9 and 10 in Glamorgan's innings. However, I think Glamorgan will still be pretty happy to have scored 64 runs in the cricket that we've seen, because as Bo Webster walks off, takes the applause, he's got the innings ball, raising it to the spectators, many of whom have come over to where the players go into the pavilion to applaud the tall Tassie as he walks off. It does mean, I think Glamorgan will be pretty happy with the morning that we've seen so far, but effectively it is now a exciting one-innings shootout, possibly.
Yeah, they've done really well to get a lead. I wasn't expecting it, I think, at the start of the day, but it's a shame for Mason there, because he looked brilliant.
Yeah.
I have seen him being batting, obviously with my brother being in it. I keep an eye quite a lot, and I've seen him batting, and I think that he's a blooming good player, and I think he showed that today. But yeah, just a shame. Just needed it a little bit wider of mid-on, and I think it probably would have gone for 4, but
he got a lot of bat on it.
Yeah,
just not quite enough, given that it moved. Moved Singh Dale out to the boundary.
Quite a long boundary out there, actually. Should have picked the shorter side, as I mentioned before, the shorter side to the pavilion. So yeah.
Should add that Sophia is the second member of the Smale family to make it onto a BBC commentary this season, because Will joined us for a cheeky half hour during one of the earlier championship matches.
Yeah, I think he might have done it on one of the women's games. He might have popped in. I don't know when it was, and luckily I'd been out by then.
Yes,
he was in for half an hour of a Glamorgan game, but the 50-over game that Storm played in Cardiff, I was away elsewhere, so that may have been it. The T20 game sadly never looked as though it was going to happen in Cardiff. It was one of the worst weather days of this alleged summer.
Well, they just knew I wasn't there, so there was no point in having the match, really. No, it probably. It was rather better for him than, some of the internationals where they've had Catherine Sciver-Brunt on commentary, and she has had to somehow hold it together whilst Nat has been getting towards Ashes hundreds and that sort of thing. It's that sort of great video of commentator cam that they never used to have for radio. We shouldn't have to be put on camera at any point. But it was. I can't remember which it was. It must have been probably that game at Southampton in the Ashes last year, where Sciver-Brunt was scoring the 100, and Catherine Sciver-Brunt and big fist pumping and all sorts, giving it the business, which you thankfully couldn't hear on air, but watching her try her best to celebrate silently whilst Nat reached an Ashes landmark, it was quite
I'd like to
entertaining.
think my brother's quite calm when I bat. I'm the complete opposite when he bats. I'm terrible.
Right.
Not a good watcher of cricket when it's my team, let alone played for his local club the other day, and got near, I think he got 90, it was in the 90s, and I just couldn't move. Terrified of him getting out, so I think he's a better watcher than I am of him, that's for sure.
So let's just run through the bowling figures for Gloucestershire. 15 overs, 1 for 38 for Matt Taylor, who picked up the first wicket to fall, that of Eddie Byram on the short ball, pulling it to mid-on. Jeet Singh Dale, 8 overs, 0 for 44, was a little expensive and didn't end up bowling today, but a vital contribution in the field, and of course with the bat from Singh Dale in Gloucestershire's first innings. Singh Dale taking that terrific catch down at long on to complete the innings. Zaman Akhtar, 16 overs, 1 for 37. He picked up the key wicket of Marnus Labuschagne, though, for his 1 wicket on the pull caught at deep square, as Ben Charlesworth took the catch there. Bo Webster finishes with 10.1 overs, 5 for 17. His best figures for Tasmania, something like 4 for 64 from vague memory, but 6 for 100. There we go. Who's going to check the exact runs now? Nick Webb, it won't be 60, it'll be about 30 odd something, or something like that now.
Webster best bowling 4 for. What's your final answer, Mr.
Well,
Mr. Seaborn? I must
just
press you on this.
just had a sudden thought that maybe it was in the 30s. I'll go 4 for 34.
Very close. I'll give it to you. 32.
32. Oh well, never mind. I don't know why I thought it was in the 60s to start with. I just had a rethink. But anyway, 6 for 100 he took in the game against Derbyshire in the first innings at Bristol, but 5 for 17 in this one, making it 2 fifers in the space of just 3 games for Webster. And Marchand de Lange, 12 overs, 3 for 44, adding to his what is still the top score in the match so far, 46 not out in the first innings from 37 deliveries. So falling just 2 runs short of that Mason Crane, but running out of partners in the end, feeling that he had to go for it. And certainly 44 runs in the context of this match, worth at least a 50, if not much more than that. But a couple of bizarre looking scorecards, with the top scorer in Gloucestershire's innings being the number 10, and the top scorer in Glamorgan's innings being the number 9. Lunch vouchers have arrived. The most important moment of the day.
Yep.
Choice of outlets available for lunch. Might be a fish and chips day, I think, for me.
Oh, brilliant. I wasn't expecting that.
Oh, no, we're nothing if not hospitable at the Cheltenham Festival. There's Indian street food, there's pizza, there's all sorts. Unfortunately, you can only go to one of them with the voucher, but unless
we can say on air that you had a salad, all right? We won't top you into it.
The Storm girls know that I can put quite a bit of food away, considering
right.
I'm quite a slight girl, so
I need some comfort food, possibly. Right, it's time to get Gloucestershire's second innings underway as the Glamorgan fielders make their way out to the middle with their bright red numbers on the back of their shirts, and Gloucestershire with their opening pair of Cameron Bancroft and Ben Charlesworth making their way out to the middle. And we're looking back at that 2017 game between these two sides here, where 25 wickets fell on the opening day. It's not been a happy couple of first innings for Cameron Bancroft in those two matches. Second bowler in the first innings here, and a golden duck in that game back in 2017. However, he did end up not out in the 60s in Gloucestershire's chase in the second innings, so he'll be hoping for something similar, albeit I'm sure hoping that he's not out. Not out, that's the one. Not out in the 60s this time around. That's not enough negatives for you.
I think I get what you mean.
Yes.
So if he's not out in the 60s, that probably means that everyone else
exactly.
has fallen in the heap.
He's carried his bat in an innings of about 120 all out. He's got to deal with Mr. Van der Huchten, though, off the back of his 5-wicket haul in the first innings. And things certainly not much brighter in terms of overhead conditions than they were in that first innings. Van der Huchten in then, and Bancroft is getting off the mark straight away and off the pair. They're going to come back for a second run, which they were a little bit late in setting off for, but was certainly there. And Bancroft gets underway. 2 without loss, Gloucestershire, so the deficit now 16 runs for them. Glamorgan,
yes, in the end,
sure, possibly hoping that they can grab a wicket or two even before Van der Huchten bowls and Bancroft comes forward and plays defensively. Hoping that they can knock off a couple before the deficit is erased. Hopefully just avoided a potential hot mic moment there. I'm sure there was nothing dangerous being discussed over there, but in goes Van der Huchten. He bowls to Bancroft, who pushes forward, sets off for a quick single. Classic Cameron Bancroft, really. He's so committed to those runs. Gloucestershire 3 without loss. I guess every side's got to have somebody that sort of sets the tempo in that respect.
Yes. Yeah, I would say, well, in terms of quick between the wickets, drops and run, you're probably looking at Luffy.
Yes, that was
absolutely
where I
rapid.
was going with it, but
yeah, I'd say by far she's a standout in that department.
Van der Huchten will come round the wicket now to the left-handed Charlesworth. He's in and bowls and has nicked off. He's caught at first slip. Charlesworth goes first ball, and Glamorgan get exactly what they were looking for as they strike with Gloucestershire still behind, and a bit of bounce there from Van der Huchten. That one seemed to take off on Charlesworth, catches him high up on towards the shoulder of the bat, and a pretty sharp catch at first slip, albeit it was not quite straight to him. He made it look pretty easy in the end.
Yeah, Marnus Labuschagne, a pretty safe pair of hands.
Yeah.
And got that one around about chest height. But Van der Huchten looking as though he's finding a bit of spice in the wicket, as he did in the first innings.
Yeah, that one really got up, actually.
We haven't seen, I suppose it's because
Just bounced a bit.
it's the new ball,
Yeah.
probably, because it was a fairly old ball, well, relatively speaking, when we started, and it just looked as though there was still the odd one staying down, but the one that we saw yesterday, which really zipped through, wasn't happening quite so much. But now that there's a new ball in hand, and Van der Huchten fired up, I'm sure, after watching Mason Crane pile on the runs this morning, it's produced the early breakthrough. Ollie Price out at number 3. Gloucestershire still hoping for some sort of top order partnership. Van der Huchten in, and that is left alone. I've just received news that the BT engineers are here.
Good heavens.
So our line, which didn't work at all yesterday, you're a bit fortunate we're even on air, Sophia, because we weren't, at least on the BBC website yesterday.
Yes, you missed a lot of unpleasantness from your BBC commentary team, who were decidedly grumpy.
Last ball of this first over, Van der Huchten into Price. He leaves, gasps of dismay that he chose to leave it from behind the stumps. And that ends the first over. Gloucestershire 3-4-1.
Yeah, a little chat between the two batters. Glamorgan get the wicket with Gloucestershire still in arrears. If they get another one by lunch, they'll probably see themselves as having won the session, but then they won yesterday's first session as well, Glamorgan, before the home side were pretty much all over them from then on, with the last wicket stand and the clatter of Glamorgan wickets 6 in the final session. McIlroy then from the College Lawns end is in to bowl to Bancroft, who pushes that one firmly through the covers. They'll take a single. Kieran Carlson is the fielder, so they won't take a second. 4 for 1. What's your initial impressions of the conditions and the wicket here, Sophia?
Yeah, I think, well, watching Mason and Gorvin bat, it wasn't really getting through even with Delanga, with the old ball. I feel like Bracey was taking them quite low, but yeah, it looks to be a little bit more zip in the pitch with the new ball, so hopefully Glamorgan can use that to their advantage.
Forced off the back foot by Bancroft. Sorry, by Price. And Crane in the action, fielding at the point. Crane in the thick of things with the bat, hasn't been in the thick of things with the ball so far. Brought on late by Glamorgan, and despite that, both sides have got positive over rates, which is always good to see. McIlroy bowls, and Price plays no shot through outside off stump to Chris Cook, who is standing just on the edge of the square, but not in the crease area where he has been for some of the bowling. Just to explain, there are several squares here at the college ground. In fact, there's 3. There's one away behind the sight screens as well, presumably so that he can play 2 lots of matches at once.
The second pitch, I guess.
McIlroy bowls, and Price is forward, playing on the leg side. Byram fields at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's been a while, I think, since Gloucestershire have had somebody from Cheltenham College come through their ranks. It used to be such a breeding ground for Gloucestershire cricketers back in the day. You used to get, a huge chunk of their side would come through this school based here.
That is almost chopped onto his wickets by Price. Didn't know much about that one, and the ball running down towards the leg slip area, fielded by Chris Cook. McIlroy almost getting his first wicket of the match. Didn't bowl badly in the first innings, but was the only unsuccessful Glamorgan bowler. And, looking really to make an impression, because he's struggled in the Championship this season. McIlroy in, bowls, run down nicely by Price towards backward point. Crane is off in furious pursuit, but they've turned and run well for the second. The lanky Price eating up the ground, dashing back for the second run, and comfortably getting there despite the enthusiastic fielding of Mason Crane. So 6 for 1, Bancroft 4, Price 2, and 35 minutes to go till lunch.
So Van der Huchten's combined figures now 6 for 62 in the match, and plenty of time for those to get better as well. You'd imagine he'll have a significant amount of bowling to do as Bancroft turns this one to Byram at mid-wicket, but is now rehearsing playing it more through square leg. but picks out the field at that time. But Van der Huchten could bowl basically through to lunch, have a break, and then come straight back out after lunch and bowl again. I'm not sure it would be quite that straight back after lunch, but he can bowl a significant chunk of these overs. Oh dear, we've got somebody wandering near the side screen. We haven't had any of that yet. They do put ropes across to stop people from walking in that area, but somebody seems to have got past. As Bancroft is hoping for a single. This next delivery as he works it up to mid-on, but this time has to stop quickly.
Yes, it does seem that it's distracting even people moving just the side of the sight screen. There's a lot of ropes and signs around there.
It's often one of the areas where you get the cricket games breaking out. That was the case yesterday. I mean, there's the sort of the area behind the scoreboard on the far side of the ground towards one of the chapels. Van der Huchten into Bancroft, who's prodding to point. He's taking a huge step down the pitch and screaming no to Ollie Price. But there's always...
Interesting to see Bancroft and Labuschagne batting together, wouldn't it?
Yes, that would be quite fun. There's always plenty of room for cricket matches here, even on the college lawn end of the ground. Plenty of green space, as long as you bring a soft ball so the cars aren't in any danger. Van der Huchten running in, bowls Bancroft and prodding into the offside, forcing Ollie Price at the non-strikers end to do all sorts of extra work. It's normally a fairly placid individual, is Price at the non-strikers end, but because he's with Bancroft, he forces you to get your feet moving, which I think is something actually that Gloucestershire have said is a really good thing that he does for them. You just don't go out quite as flat sometimes as he might be, with Bancroft looking for a single every ball, but you know he's a good, as he's leaving alone that next delivery, putting the mockers on him perhaps, but he is a very good judge of a run as well. He's not one of those that tends to really either sell himself or his partner down the river too much, but
I'm sure Marnus is probably giving him some jip at
oh yes,
first slip.
I would imagine so.
Australian banter's probably going on.
B-A-N-T-A, Banta. Van der Huchten in, and he's doing it again, third time in the over as he plays it too close to point to go for a single, but every time he hopefully takes a big stride forward. Maiden over from Van der Huchten. I mean, we're almost, if you're Gloucestershire, just seeing off these overs, just counting down the overs that you can get Van der Huchten out of the attack, because he's been such a threat in this game. 6 for 1, the score remains. Gloucestershire behind by 12.
Not sure with banter with an A is better or worse than bants with a Z.
Oh no. No.
McIlroy in bowls, and Price plays that one on the leg side, fielded by Byram, and there's no run. A little bit of breeze just getting up. The Glamorgan flag just starting to flap around a little bit on the flagpole in front of us.
Of course, Bants with an S is Somerset's Tom Banton.
Yeah.
McIlroy bowls, and Price defends. Nicknames in the women's game just as awful and unimaginative as the men's, do you think? Smaley?
Yeah. Well, being, Western Storm being from the West Country, they like to put an R after everything. So my brother is Smaley, but I get Smaler because... Yeah.
Because most of them are from Bristol. McIlroy bowls, and Price shoulders arms through to Chris Cook. Anything imaginative at all in your side?
No, I don't think so. I think, it just tends to be a Y after it, O after it, or an R after it.
What's Amanda Jade Wellington's?
Oh, I mean, Wello.
Yeah.
We call her Mandy. Don't know
Surely
if she really
ought to
likes
be
that one.
Boots.
But no, nothing that imaginative.
She seems like the sort that would have one as well.
Through outside off stump as Price plays no shot. Very much a watchful start from the Gloucesters.
If anyone was going to have one, I thought it would be her, especially, you know, I don't know, possibly the Aussies aren't any more imaginative than we are, but you'd have thought being
Well,
the
I don't think
the
she ever
character
got
that she
called
is.
Mandy until she came to Storm.
Okay.
So I think she's always been Wello.
Claiming that as the extent of the imagination
Yeah.
then.
That's driven nicely by Price, timed well, but a sprawling stop at mid-on means that they just go through for the single. 7 for 1. Price has 4. The deficit 11.
Trying to think even in terms of in general. I mean, Mahika Gore tends to get called 2 metre Mahika by people on air.
Played nicely through the offside by Bancroft. He's timed that one to the short boundary on this gym building side of the ground, and that one raced away for 4 runs.
Yeah, that one just sat up a little bit. Probably with a little bit more bounce with the new ball. It sat up nicely. No, I think Lauren Bell gets called the Shard.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. Of course.
Yeah, she is a tall girl. No, I don't. She's not as tall as Mahika though.
No.
I remember facing her at Old Trafford, and it's a hell of a release point.
Yeah.
It's really a point of difference.
I think I suggested that she should be the Burj
Burj
Khalifa in. You know,
Dear.
she was born in
Yes,
in the
Middle
Emirates,
East,
so
yeah.
that suggested itself, taller than the Shard, you see.
Here's the Flying Dutchman, and that's through outside off stump as Price plays no shot. I have no evidence that anyone really calls him the Flying Dutchman other than myself in more whimsical moments and commentary. To me.
Was he born Sydney?
Yeah.
Sydney twinned with Nijmegen or somewhere, is it?
He's genuinely a fairly recent Dutch blood. His father, I believe, was born in the Netherlands, hence him playing for them, as Price on the back foot plays gently on the offside. Fielded by Byram dashing in from point, and there's no run.
I'm sure they would have liked his services in the recent Men's T20 World Cup.
Yeah, he wasn't really fit to contend for a place in the run-up because he got injured on Dutch duty
Right.
back in March, so it's their fault they broke him.
I mean, several people, you know, Colin Ackerman, for example, didn't go.
Van der Hoogten bowls through outside off stump, and Price did play at that one. Yeah, Van der Hoogten, well, T20, he bowled superbly against Gloucestershire, against Cardiff 12 days ago, but T20 hasn't always been his most consistent format. You'd have thought he'd been around the squad had he been available in the run-up, but didn't play for Glamorgan for the first 6 rounds of Championship. Van der Hoogten running away from the chapel and bowls through outside off stump, through low, and Price plays no shot. Apologies, I've nicked your over.
I wasn't sure exactly how we were proceeding, but I probably...
I'll finish it now, and then we can
Fine.
we can
go
reset.
back to our original ends.
We can reset.
No, Gloucestershire's Paul van Meekeren, who took his first 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket in the festival last year, of course, was part of that Dutch squad.
As that through outside off stump, no shot by Price.
Had a terrific festival, but Van Meekeren not offered a new deal, I'm sure, more than in part on the basis of the fact that he was always going to commit himself to play for the Netherlands. It's hugely important for Van Meekeren, and I suppose, you know, not to say that it doesn't mean a lot to everybody else, but Van Meekeren being Amsterdam born and bred, it might just mean that he's willing to make that commitment.
Van der Hoogten bowls, firm drive, and that has beaten the dive of Carlson, and Price will pick up 4 runs here, I think. Up to the long off boundary, there's a despairing dash by Dan Douthwaite in vain. 15 for 1, and Price with his first boundary moves on to 7 not out, and the deficit is, what do we say it was in first innings? 18 is 3 now.
3, yeah. You see much of Ollie Price, Sophia?
Well, obviously we train quite a lot at Gloucester, so yeah, in and out of the gym we see the men quite a lot. Yeah, I have. I think I've probably seen the most of De Lange.
Right.
Very friendly.
Yes.
Could chat to anyone.
Here comes McElroy bowling to Bancroft, who works this one away up towards mid-on. Quick single here. Price was a bit late setting off, but Bancroft wasn't, and makes it as the throw hits him rather than the stumps. And it's 16 for 1. Has De Lange been doing some coaching sessions even, or is that not with West? That wasn't with Western Storm, was it? That's right. That was he was doing that with one of the local clubs in Bristol.
No, he's just always chit-chatting away. But I think he's at Oval this year, so I'll be spending a little bit more time with him there.
Yeah, got picked up by the Oval Invincibles in the wild card draft. McElroy bowls. Price had to think maybe briefly about playing at that one.
But no, on Friday last week, it was Chris Cook's testimonial match. Celebrity 11 v Glamorgan, well, Chris Cook 11. And I was in the team with De Lange.
Right.
He was only bowling off 3 or 4 steps, but
still sending it down at 80 miles an hour, probably.
Yeah, I think he has a quick arm, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing. I mean, he stops almost instantly as well sometimes, driving down the ground. Price, nice looking shot, tumbling 80% stop from mid-on, but it's good enough as keeping it close enough to him is Billy Roos up there. 17 for 1, which means the deficit is now 1.
All goes back to his sporting youth, I believe, as a javelin thrower.
Yes, I believe so.
Very strong man. I've seen him in the gym.
Yeah.
He hit thrusts about 300, I think, kilograms.
McElroy bowls and Bancroft leaves. That's
unbelievable.
I'm afraid to say it means, as you can probably tell from my build, don't tend to frequent a gym too much, but
I can tell you it's a lot. When I'm in the gym lifting near him, I feel. I mean, I'm pretty weak in general, but next to De Lange, it's unbelievable. But no, he came in. I think we needed, 6 off the last ball, and De Lange was facing.
McElroy in to Bancroft, who turns it away but finds forward square, so there's no run.
No, actually, I think it was 2. Colin Ingram came in at 11. De Lange was at 10 in the celebrity match, and I thought De Lange will just tuck it into the leg side and get 2 runs. No. Chris Cook was bowling. Well, decent. Wow.
Really?
Probably.
I've seen him bowl.
Length for De Lange, but a decent length. But just with De Lange's long reach, he's absolutely smashed it straight over long off, and it's gone 20 rows back at Sophia Gardens.
McElroy round the wicket with his left arm as for this last ball of the over, and Bancroft has played over the top of that as he looks to drive through the gap in the covers. So we've seen balls just leap, and that one has skidded through underneath the bat of Bancroft, and it's 17 for 1 at the end of that over. So 1 behind and 1 down, Gloucestershire.
Any decent performers among the non-cricketers in that match?
Yes, Gareth Anscombe.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, he can play. Kiwi born. Hit some lovely straight drives using Colin Ingram's lovely M&H bat. I think was probably the bat.
Here comes Van der Hoogten Into Bowl. No shot played by Price, through to Cook.
Yeah, we had Marnus on our team as well.
Don't tell me he took it seriously, did he?
No.
Yeah.
He did actually drop a catch, I think, just to make it more interesting. I tell you who still got it. Matt Maynard has still got it.
That doesn't surprise me.
Took a lovely catch at long on rolling. Put a bit of mayo on it, I think. And I batted with him, and he's sweeping lovely over, hitting over extra, hitting over mid-off. Yeah.
17 for 1 Gloucestershire. Yeah, on BBC Sport. 1 run behind as there's an appeal, and he's given. Price pushing forward. Didn't know much about that one. The ball before had just gone over the top when Price left it, and on that occasion the thinnest of edges through to Cook, but everyone went up straight away. And Gloucestershire still a run behind with 2 wickets down, so Glamorgan's morning session.
He looks threatening, Tim Van Hookton. Just the last over with Bancroft, although Bancroft was getting it into areas looking for singles, he's squirting them out to the offside a little bit and just looks threatening, beating both edges of the bat.
Just a little bit of movement, you think, still off the pitch, it seems. Miles Hammond in, and well, I think we can forget about Wednesday. Anyone for a beer match?
Perhaps we could, as I was mentioning yesterday, we could celebrate the 150th anniversary of WG and his broomstick batting out there. Perhaps could have an entire game with people playing with broomsticks on this surface.
So that was the Chris Cook celebrity match, part of his testimonial. We could have done with one of the Chris Cook benefit products yesterday. If isn't about the blanket. He's got blankets as part of his merchandise.
Very sensible.
Yes. Going a little bit outside the traditional ties, caps and polo shirts, blankets and ear pods. Van der Hoogten into Bowl, and Hammond playing on the offside. Fielded by Mason Crane, who mock threatens to have a shy somewhere or other. I think he's probably just in a little bit of competition with Kieran Carlson on that offside. Always used to get good competition between Carlson and Salter in that sort of area of the field when they used to race each other for balls heading for the boundary. There's Van der Hoogten in now. Bowl edged and 4 runs. Flying past the slip cordon. Gorvin went down. Didn't look like a chance in real time. 21 for 2, Gloucestershire into the lead.
That one's not carried. It's the keeper's nightmare, this wicket, isn't it?
Yeah.
One gets through and one shoots along the floor.
I think he got squared up there. Hammond had the beating of him. Van der Hoogten just not getting the wicket this time. So the 11th catch behind in the match, that latest dismissal of Price. So 11 out of 22 caught behind.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's firmly met by Hammond, driving up towards mid-on. No run. Yeah, so Cooks and Bracey with 5 apiece on the first innings. Cook his 6th. Remember, the Glamorgan match record is 9, of which he is a joint holder. 21 for 2. Wonder where summer is. It's not in this part of the west of England, that's for sure. Van der Hoogten bowls, turned away off his legs by Hammond, down towards fine leg. They'll take a single. Throw comes in from McIlroy. It's a rather over-enthusiastic one as Chris Cook watches it go over his head. It's backed up by Mason Crane. as spectators are reminded not to spill their chips all over the square at lunchtime. 22 for 2. The lead is 4 runs for the Shire.
And access to the playing area must be, don't you dare think about stepping over those advertising boards, must be from the designated points. Now, a change of bowling as we get a few unwelcome drops of rain. It's not raining hard by any means, should be okay as long as it doesn't get heavier, but it does mean it's the worst possible amount of rain for us, with bits of paper lying about and electronic equipment. Andy Gorvin is bowling, and he sees Hammond push the ball back to him and then doesn't fire at the stumps like he probably could have done, actually, as Hammond was a bit slow in just stepping back into his ground. I know even some spinners who might fancy a...
You've got to be careful now, James.
You do.
Gorvin doesn't strike me as the type who will fire unnecessarily.
He was too nice there. I think he'd been within his rights. Gorvin into Hammond, who's well forward again, working the ball to mid-wicket and making sure that he's back in his ground as Barham Fields.
I think it's something the umpires have been told to crack down on this season, Sophia.
Yes, they are. Not had one, no. I tend to refrain from throwing it, but I have had a few scares at mid-on, and I accidentally throw it into the keeper, and sometimes it happens.
Gorvin into Hammond. Hammond flicks this down fine towards fine leg and comes through for a single. 23 for 2.
But yes, it is some sort of level warning. Not sure how many warnings you get for it, but I mean most of the time it is accidental, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems to be worded these days so it can be reckless. It doesn't have to be sort of intimidatory.
It's dangerous, or what's the other one? Basically, dangerous or sort of unnecessary, that kind of thing. Anyway, that gist. Gorvin into Bancroft, who's forward, pushing the ball back to the bowler.
Yes, and the other one you've got to watch is if you're in the ring and you throw it into the floor.
Yes.
Which is easily done as well. Sometimes it just gets stuck in the hand. But yeah, I do know quite a few people that have been pulled up on the throwing at the batter.
Yeah, we had an incident here. I think it was back in 2021, as Bancroft steers this one away pleasantly behind square on the offside, off the back foot. It's a back foot square drive. It'll bring him 2, and there's no chance for them to get back for a third. Bancroft moves into double figures, 25 now for 2, so effectively 7 for 2.
Just laughing at a nice little backhand flick by Billy Root to restore the cap to Mason Crane, who'd come off during his chase.
But in a game, I think it was between Gloucestershire and Hampshire, but the problem is it was in back-to-back years, and I can't remember quite which year it was, but I think it was the 2021 game. Gorvin bowls down the leg side. Bancroft doesn't have anything to do with that, and Cook gets across to stop it. So 25 for 2 after 8 overs, 10 minutes to go until the lunch break. It was Dan Worrell who was bowling, and he threw the ball at the stumps and hit the batter, but he said, well, he was out of his ground, so it was,
and the batter was probably in the way.
Yeah, I mean, that was the wording. It was dangerous or unnecessary. Well, it might have been dangerous, but I'm within my rights to throw if the batter's out of his ground. But the umpires came together and they awarded the 5 penalty runs, so deemed that it wasn't a legitimate attempt to try and run him out. Yeah. Worrell was not best pleased.
No.
On his way again is Glamorgan's main man, Tim van der Hoogten, bowls, and Hammond plays it gently out on the offside, collected by Carlson. And there's no run. So just a little bit of breeze getting up as van der Hoogten wanders back towards his mark. Could well be bowling until lunch. This is 5th over, bowled 7 overs in his very impressive opening spell at the start of the game. Van der Hoogten bowls, played nicely through the offside, running towards us. Heard probably the thump of the ball on the boundary fence in front of us. Nicely timed by Miles Hammond. And Gloucestershire move on to 29 for 2, a lead of 11 runs over Glamorgan as we approach the end of the 4th session of this game.
I was just thinking how so rarely he errs in length. He almost never over pitches, but he always brings them forward, and then right as he did that, Hammond is able to bring out a cut shot.
Van der Hoogten bowls, jabbed down into the ground by Hammond. Crane fields at point. There's no run.
Yeah, I think there was just a bit too much width there, wasn't there? I think he might have got away with the length if it was a little bit straighter.
Yeah. And I did jokingly, oh, there's a bee landed on your who's who.
There we are.
Normally they're probably too cold for them, but there's normally a fair amount of wasp activity up on here, but not sure that we'll get so many this year.
Don't tell me. Van der Hoogten bowls, beautiful shot, creamed through the covers by Miles Hammond there. 33 for 2 as Hammond moves on to 14. Absolutely pitched the ball, head over the ball, all along the ground. Classic textbook shot from Miles Hammond.
You just spoke about him not over pitching.
Yes.
That's exactly what he did there.
2 for 20 now, next to Van der Hoogten's name. As he races in to bowl, and that is defensively pushed back to the bowler. So if you have just joined us here on BBC Sport Online, Glamorgan resuming at 133 for 7, lost Van der Hoogten, caught Bracey, bowled De Lange for 8. Then a half-century partnership. Gorvin was caught by Charlesworth at point off Webster for 12, and Webster completing a 5-wicket haul, 5 for 17, when he had Mason Crane caught at long on by Singdale for 43. Van der Hoogten bowls, hand off the bat there from Hammond, but scooped away safely towards backward square, and it's beaten the diving effort of the fielder in the far distance. I think is Jamie McIlroy. In front of the hospitality tent as well. Probably got him a few cheers. 37 for 2, did well to get there, but just dived over the ball in the end. And then Gloucestershire losing. Charlesworth caught Labuschagne at slip bowled Van der Hoogten without scoring, and Price caught behind by Cook off Van der Hoogten for 8. That was 17 for 2. It's now 37 for 2, lead of 19. I'll depart and do some BBC Radio Wales things and be back the other side of lunch.
Andy Gorvin bowling to Bancroft, who leaves, and that one does not carry through to Chris Cook, despite him having taken another step forward. I think if you're going to make a fielding mistake, you're better off, particularly the championship match anyway. I think anywhere you're going to get it for the T20 matches here, but in a championship match you're much better off doing it in front of the members than you are in front of the hospitality tents. People who've been wined and dined all morning. As in goes Gorvin, bowls, and Bancroft comes forward and plays this one not quite so robustly as others, but kept it down and pushes it to extra cover. So 22 wickets in this one. There's a bit of a race on in terms of who has the most wickets of the matches in, well, across both divisions actually. 24 have fallen between Leicestershire and Middlesex now. As Gorvin bowls a full ball, inviting the drive, and Bancroft obliges, pushes firmly through the covers, and you're not stopping that, even up the hill. Shorter side as well towards this pavilion. And Bancroft picks up another boundary, 41 for 2.
Yeah, they've just got a bit of momentum here, Gloucestershire, going into lunch. A few boundaries off Van der Hoogten, probably just missing his lengths, and now Gorvin offering a bit of width.
Yeah, it's almost got to the stage where Gloucestershire really wanted lunch to come, and now perhaps less so. Gorvin in, and Bancroft is getting a bit squared up by that and squirts the ball towards cover. It was supposed to be basically a straight bat defensive shot, but ended up going off at a slightly skew, thick outer part of the bat, as my phone decides to have a mind of its own as I was attempting to give you the wickets that have fallen elsewhere. Gorvin bowls, Bancroft back foot drive, nice looking shot, but stopped at point by Mason Crane coming across. This is unbelievable. I've only visited about 3 or 4 pages, but it seems to have, I mean, the BBC website is not happy for me. There we go. We might be back now. 25 have fallen at Northampton, so that's leading the way at the moment. Gorvin bowls. Bancroft works this one to mid-wicket, and that completes the over. 41 for 2. Don't think Glamorgan are going to be able to get through 2 more overs. 1 left, and it's going to be Marnus.
What's he going to bowl today?
Yes,
He did bowl seam in that in the Chris Cook testimonial match, and maybe he was practicing for.
Yeah, well, he
for
bowled
yesterday.
Yes, he bowled superbly. Really, he got rid of.
Not much that man can't do, is there?
No, he got rid of Zaman Akhtar in what proved to be the last over before lunch on day 1. So perhaps hoping for a bit of history repeating itself. He's certainly going to bowl seam, despite the fact that he seems to be tossing the ball from hand to hand in off-break fashion.
Some little dibbly dobblers.
He seems to be coming off a shorter run from the chapel
Very
end.
similar to Friday's bowling.
He's coming off a shorter run than he was from the college lawn end. He's loosening up his shoulder. 2 slips in place. There's protection for him at deep square and at deep point as Labuschagne bowls to Hammond. It skips in front of Cook, who has to wear that one, and that loops off to second slip. There's no run.
Let's hit him on the finger there.
Yeah, well, that's when you start to think, testimonial year. How many more of those can I take?
Yeah, when you look at your fingers and they're all like monkey.
Oh gosh, yeah. Wicketkeeper's fingers. Labuschagne bowls over pitches. He's slammed through the covers for 4 by Miles Hammond, who now has 22 from 15 deliveries. You felt maybe that at some point the top order might have to take a leaf out of the lower orders book and start playing some shots, and Hammond's certainly done that.
Yeah, he's played some lovely shots since he's come in. You said the one squirted just in front of Gorvin, was it?
Yeah.
That third slip, but everything else seems straight out the middle.
45 for 2. Lead of 27, and as Hammond is trying to flick that one round the corner, I think he's been caught on the pad for a moment.
Brilliant stop.
Yeah. I was looking towards the boundary. I was about to say 4 more fortuitous runs, but
He's still got it in his testimonial, yeah.
it's terrific work from Cook down the leg side. For a moment, Glamorgan were hoping Hammond had come so far across that they might get an LBW. Labuschagne bowls. Again, he's over pitch though. He's driven through the covers. There is a fielder running round from deep point. He will get there. And despite the fact he's had to run from deep point to deep cover, it's only a single.
He got away with that one. I think that was a low full toss.
That one, Hammond, as he's doing some hand movements at the non-striker's end, you can tell he's thinking, I just needed to hit that in exactly the same place.
Missed out there. Yeah. Mind, I think in women's cricket, is it 30% of full tosses get wickets?
That's
They're
the
effective.
Alex Hartley stat, isn't it?
Yeah, they're effective. They are effective.
That's Alex Hartley
Maybe I should bowl a few more.
They've got a deep cover now for Bancroft. 2 balls left in the session. Labuschagne in, full and forward goes Bancroft and plays a firm-looking defence up towards mid-off. So the bonus for Hammond really is that whilst he didn't take full toll and manage a boundary, he did ensure that he was off strike for the end of the session. So Hammond, barring something Bizarre will be coming back after lunch. But Will Bancroft, there's a bit of inside edge about that. Squeezes away behind square on the onside. Bancroft's coming back for a second run and has to dive into his ground. McElroy gets the throw in. There probably was 2 there, but they didn't run the first one particularly hard. And then it was almost a late decision from Bancroft, thinking, probably should have turned back.
Yeah, it was a good throw in the end by McElroy.
It was. Cook didn't take the bails, though, and the 2 Gloucestershire batters live to breathe again. A certain amount of sheepish grinning I think I can see underneath the helmets as they walk off there. That would have been a disastrous finish to the session for them. So 48 for 2 the score, meaning that Gloucestershire lead by 30. So 30 for 2. It's been a good morning for Glamorgan, though. They were looking at potentially some sort of a first innings deficit when we started off this morning with Van der Guchten and Mason Crane at the crease. And Mason Crane batted beautifully for his 44 in the end, as Glamorgan took their score from 133 for 7 up to that score of 197. Lead of 18, and then 2 wickets taken by Glamorgan before Gloucestershire had gone in front. Charlesworth and Price gone for 0 and 8 respectively, with Van der Guchten again doing the damage at the top of the order. But Bancroft and Hammond have started to form something of a partnership which the home side will hope can take them well into the afternoon. Spectators start to make their way onto the outfield at Cheltenham, a very pleasant scene despite the occasional drops of rain and a bit of gloom. The sun is almost threatening to break through. I'm not sure it will, but we're going to go and have some lunchtime refreshments, and myself, Ed Seaborn, Nick Webb and Sophia Smale will be back with you for the afternoon session. It promises to be another exciting one.
35, Jamie McElroy.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to the Cheltenham Festival. It's only session 5 of this match. It feels as though we've seen rather a lot more cricket than that, but Gloucestershire resuming their second innings now on 48 for 2, with Bancroft 17 not out and Hammond 23 not out, and it'll be Jamie McElroy to bowl the first over after lunch. And oh, there's some lift there. First ball, that will get your attention if you're Miles Hammond, having to get his gloves and bat up and out the way of that one as it rises up off the surface in a way that we saw Van der Houten get a bit of lift, but that has bounced considerably. 30 runs is Gloucestershire's lead as it stands, losing Charlesworth first ball and Price for 8. As McElroy is in, left arm over to Hammond, who's guiding this one down through the gully and down to deep third for a single. 49 for 2, lead of 31. My name is Ed Seaborn, Nick Webb and Sophia Smale alongside me here on the BBC Sport website and app and on the Gloucestershire live stream.
I wonder what the sweet spot for a 50-50 chase in the final innings is in this match.
McElroy coming round the wicket to the right-handed Bancroft, in and bowls. Bancroft back, say into his crease. I mean, actually, I mean literally into his crease, because he was outside his crease and then goes back into it to play the ball in defence into the covers. Maybe
anything above about 220, Gloucestershire might be favourites, I think. The final innings chase and a low-scoring game.
Be interesting to see whether scores continue to rise as it goes along. McElroy into Bancroft, who tucks it away to quite a straight short mid-wicket, then doesn't pick up a run. Not that scores increased massively in the first innings, but I can't get a read on this pitch whether it's going to be one that gets easy or whether it's just going to stay fairly similar throughout the match or even deteriorate. I can't see it deteriorating really. I mean, pitches don't tend to do that, but I think it's all on the sort of uneven bounce, isn't it? Will the uneven bounce get more? Will it die? McElroy to Bancroft, who leans forward and blocks into the covers.
Yeah, well, we're used to being not able to read what pitches in Cardiff will do on days 3 and 4 of matches. Mm-hmm. Can you read him, Sophia? Having played a few times?
No, well, I don't play multi-day format, so that's kind of not.
But can you read the pitches at all?
Yeah, I think you can normally tell if you think a pitch is going to get worse.
McElroy runs in, bowls, Bancroft flicks fine down to the sweeper, fine on the onside, and brings up Gloucestershire's 50 with his first run after the lunch break. So 2 singles in the over, 50 for 2, lead of 32.
Yeah, I think sometimes you can tell if you think that the pitch is going to get quite dusty. I played a second 11 game for Western Storm the other day, and the pitch was bad enough in the first innings, but the second innings that it was an absolute dust bowl, and although the opposition scraped over the line, probably was better batting first. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see if Crane does come into the attack, and you might have thought a fair bit of cricket's been played on it. Hopefully there'll be a bit of time for him.
Van der Houten to continue his labours, having had a rest of all of 1 over, which was bowled by Labuschagne just before lunch, from the Chapel's End. And he comes, bowls, and does that one come back? Difficult to read from this angle. It was definitely taken by Cook going down leg side. Bancroft playing no shot. It will appear on our screens sooner or later.
think they were yelling, "Oh!" as Cook was lying flat on the floor still.
Yes, Van der Hoogten has got a bit of movement in previous overs, and went past off stump and was taken going down leg side. Van der Hoogten bowls. Bancroft will get runs here down towards wide third man. They'll turn and have a look and come back fairly comfortably for the second run. 52 for 2. Bancroft at 20 not out.
It's eerie when that scoreboard moves quickly. I just think something.
Talking about
two-paced
pitch. Got a two-pace scoreboard as well. Sometimes the runs are up by the time they're completed. Sometimes it takes a minute or so. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Bancroft is forward, playing it out on the offside, and there's no run. Two-speed Wi-Fi.
Yes, absolutely nothing to do with the operation of it. It's just the speed that it gets over there. I must say though, in a day and a session, I've had far fewer actual outages than normal, so somebody's put a few extra P in the broadband meter, however it works this year.
Be grateful for small mercies. Van der Hoogten bowls and Bancroft plays on the offside, and there's no run. Once you've worked at Chelmsford, you can cope with anything. I think.
Chelmsford's the. I mean, if you ever get to work at Chelmsford, Sophia, do bring a phone and look at that rather than the scoreboard, because it's just impossible.
I think we did play there recently, and I think it just froze quite a lot actually. But yeah.
The main board you can't see from the commentary box, and the other one, well, I think they're posting the scores in. Van der Hoogten bowls. That's nicely played on the leg side, but Gorvin intercepts it at wide mid-on, and Bancroft does not improve on his 20 not out.
I do quite like, I mean, it's basically the same scoreboard as we had last year, but I think things are just a bit bigger on it than some of those similar sorts of systems. I was speaking to somebody on day one saying how they quite liked how everything was quite big on the scoreboard. Puts up the information that you need.
Van der Hoogten bowls and beats the outside edge there as Bancroft prodded forward, made no contact. 52 for 2 at the end of the over. Take off 18 and you get 34 for the Shire's lead. On Twitter, Chris Hughes says, Sophia Smale, a welcome addition to the commentary team. There we are.
More fans than we have already then.
Nick Hopkins asked thoughts on Glamorgan no longer playing in North Wales. Probably saves a few pounds but damages the county's appeal. It is a huge shame they haven't been able to make arrangements to return to staging a home match in North Wales since COVID.
Here comes McElroy from the College lawn end bowling to Hammond, and there's a shout for leg before, which is at least considered by umpire Baldwin, but he then moves gently to his left and extends his left leg to signal that it's a leg by as it goes down fine on the onside. 53 for 2.
In terms of playing in North Wales, I think they had a fire at the Colwyn Bay clubhouse at one point, which probably didn't help facilities, but depended heavily on sponsorship from the council as well, Conway Council, and these things are difficult in these straitened times.
Round the wicket, McElroy. Bancroft has run this one down fine, past second slip. There's no fielder down at deep third for him, so it'll be 4 runs for 56 for 2. It was quite a one-day style shot from Bancroft. He meant to get it down there. I'm not sure that it was supposed to be as close to the slip cordon as it ended up, but he gets the desired result.
Fairly safe, I think. Wide of second slip, and had there been more slips he might not have played it. And point is pushed back towards the boundary. Horse, stable door, etc, etc.
57 for 2. McElroy is in bowls. Bancroft tucks for a single down to long leg. just nips back ahead of Hammond under 25.
I think in terms of stewarding as well, obviously they had a set of stewards who did it annually at Colwyn Bay, and most of them being on the older side, and quite a few I think weren't looking to continue after COVID, after a couple of years out, if you like.
Right. McElroy runs in, bowls to Hammond, who flicks for more runs, possibly actually just the single in the end. Yeah, Gorvin gets round from fine leg, and Hammond joins Bancroft again, this time on 25. 59 for 2, lead 41.
But certainly Colwyn Bay has been well supported in the past. You get, not huge crowds, but 1,000, 1,500 or so for a championship game is pretty healthy in a small ground. Yeah. Tends to be fairly packed on a sunny day, especially if you have a North of England visitor.
McElroy bowls, Bancroft gets a bit of inside edge, I think, possibly onto pad, squeezes away towards a vacant now backward point, which has been opened up by that steer for 4 from Bancroft earlier in the over, so allows him a comfortable single. 58 for 2. I think we might be getting a few more droplets from above. It's got quite murky again.
The wind's picked up now as well.
Yeah, another sign that might be getting a few drops. It isn't ideal with paper notes. McElroy bowls, and Hammond has almost hit this one to mid-wicket. He was not in control of that at all. Rolled the wrists on it too soon. Leading edge, but unlike Andy Gorvin in Glamorgan's innings this morning, the ball doesn't go to hand. From this angle, first off, I thought that was going straight to mid-wicket. It falls quite a distance short.
There's nothing worse than that as a bowler. Just dropping short.
Well, I guess especially because you bowl at a lot of right-handers as well, you're constantly bringing that leading edge into play as well.
Well, yeah, hopefully. But yeah, it's interesting they haven't got deep third there. I think they dropped deep point out, but I'm not sure deep point would have got that ball anyway. Bancroft.
No.
I don't know if they're enticing him into the shot.
There is a third man now for Van der Hoogten to bowl from the Chapel's end, left to right as we look at it, and Bancroft shouldering arms the first delivery through to Chris Cook. So very much hope that Glamorgan will be able to return to North Wales. Obviously it spreads the gospel and gives the county a little bit of extra attraction for young cricketers in the area. I think there's a possibility at playing one of the schools there, if not the Colwyn Bay Club. But it has come to naught so far, but we hope they'll be back in the north. Van der Hoogten bowls as that's hit Bancroft, I think, on the pad. It's a single taken. Umpire Ashraf eventually makes the signal. So they're safely through. If only we knew someone with direct access to a member of the Glamorgan board, eh?
Oh my word. That's not what we've got Sophia on for. Come on. Curb your journalistic instincts.
I'm sure Sophia's used to listening to this sort of chat. So yeah, just match in North Wales and a secondary base in the west. There we are. Expense obviously is an object of these days in cricket. A lot of issues for the board to get their heads round.
I would love to get to Colwyn Bay, though. I mean, I've seen photos of the ground, one of those places that kind of feel he should get to at some point, being a county cricket lover.
Van der Hoogten bowls and defended up to mid-on by Hammond, no run. Yes, it's pretty pleasant commentating on the tent on the embankment. We'd get fairly close to the action, and When the Yorkshire fast bowler Steve Kirby was bowling from that embankment end, we actually had to turn the microphone down.
I'm not surprised. I would imagine you would have had to have done the same when he was playing here.
There was a bit of effing and jeffing from Mr. Kirby to himself. As a play and a miss from Hammond.
Oh,
It's nearly.
and then he almost drops his bat onto his stumps. That would have
That
been...
would have been a way to get out.
I've never seen anything like it, but if there was anybody who could get out that way, it would be Hammond.
I was watching Chris Cook taking the ball, but thankfully a second pair of eyes. Thank you, Ed.
It would have been an interesting one, though, because the ball had rested in Cook's gloves by the time it happened. It would have just been, when did he let go of it? What, was the ball dead by the time it happened?
Van der Hoogten in, balls pulled away on the leg side with some vim and vigour up towards the temporary stand, and that one has gone all the way for half a dozen. Blow out of nowhere. Where did that one come from?
I didn't even see that one. I think, is it McElroy out there? I'm not sure who that... Or is that Byram? It might be Byram.
Byram,
Yeah,
I
looks
think,
like
in
it,
the
doesn't it?
distance. Yeah.
He didn't see it either.
Right. Not sure it would have mattered. It's gone halfway up that stand over on the Sanford Road side.
50 partnership. Hammond has dominated it with 31 of them.
He does occasionally play these sorts of, for want of a better term, Bazball-esque innings, does Hammond. You just never quite know when he's going to do it.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and Hammond will get another single here, playing it down to deep backward square. As the throw comes in, end of the over. I wonder maybe at 68 for 2 whether he's been looking back at the first innings of this game and thinking, well, De Lange's been the most successful batter by just swinging the willow.
Yeah, it's something De Lange is quite good at.
But
Big, strong bloke.
But Hammond going a similar way by getting after the bowling?
Yeah. I've watched him play many a times in T20, and he's quite an explosive batter, to be fair, so probably a bit of balancing out the explosiveness with technique and watchful patience.
Well, yeah, I mean, even in T20 this year, as Hammond waits for McElroy, who's in and bowls, it's full. Hammond drives down the ground beautifully for 4 runs. That's the technique part of it.
Yeah.
And still getting him runs that way, which brings me neatly on to what I was going to say, really. He's on to 36 off 27 balls. And in T20 cricket, I was kind of using his career best score, which he made this year, an 80 at Canterbury. It was a low chase, but Hammond really took control of it and timed the ball for his 80. He didn't go for the usual Miles Hammond swings into the leg side. McElroy bowls, beats Hammond with a good delivery. He wasn't quite sure whether to be forward or back. Having come down the pitch, he was sort of committed to going forward, and then didn't get to the ball, beaten on the outside edge, so could come back from McElroy. But I was then talking in the match at Cardiff, actually, about how I think he really felt after that 80 that he really could trust his technique and his timing to score quickly, even in T20. McElroy bowls to him. He's had a lunging drive at that one, and that's the sort of shot.
T20 shot.
Look at Bancroft at the non-striker's end. Bancroft's got the teapot out, leaning on one leg, leaning on his bat, and you can just tell he's thinking, what was that?
Yeah.
He's still there, leaning, looking nonplussed at the non-striker's end. It's sort of Callis-esque, actually, the way that Bancroft's leaning there at the non-strikers. McElroy bowls. Hammond has a little think about playing, but then wisely leaves. But I was building him up, scored that 80 through timing and placement, and I think he feels that's the way he should go. Ramp shot to, I think it was Tim van der Hoogten, absolutely castled.
I think I was watching it. Sure.
Yeah. I can't remember exactly whether it was Van der Hoogten, but it was early on anyway, because Hammond was up top. A bit further back of a length this time from McIlroy. Hammond tries to punch it through the offside, but hits mid-off.
Yeah, a game which Glamorgan, despite only posting 140, looked favourites for 95% of the Gloucestershire innings until they started dropping catches for fun in the last 3 overs.
They should have won that, and I've heard they should have won the Surrey match as well.
5 went down in that one.
Oh gosh. McIlroy in over the wicket to Hammond, who's again down the pitch and lunging after the ball on the drive and swinging and missing. And there's positivity, but Hammond has not picked the right deliveries to go after in that over, and is very lucky still to be there. 72 for 2 the score. The lead is 54, excuse me. But no, it was, I mean, there were 46 for 5, something like that, Gloucestershire in that game. Jack Taylor played incredibly on a pitch that nobody else could find any sort of timing or real consistent power on. He hit 5 sixes in that 70, but the catches are what did Glamorgan.
Yeah.
No catching opportunity here as Bancroft flicks one off his legs down towards backward square, and ball races to the boundary. 76 for 2. Bancroft to 30 not out. It's Glamorgan now look all but out of T20. They'd need to win, I think, 5 out of the last 6 probably to go through. But 1-2 could easily have been 1-5 had the catching been rather better. Van der Hoogten bowls, Bancroft leaves through to Cook. Surrey at home, Gloucestershire at home. Loads of catches going down, and I'm told in the Essex away game, I was out of the country for that one, but I'm told that an early chance or two.
There was a few chances went back in there as well. I watched that one as well.
Yeah.
They did well to stay in that match though. It was Crane and Labuschagne that pulled it back for them, I think.
Yes, there's a load of wickets went fairly cheaply, didn't they, in the middle. As Van der Hoogten bowls outside off stump and allowed to go through by Bancroft. But I was following the action for that one from a taverna on a Greek island harbour.
No. Sounds horrible, actually.
Would be nice to go on holiday in the summer, wouldn't it?
Well, this is the benefit of my new freelance status, you see. 76 for 2. As Van der Hoogten in Bancroft shoulders arms through to Cook.
No, that's all right, Sophia. When you've got your year-round contract with Royal Challengers Bengaluru, you can decide to take off part of the English summer and go on holiday then. It's going to happen, probably.
I'm not so sure. I've got a while to go until that, but
I think year-round contracts for the men already very much being discussed, and with the growth of the WPL already, it's surely only a matter of time before the women's leagues added to some of the men's leagues that it should be added to already.
yeah, I agreed.
Van der Hoogten in from the Chapel's end, and no shot offered by Bancroft, who's rather more watchful. Decent rate, 30 off 47 deliveries, but Hammond better than a runner ball at the moment as Gloucestershire develop this lead for 58 at the moment. 18 was Glamorgan's advantage on first dig.
I really should be able to just subtract the 18 from the board, but I keep looking down and sort of, relying on the phone. It's the curse of the younger generation constantly relying on technology.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's turned away on the leg side for a single by Bancroft. 77 for 2. And to show you how old I am, I was in the first year of A-level maths where the use of calculators was permitted in the exam.
A calculator paper.
Yes, before that it was slide rules, and Sophia was looking completely baffled here. When dinosaurs rolled the earth. 77 for 2, 59 ahead. We thought we were flash poking away at our huge, great calculators. Looked like a brick, same as an early mobile phone.
Mind you, I think even when I was younger, I had a calculator that was probably at least 3 times the size of my smartphone. In comes McElroy, bowling now to Bancroft, who's nudging this one down to deep third and only getting a single as Andy Gorvin scuttles across to his left and launches the throw in, 78 for 2. He really does launch it in as well. I mean, he pretty much launches himself as well as the ball. He's got to get whatever momentum he can behind it. Well, I know the feeling.
He's not the biggest, is he? So he has to throw himself everything into it wholeheartedly.
Glad they've got that deep third now, though. Got rid of that deep point for a third.
Yeah, certainly for Bancroft, he does like to score through that area. McElroy runs in, bowls to Hammond, who looks to work it through the onside, but it's picked up by Douthwaite up at mid-on. And if Hammond goes for another one of those aerial flicks that he did from the other end, then possibly not us, but the match referee and the 2 scorers, Adrian Bull and Morgan Barrell at the other end, might be in a bit of danger. The electronic equipment as well. This balcony as McElroy bowls, and Hammond's not interested in playing at that one. Possibly a bit of a chat might have been had between the two after the last over.
Chill your beans, mate.
I mean, like I say, I think it is important to be positive, and actually the one thing that I think the top order collectively could learn from the lower order in this match. McElroy runs in, he bowls. Hammond trying to prod that between mid-off and point and sort of do what I was going to go on to say, really. He's not able to get a run there, but play some attacking shots to start with to try and put the field out, and then take advantage by then hitting the single, because in a lower scoring game both sides it felt were put really on the back foot by the lower order. McElroy in, Hammond drives and finds the gap in the covers created by going for some attacking shots, and takes a single, 79 for 2. Both Crane and particularly De Lange, but also a bit of Singdale and Gorvin as well, just push that field back a bit. And even if you're only picking up sort of 3 singles in an over, somehow it just feels like things might be starting to get away from you in the field. McElroy round the wicket bowls. Bancroft, is looking to drop and run, does so successfully. Crane hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Bancroft is already halfway towards the exiles' tent. So it's 80 for 2, as Bancroft will keep the strike at the end of that over. 33 to him and 37 to Hammond with the lead on 262.
Derbyshire continue to get a hammering at Chesterfield. Yorkshire 416 for 6, Wharton out for 188. Johnny Tattersall is 93 not out, and Derbyshire there, you would imagine, would be hard pushed to avoid probably an innings defeat, let alone any sort of defeat.
Be looking at record books. Well, you know, somebody will definitely be looking at record books regardless of whether there's anything particular to the average viewer that might be worth mentioning.
Van der Hoogten bowls, Bancroft plays gently to mid-off.
We love you really, Griff.
So, David Lloyd's side up against it. At Northampton, Sussex are taking a decent advantage over the home side. 197 for 7 in their second innings. It's a lead of 243.
Well caught, by the way, for your scorecard that was blowing away. You're clearly in mid-season form ahead of Saturday.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's driven by mid-on, by Bancroft to mid-on rather. Gorvin doing the fielding, and there is no run. Well, I should get a game somewhere this weekend because there is talk of a Sunday friendly. Availability for the Saturday isn't too great, so I might be in luck with a glamorous trip to Abercynon. Let's hope it's a bit drier than it was at the end of last season when we played there. 80 for 2 as Van der Hoogten bowls. That's played nicely to mid-on, and they're through for a quick single, and Gorvin, Ruse not being able to pick it up cleanly. I think it would have been all right anyway. But
Bancroft's quick. It's also the other problem with Cheltenham, you know, is being an outground. You can't just rely on exactly where it's going to bounce, and if you just look up ever so slightly, you're probably going to bobble it.
Probably not your typical carpet pitch, is it?
Yeah.
81 for 2, lead 63. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and Hammond, a little tucked up by that, plays it to mid-wicket. They don't know they're born out there. When you've had a serious injury as a result of a rabbit hole on the outfield, then you can complain. Did my Achilles in. Was limping for the best part of 2 years.
As well.
Yeah?
Right.
Merthyr Hoovers.
All right.
I think I don't know, Wales over 60s or 70s, we used to play up there. I remember there was some sort of rabbit hole and I went flying.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and he's beaten the edge of Hammond's bat there. Didn't appear to know a lot about that one, as it went through low to Cook.
Yeah, luckily my young body managed to escape any injury.
Yes, I was working, I think, at Lord's the next day, and it literally took me about half an hour to limp around the ground to get the interviews in the pavilion afterwards. Van der Hoogten in bowls. Short pitch delivery. Hammond ducks underneath, through to Cook, and the over. 81 for 2, Gloucestershire 63 the lead. So just about managed to get home from Lord's and get to hospital for checkups. Duly issued with crutches, and then I think the next with one day in between, I had to drive up to Old Trafford, and only just got there because I could barely press the accelerator down.
Gosh.
And spent the next few days bemusing the players as to why a reporter was limping round on crutches.
But at least at Old Trafford you had the welcome of, is it Dave on the media side? He'd even call the lift for you, even if you're able-bodied. He's great. Visit to Old Trafford. For a while it looked as though if Gloucestershire weren't to go up, that they might be visiting Old Trafford next season, but Lancashire do seem to have remembered that their top order is supposed to score quite a lot of runs.
Yeah, it looks like Worcestershire and Kent are struggling at the moment at the bottom of Division 1.
Marnus Labuschagne returns to the attack, bowling from the end where he bowled in the first innings. Just bowled a 1 over for 7 runs before lunch, and his first offering to his compatriot Cameron Bancroft is not forcing a shot, and almost starting to get a little bit of sunshine. There's this particularly grey stuff seems to have moved through quite quickly. Got a bit of higher cloud following it. Labuschagne to Bancroft, who steers towards McIlroy at point and doesn't pick up a run.
Yeah, a bit of swing there for Labuschagne. Reviewing the ball that's got rid of, was it Zamanakta in the first innings?
Yeah.
Just over 24 hours ago. That certainly did a bit.
Not a huge run, but he's got quite a quick arm, but he's bowled a bit short and a bit wide there. And Bancroft has sliced him towards Crane at deep backward point, and takes 1, 82 for 2.
I'd love to know what Cricket Australia are making of him bowling seam.
I just imagine they worked out by now that you can't tell him that he's
really
not able to do
no.
anything. Yeah. You wouldn't think that they would be best pleased, but then I don't think Labuschagne really cares.
It's an extra skill set in the armoury.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't bowl much in national or particularly in state cricket.
Labuschagne in over the wicket, bowls to Hammond, who's trying to flick into the onside. Doesn't come off much pad, trickles past leg stump and down to Cook behind the stumps. I still haven't looked this up, I meant to, but I do remember Labuschagne coming on and bowling in basically a session where there was absolutely nothing happening. He got about 2 overs before lunch and was banging it in short every ball. Down the leg side from Labuschagne, and yeah, goes somebody, but no, goes the umpire.
A little bit of appropriate joshing from the crowd as well.
It's starting to feel a bit more kind of. I mean, yesterday felt just as though it just needed a sort of a boost of energy. Labuschagne bowls, Hammond goes for a booming, thumping drive back over long off. It bounces twice and crashes into the gin advertisement at long off for 4. 86 for 2. Hammond to 41. But today, I think partly because we've got more people in the hospitality marquee, so you get that buzz all round the ground. There was just kind of, that whole area at the college lawn end of the ground. There just wasn't a great deal of noise coming from it yesterday, but I think you get more of the bustle and the burble coming from those tents today. And also the fact that Gloucestershire's fortunes, crowd might be starting to sense, might be improving, given that Bancroft and Hammond are both pretty well set on 35 and 41 respectively, if you can ever be fully well set on this surface.
Partnership of 69 now for this third wicket, one of the biggest of the match. So 75 for the last wicket from Gloucestershire, and it was Glamorgan's biggest partnership, just over 50, wasn't it? Dowthwaite bounding in, bowls wide of off stump.
Ooh.
Wide, says umpire Ashraf. And Dan Dowthwaite starts with very much the loosener.
It must have been wide because Bancroft actually pulled out of the shot.
Yes, be rather undignified to be dismissed chasing one that wide. Dowthwaite in, bowls, and up on his toes goes Bancroft, plays it gently down towards point, and they amble through for the single. Naim Ashraf, the umpire, 51 years old.
And his wife is also an umpire.
Really?
Is that
Jasmine
Jazz?
Naeem, yeah.
Yeah. Had her quite a few times this year already.
As Dowthwaite is in to bowl, flicked uppishly towards the umpire by Hammond, who might have caught it, Mr. Baldwin, had he been so inclined, but of course he didn't. And the fielding was done by Eddie Byram down on the boundary in front of the luminescent yellow marquee.
This is very much being set off now.
There's a no ball called there as well.
So there was.
Well noticed. So not a great start from Dan Dowthwaite.
5 off a ball.
As his next one is through outside off stump. Bancroft having nothing to do with it. So he played 2 limited overs internationals, did Mr. Ashraf, back in 1995. There's a left-hand bat and left arm pace bowler.
Bless you.
With a first-class best of 7 for 41. Pretty decent, and a top score of 149. Played for National Bank and various Lahore sides. Downsweight bowls, down leg side. Token inquiry from Chris Cook, which he turns into a clearing the throat.
National Bank. And all sorts of magnificent sides.
They're great, those subcontinental sides, aren't they? Railways and banks and
sponsored by the
gas companies.
Yes, the Sui Southern and Northern Gas Pipeline Limited. Pakistan.
As Bancroft plays that one down gently on the offside, Carlson is into field and there's no run. It's if you're really bored at some point in the winter, just pick a random experienced Pakistan player and look through the sides they've played for.
Yeah, I mean, they do tend to move about quite a bit as well. Earlier on in the season, we had Shah Faisal with us, Pakistani cricket broadcaster, terrific broadcaster as well.
Downsweight bowls. Bancroft plays no shot.
And I was finally able to ask him, is there this huge rivalry between the Sui Southern Gas Pipeline Limited and the Sui Northern Gas Pipeline? I mean, you can imagine what it could be like,
Oof.
They both hate each other. But no, apparently not, although he did say something like, Sui Southern Gas versus Pakistan Airlines or something got really heated over the years for some reason. I mean, just because of the players involved, but...
Downsweight in. Bancroft up on his toes once. Quick single and gets one. That was well judged as he saw that Sam Northeast was back at mid-on. Knocked the ball towards mid-wicket. Dashed through for the quick single. And Gloucestershire continue to flourish really in the second innings, having lost 2 wickets for 17 to Van der Hoogten. And despite the inconsistency of the bounce still, they've seen off the worst of the new ball, you would have thought, and they've developed their lead up to 74 with just the 2 wicket standstill.
I'm trying to think, Sophia, have your cricketing travels taken you to Pakistan yet?
No. Well, Sri Lanka's the only part of Asia I've been so far.
Is that for the Tri-Series?
Yeah, that was Tri-Series, but no, I haven't been to Pakistan or India yet.
Labuschagne starting his second over of his spell, running in bowling to Bancroft. He's beaten him. The ball doesn't carry through to Cook behind the stump, so no matter even if he had nicked it, but Bancroft off for a walk to square leg. Whereabouts did you play those games in Sri Lanka?
We were in why can't I think of it? Hambantota.
Oh yeah,
at the start.
Labuschagne in and bowls, and Bancroft is able to open the face, guide this one behind point down towards the sweeper, and takes a single.
Yeah, there wasn't much really in Hambantota. Luckily we were in a very nice hotel. And then we were in Gaul at the end, which was much nicer.
Yeah, that's what Dave Townsend was on the broadcast of this last week. He's big fan of Gaul. It was one of his favourite
really
grounds.
Yeah, lovely, and the old town is so pretty.
Yeah, let's talk about the restaurants nearby, and of course you've got the fort that you can watch the game from. Over the wicket goes Labuschagne, and Hammond drives out through the covers. There's work to do for the sweeper around the cover boundary. He'll have to go into the dive, and does well. If that's Byram still out there in the distance, but 2 runs are added, meaning Gloucestershire are up to 95 for 2. Hammond onto 44 from as many deliveries, so the lead 77.
I think from that walk it's Billy Root. Can tell by the way he walks.
Right. Labuschagne bowls. Oh, he's bowled a bouncer with a huge grunt theatrically of effort, and Hammond is just bobbed underneath it.
You must practice this.
Yeah.
He must in training, he must do a few overs of leg spin and a few of seams. Be bowling bounces in a game.
Labuschagne in, Hammond leaves down the pitch, and Cook he slings the ball towards cover, but for a moment he thought he might be winding up to have a little Skittles attempt at Hammond stumps.
Well, at least his bowling bouncers now off a medium pace run up. He has bowled bouncers off a leg spinner's run up. I hope he signalled Chris Cook.
Labuschagne to complete the over, bowls another bouncer to Hammond, who crashes the pull shot away past mid-wicket for 4 runs. To be honest, whilst it had all the effort, it didn't have any venom to it, and Hammond had so much time to roll his wrists on it, hit it down into the ground and pick his gap in front of square on the onside. And he is on to 48. 99 for 2 at the end of that over. The lead is 81.
That one didn't quite get up there, did it?
I did enjoy the "Hiya!" as he let it go. It reminded me a bit of, have you seen Mansoor Barami, the tennis magician
No.
Oh gosh, you
No, I love
lived.
tennis, but I've not heard of Mansoor.
If you like tennis, you'll love it. Just have a YouTube of it.
Will.
Mansoor Barami, trick shots and impressions and that sort of thing, and he does these sorts of over-the-top melodramatic yas as he hits the ball.
Van Dorkten bowls. Bancroft chops it down towards third man. Oh, it's missed. And it's run away for 4. Billy Root down there. And that brings up the 100 for the home side in the 23rd over. And Root might get 1 or 2 comments from the more lubricated drinker in that area, because he would probably have hoped to have done better, let's say.
Well, he's right in front of the Exiles tent as well. Surely they won't give him any stick. Old Petesians, I'm told, are in the marquee.
Old
next
whatty
to
whats?
Old Petesians.
Yes. Douthwaite bowls and Bancroft leaves through to Cook. Where were they denizens of? What's the original of that name?
Good question. I was
sorry.
I should know it because they're here every year. They have that marquee every year. It's local. That I can tell you. Old Pat's, sports club in Cheltenham.
Douthwaite bowls, turned away on the leg side. There's a big appeal from Douthwaite, who obviously thought it was pad first. Was there any bat involved? Oh, I thought there might have been bat in there, but umpire Ashraf said it was a leg by. They went through fairly comfortably.
52 Everest Road.
Right. I'm just wondering what the original establishment is that they have to be old boys or girls of.
Good question again.
Sorry. Douthwaite bowls, strikes Hammond on the pad. Impassioned appeal from Douthwaite, who really looked as though he believed in that one. Hammond didn't get very far forward. Hammond indicating which side it might have missed the wickets. You don't get to decide that, Miles. 104 for 2.
Pates Grammar School. There we go.
Pates, okay.
Yes, as you can tell, I'm not a Cheltonian. But anyway.
There we are. Apologies to graduates of Pates Grammar School for not knowing about your fine educational work. 104 for 2 as Carlson wanders round to where exactly? Somewhere near the umpire? No, Shoreditch mid-wicket. Southwaite gets his run wrong. Glamorgan was still +2 at the lunch interval, so good over rate from both sides in this match as Douthwaite in. Bowls, square cut ferociously by Hammond, but straight to Gorvin at point. That would have race to the boundary, a metre or two either side of him.
I reckon that LBW must have been a bit high. I think both of them were a bit high actually. Hammond pointed towards his thigh pad after it.
In comes the next delivery from Douthwaite, who's induced half a false shot there from Hammond. Just hurried him a little bit, and the shot was not entirely under control. It was on the first bounce back to the bowler as Hammond summers a drink.
It's the second leading edge of Miles Hammond's just fallen short of. First one was, I think it was extra cover.
Ball
No.
just stopping a bit, possibly.
Yeah, I think so. Or might just be getting up a little bit and he's just closed the face on it a little bit. Yeah, I think the first one he closed the face on.
Labuschagne past umpire Baldwin, now bowls down the leg side. Bancroft tries to get a glance on it, but is not successful. Cook takes with those bright yellow and green gloves behind the stumps. Well, I think almost green and gold actually, making Labuschagne and Bancroft feel at home. Next delivery, Bancroft does get bat on that, turns it past the dive of mid-on in the end, and there's a lot of work to do for the fielder round from deep square, who should just get there in front of the old Pats. And it's going to be 3. Lesser spotted 3 at Cheltenham. 107 for 2, he says, as again nervously looks over at the scoreboard thinking, has it changed? And I think it has.
I think that's good. Yeah, Billy Root with the long chase.
Labuschagne into Hammond, who cuts and doesn't get the placement that he was after as he hits the hands of Northeast at extra cover. He's trying to get it in front of square so that the cover sweeper didn't have a chance. Covering a lot of ground out there. Labuschagne to Hammond, who lets it go outside the off stump. Doesn't go for a wander down outside his crease. I was at the first day at the Headingley Test in the Ashes last year. So the test after the Johnny Bairstow incident. Labuschagne bowls. Hammond whacks this one over the top of mid-off. He's not really timed it, but he'll still get 4 as it clears mid-off pretty comfortably, and that brings up a half century for Miles Hammond. 9 4s and a 6 coming in just 53 deliveries, opening his shoulders and having a go at Labuschagne. And it's paid off. He has ridden his luck at times. That one particular over from McIlroy where he played and missed I think 3 times, but he's still there and he's brought Gloucestershire's score to 111 for 2. Labuschagne into Hammond, who turns him away to mid-wicket. There's no run to end the over. Labuschagne cutting a frustrated figure there.
Need a breakthrough here, Glamorgan, though. This partnership's going really well.
Yeah, run through the 5 seam options. Time to turn to Crane yet?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, if he does come off at Labuschagne's end, then Miles Hammond will be hitting to the short boundary when he's bowling his leg break, so he might have to bowl quite a few googlies to him.
He's got a pretty useful googly, has Mason Crane.
Yeah.
Turns it long way both ways.
But yeah, I think I'd take Labuschagne off now.
Or maybe just replace Labuschagne the seamer with Labuschagne the spinner.
Yeah, maybe try some leg spin.
Douthwaite bounding in. There's a yell for LBW, but from the shot that was played, Bancroft obviously thought it was going down leg side. Chris Cook managed to take it well. Douthwaite's getting quite excitable in her first couple of overs of slightly variable quality. It's a wide and a no ball in his first over. Bancroft did get across his stumps a bit. Next ball pulled out towards square leg. Crane leaps and can't get to it. It's gone for 6. Mason Crane thought he might be in business, but that is Bancroft's half century with his first maximum, 5 4s and a 6, and that has come off 70 balls.
That was close. Didn't get much of that.
No.
He got hardly any of that. I mean, it's a short boundary, if I've mentioned. He's not got any of that.
If that had been someone of the height of Bo Webster underneath it, he might just about have palmed it up.
It's gone for all money off the bat.
Douthwaite in again, bowls and
Bowled.
thick inside edge this time, down to fine leg, and another single is added to the Gloucestershire total. 118 for 2, so the lead is exactly 100.
He's finding his rhythm though a bit here, Douthwaite. He's struck them on the pad a few times now, and that wasn't convincing, that 6.
No, it came off, well, maybe towards the bottom of the bat, and he didn't even
toe.
Yeah, and he didn't even have really a full swing at it either. It was sort of a half-hearted hook when he kind of realised he hadn't quite got there, and very lucky.
Douthwaite to Hammond, looks to swing it away on the leg side. Hit on the pad, no run as Carlson dashes round to field.
Whine of turbine engines as a plane makes its way into Staverton, one of the larger ones that you'll see land there. I think it was here a couple of years back we had an osprey come over, not of the feathered variety.
Douthwaite is into bowl, short pitch ball, as Hammond just gets out of the way. Not a Welsh rugby player either.
No. One of those sort of almost half helicopter type planes still, with the prop sort of almost on top of. I mean, it's probably easier if you find a picture of it, but 3 props sort of up on top of the wing, a couple there, and one sort of larger one more towards the middle and the back. Bizarre items.
Douthwaite bowls, another thick inside edge. This time Hammond gets a single down towards backward square. Didn't know much about it. 119 for 2. So what was this craft doing?
I think it was attempting to fly, but judging by the look of it, it was a wonder how it was actually doing so. No, I think it was just coming into land at the airfield nearby. I think it was here. I'm not conflating two things together. Of course, we are quite near GCHQ as well, so we possibly shouldn't mention such things on air.
Sorry, I'll have to shoot you now.
Fear of a knock at the door.
That plane looked quite a nice little plane, actually.
Yes.
A bit like someone's little private jet.
Yeah. It's one of the wealthy Cotswold residents returning from a holiday somewhere. Change of bowling indeed. It's not going to be Crane for now, though. It's Andy Gorvin returning from the college lawn end. Hammond driving the first ball to northeast at short extra cover, so there's no run. That's where you need Martin Emerson, really. Be right on it and be able to. Well, actually, to be honest, I could tell you, but I'm not sure I can be bothered. Tell you where that light aircraft's come from. Gorvin in, and Hammond drives just under the dive of northeast to his right at short extra, so he'll take a single to deep cover. 120 for 2. Ashley Green has been in touch. How many times have you seen a bowler with shirt number 88 bowled to a batsman with shirt number 88?
Well spotted.
But actually increasingly so this year. have a feeling there's been quite a lot of games if I were to look back through my notepad. Gorvin in, forward goes Bancroft, hoping for a run, but he certainly isn't going to take on Kieran Carlson in the ring at extra cover, so he has to stay put. I reckon there's been quite a lot of games this year where I've seen an 88 on the opposing side, but there would have had to have been a bowler. I guess Harry Brook wears 88 for Yorkshire.
Yeah.
So I don't think Harry Brook did any bowling in that game. Gorvin bowls, Bancroft has come forward, and there's a half appeal for caught behind from Gorvin and then from Crane at backward point, but crucially Chris Cook, the keeper, didn't go up.
It's a beauty.
Yeah, it does look, I mean, again, we're square on, but it does look as though that must have left Bancroft as he was poking at it. The other thing is that's possibly in Bancroft's mind now is there's no fielder down at deep third again, so if he can get it between second slip and backward point, there's a boundary to be had. Gorvin in, bowls, drags the length back a bit and catches Bancroft more towards the splice of the bat as he plays the block into the offside.
Of course, Yorkshire have something of predilection for double numbers. Against the squad that faced Glamorgan, it included 33 Bean, 66 Root, 88 Brooks, 77 Revis, 44 Thompson and 11 Moriarty.
I think I might have mentioned that last week now. He comes to, yes, of course. Gorvin to Bancroft, who covers up, plays a textbook defensive shot off the back foot up to mid-off. Ends the over, so the lead now at 102 for Gloucestershire, 2 wickets down, and they were 2 wickets down before they'd erased that slim deficit. Bancroft and Hammond both passing 50, certainly had their slices of fortune, but I think you're probably going to need those in this sort of a game. Continue to trawl through looking for 88s because I'm certain there's been plenty more this year. Tom Scriven,
all right,
for Leicestershire. There we go. So he would have bowled to Miles Hammond at one stage. I mean, I know I'm taking, sorry Ashley, I'm taking your question at face value. It was supposed to be just a minor point of intrigue, and I've turned it into something that's, you know, quest for information. But anyway.
Quest for 88s. Here's Dowthwaite bowling and Hammond defending back to the bowler. And there's no run. Dowthwaite just seems to be asking a few questions after his shaky start.
Yeah, as I said, he struggled at the start a little bit. I mean, there was the wide and the no ball, but yeah, as I said, he's struck a few times now. Both batters on the pad. He's had the Bancroft chance on the boundary.
There's this next one is firmly driven by Hammond down the ground towards the chapel end, and that one will run away for 4 up to the side screen. Nice firm push, 124 for 2, the lead is 106.
I think he just slightly overpitched there. I think he's been quite effective when he's just bowled a little bit back of a length.
Does run away so quickly to a lot of parts of this ground. I mean, it runs quickly down the hill,
doesn't
but
bowl well as a bowler, does it?
no.
I mean, now I am up the order a bit. Maybe it will be good for me.
Yes, payback time when it comes time to bat. Yeah, but I mean, you know, once it gets over that square there, just
it's a batter's game, isn't it?
It is, yeah, particularly on a ground like this.
Even more so in the shorter format now.
On the way in is Dan Dowthwaite to Hammond, and down leg side Cook takes just the lone inquiry from someone or other. Matters aerial. I can report that in 2013 there was some sort of parachuting display before the Gloucestershire Glamorgan game here.
Well, they had a few years back, they had the hot air balloon for the 150th
all right.
Cheltenham Festival. They had the hot air balloon in the car park.
Dowthwaite bowls. Hammond drives stylishly through the offside. That one will run away for 4. And Hammond timing the ball beautifully most of the time. Races up to 62. 128 for 2. Lead 110.
Dowthwaite's figure's not looking great in red ball cricket, is it? 3.4 for 26.
Didn't exactly help himself by effectively going for 5 runs off his first ball.
No.
The wide and the no ball.
Doesn't tend to be the most economical, Dan Dowthwaite. Does like mixing it up a bit, trying his luck. Effective T20 wicket taker. As he's in to bowl to Hammond. He'll get more runs here down towards backward point. Sliding stop on the boundary by Jamie McIlroy, and he's cut them down to a single, in fact. Getting to that one very nicely. Getting down from his height, McIlroy, around about the 6'3" mark. For the bearded, balding mid-Walian.
I mean, that was slightly uppish, so he's creating a few chances. Just
129 for 2. Dowthwaite to Bancroft. Another short-pitched delivery fizzes by. No ball.
It did look very high, that one. I thought he'd got away with it.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get away with it as well. But I think what Bancroft did is what a lot of batters do, is you sort of duck, and then as you get up you think, oh yeah, I've got up actually before that ball's gone over my head, you see. So so it must have been over my head.
Dowthwaite to Bancroft, clips it off his legs neatly towards square leg. Crane is behind it, just in front of us as we peer out from the balcony. And a single is taken, and Dowthwaite marching off towards his fielding place, or is he marching off for a quick change of boots at the end of his spell? He's coming down towards us.
He's coming off. Callaway on, I think.
Ben Callaway, nice to see him on a first team pitch, even if it is only as a sub. Dowthwaite, presumably just a quick boots change and back on. Be nice to see Ben Callaway in the match 11 for Championship. Hasn't had a chance so far this season.
Here's Gorvin bowling, and Bancroft does a flinch at that and leaves, and then does a sort of exaggerated crouch down low as if to say, oh, he's shot along the floor at me. But Callaway's somebody who, I think after last year's One Day Cup, I'd sort of had my eye on, thinking, interested to see where his progress goes. I think he got some runs against Gloucestershire, but Gorvin in, and Bancroft has worked that one around towards mid-on. I thought he was going to get a bit more of a sort of leading edge on that to start with, but actually he does roll the wrists on it and take a single to wide mid-on.
Yeah, Callaway did get runs and wickets on several occasions during last season's One Day Cup, but didn't do too well on Championship debut, and then got a bang on the head early in his second Championship game, and didn't reappear last season.
Gorvin bustles in round the wicket to Hammond, who's timed that one beautifully through mid-wicket. He's probably only going to get a single for it, despite the fact that he found a gap quite well between a straight mid-wicket and a deep square. But once again, it's basically 1 or 4 more towards this side. 134 for 2. The lead is 116.
Off the top of my head, I think he was replaced by Dowthwaite on that match. September last year.
Sorry.
Bless you. It's catching on. This furious sneeze
I've
down
got
below.
Bad hay fever.
Oh no. Gorvin to Bancroft, who works around that front pad to short mid-wicket.
It's not a combination.
No. I've been very lucky over the years not to have suffered with that, but
I feel like most of the family suffer with it.
Probably is hereditary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Grass being your usual companion. Not great. Gorvin to Bancroft, who looks to push drive down the ground and succeeds, but mid-off is quite straight, so there's no run. You can see engineers still desperately working on our line. Fortunately, we're still today able to bring the coverage to you. Well, I say fortunately, I mean, depends on your point of view, but we think it's fortunate. Gorvin, last ball of the over.
Someone got something on there.
Yeah, stepped down the pitch, tried to work it round the corner, and Cook takes behind the stump. So it was a little bit of a noise, but still a fair way down the leg side. In the end, as the over is completed, 134 for 2. 50 overs left in the day's play, so we're not even halfway yet.
Oh, good heavens.
All the entertainment we could have spread before us.
Indeed. Do you want to go and make inquiries, Ed, if I go through this over to see if anything is happening on reviewing our technical arrangements? As Jamie McIlroy will return for the first time that he's bowled from the Chapel's end. Left arm seamer. And he'll be starting to the left-handed Miles Hammond, who's on a very rapid 64 off 65 deliveries as Gloucestershire extended their lead to 116 for 2. As at some point during this match we hope to be able to return to our normal lines, but thank you to everyone at BBC Radio's Gloucester and Bristol who managed to find a little workaround for us today that was beyond our technical acumen earlier. 134 for 2. McIlroy in to bowl. Hammond plays no shot through an outside off stump. This partnership now worth 117, biggest of the match.
Yeah, you
so
hope
far.
they don't run away with it here. These important partnership to break.
Looks like a significant one, given that the previous highest was 75. McIlroy in, bowls, turned away on the leg side. Bancroft, Hammond will pick up the single down towards deep square. Everyone crosses round for the right-handed Bancroft. 135 for 2. Sounds as if someone's being introduced to cricket at a young age in the members area in front of us. Never too young to start.
No.
Played on the offside by Bancroft. No run. What age did you first pick up a bat or ball?
My first memory of cricket was when I was aged, I think 5 or 6. I was quite early. Newport Bowl Out was an annual competition. Got points for hitting the stumps.
Right.
Gold medal, still keep it to this day.
Oh, bless. As that's a push and run on the offside, that could be trouble. No, is safely home is Bancroft, but that was quite a high-risk run for this stage of the match. Carlson turned and had a shy at the non-striker's end. Hammond was obviously on the same wavelength because he was very quick off the mark to respond. 136 for 2. McIlroy in bowls and Hammond plays it on the leg side. Carlson comes in quickly and says, "Don't you dare
Like
try
a
one."
Duracell bunny in there, isn't he?
He's so enthusiastic, isn't he, Kieran Carlson?
He's like a little whip hit as well. Picking up the ball quickly. I've just seen someone queue up for the ice cream van. It's too cold. Surely for a Flake 99 today. Need a bit of sun.
It's less unpleasant than it was yesterday, I can assure you of that. McIlroy bowls, and a swing and a miss from Hammond, as he's already put one into the temporary stand at mid-wicket. He was looking to do similar with that, and ball just trickling down towards the slips. 1-3-6 for 2. Hammond continues to proceed as a man to run a ball. Bancroft in rather more sober fashion, but this game really is swinging towards the Shire at the moment.
Yeah. Hammond just looked a bit early on that shot there. I don't know if it was a forced shot for a pull shot, but yeah, it just was really early on it. Probably got away with it. I think it's pad in the end.
So maybe the two-pace nature of the pitch continues.
Yeah.
As Gorvin comes pelting in, bowls, and that's cut and that's beaten. Dive of Crane at point, and it will thud, in fact, over the boundary fence in front of us. 4 runs, nicely timed shot from the experienced Australian international batter, who moves on to 59, the total to 140 for 2. Well, wickets crashing this morning, 5 in the first session, but nothing after lunch, as Bancroft defends again out on the offside, and there's no run. Maybe the heavy roller has killed a bit of life in the pitch.
Yeah, interesting that Crane's having a chat with Northeast here. Probably saying, when am I going to bowl? He looks like the type to be wanting to be in the action.
Gorvin in bowls and pushed on the offside by Bancroft. And there is no run. Any news on the technical front, Mr. Seaborn?
I have news.
Da da da.
It's working.
Good heavens.
It's working. Our line is back up, so we don't have to use this bizarre setup that we've got at the moment.
Gorvin in bowls, and Bancroft is forward defending to McIlroy at cover, and there's no run.
And the most relieved man of all is Paul Furley, a Radio Gloucestershire sports editor, because it means that he can take his equipment and go home.
Fair enough.
And we can just go back to doing things as normal.
So we're planning to switch over at the tea interval, because we'll have to inform all sorts of other people at Bristol and Salford and so on.
I think that's the plan anyway.
Gorvin bowls and strikes Bancroft on the pad, and there's no run as it trickles back to the bowler. It's one of the delights of listening to county cricket commentaries that you get the production meetings on air as well.
Yes.
There's other likes of Test Match Special probably take place in another room and don't concern the actual broadcasters. Here, every detail is laid bare to the listening and viewing public. Gorvin in bowls, turned on the leg side for a single. Bancroft down to square leg. Gorvin 5 overs, 0 for 15, has beaten the bat once or twice. Callaway jogs on for another little bit of fielding for the tall Gwent youngster. 141 for 2. Lead is 1-2-3, and Billy Root is jogging off rather slightly stiffly, actually, whether he's just taken a minor knock in one of those escapades around the boundary, during which he's had to do a fair bit of diving about. So 1-4, 1 for 2, lead 1-2-3. McIlroy to continue. Still looking for his first wicket in the match, even though he's bowled pretty tidily. Hasn't managed to get in the wickets column. Maybe I'd better have a word with Cardiff as well, if you could knock me off for a moment.
Now, 2 catches in close on the leg side. Glamorgan's latest theory to try and remove Cameron Bancroft.
Yeah, and Labashane at like a...
Oh yes, behind square as well.
Yeah.
McElroy to Bancroft, who is
like
forward and pushing to mid-off.
short square leg
Yes.
gully.
We've got basically a short forward square, a short backward square, and a short mid-wicket, and nobody in the slip cordon.
Carlson was really in the firing line there. I think is he moving out now? Yeah, he is. He lasted one ball there. But he was in the firing line there if you pull it.
Yes, don't bowl it short. It's a bit like fielding a short leg off a spinner.
Dowthwaite's there. It's not somewhere you'd probably want to be fielding in northeast with no padding on.
No. I mean, it would be Labashane would be one of the ones in.
Yeah.
Close, just would be. McElroy to Bancroft, who works this one to northeast, who's fielding it short mid-wicket. So, again, just showing that now with this older ball, Glamorgan have lost a little bit of faith in these nicks carrying through to slips. Also, we have seen a fair amount of leading edging ball popping up in the air. It's got such a different feel about it with this Bancroft-Hammond partnership than the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So suddenly, not quite as though he suddenly switched pitches, but McElroy bowls to Bancroft, who steers the ball towards mid-on. There was a slightly disconcerting appeal being rung up from somewhere in the distance as the ball was running in. It was almost like you were watching on the stream and the wicket had already fallen and people were watching it on the TV or something.
He did well not to get put off there. I don't know if they're playing cricket or something.
Yes,
On the other side.
might be that area on the far side where you often see games being played.
Ooh.
McElroy bowls and Bancroft's
Well fielded.
the unconvincing squeeze behind square on the offside is stopped at backward point.
That's Callaway there. Good first stop.
Yep. Just want to be busy on the field as a substitute. Might as well come out and do something, I guess. I'm not sure that professional cricketers, unlike me, as McElroy bowls, this has worked away to short mid-wicket, no run. Unlike me, I'm quite happy just to sit around and do nothing for an afternoon, but I don't think that you're quite of the same breed as
No, I don't
me.
think so. I'm lucky enough never to have run drinks. I couldn't think of anything worse than not being in the action. So I'm lucky in that sense.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than sitting all day and not getting the opportunity.
Last ball of this over. McElroy runs in and bowls off the back foot. Bancroft runs this towards cover. There's a good tumbling effort there from Byram, but it's not able to stop Bancroft from coming through for a single. So he will have the strike for the next over. He's on 61, Gloucestershire 142 now for 2. The lead moves up to 124. The wind's getting up. I think, fortunately, it's at least changed directions enough that it is a bit warmer than it would have been yesterday with this level of breeze, but it's still
not that warm,
no,
is it?
it's still not.
I'm thinking to myself, I probably should have brought a coat.
I nearly.
I thought it was summer.
Yeah, when I got here this morning, I thought I should have added that to my text message yesterday. Just
No.
bring a coat. It's colder than it looks.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that when I left the house.
Andy Gorvin to Bancroft, who finds a gap between backward point and cover, but Mason Crane's knocked it down and then run
Weren't
past the
on
ball.
same wavelength there.
He thought that Carlson was going to be backing him up, but he wasn't. In the end, it doesn't matter whatsoever because they've not come back for a second run. 143 for 2.
Yeah, I tried to maximise my sleep this morning, so
Yes. Well, that okay.
didn't
So
really
there,
have that much time to think. Oh, it looks quite cold. Yeah.
there we are of the same mind. I would much rather do anything that gives me an extra even 10, 15 minutes in the morning.
Didn't get a lie in yesterday. going to the ground.
Keeper up to the stumps. Gorvin bowls to Hammond, who cuts away powerfully behind square on the offside and really well fielded round the boundary.
By Kellaway, I think. It was an awkward bounce out there. But yeah, I had an early start yesterday. 6:55.
I was going to say, so you had to go down to Hove on the day.
The issue was we stayed over. Well, we not moaning, but we stayed near Gatwick, which is still 40 minutes away from Brighton.
You're not the only team I've heard who've done that.
We have done it once before, and we've also stayed in Brighton. But it's 40 minutes, and by the time that you get there early, so you make sure you're prepared and whatnot, you've got to be up at all hours. So.
No, that's not good. I wouldn't be having that. Gorvin into Bancroft, who gets down low and signals that he felt the ball didn't get up a great deal, but still keeps it out.
I don't think I really got home that early either, maybe 9 o'clock. So
Yeah.
thought, I'll try and have as much of a lie-in as possible.
Well, I don't really know how you do it, to be honest. You play one day and then broadcast the next. I mean, it's even worse. I mean, sometimes during the 100, you'll get people who broadcast the first half of the doubleheader and then go and play in the second half, or vice versa. Gorvin bowls. Bancroft reaching for that drive somewhat, sends it square out to Crane at backward points, and you can tell he sort of, this over, he's looked like he wants more runs than he's getting. Bancroft is just looking as if he's thinking that offside is quite tempting with all these fielders up, but still gonna have to pick the right delivery to try and pierce them. Gorvin bowls, and that's what he was looking for. There is no fielder at deep third, and he did have to reach a bit for it, but once he'd got some bat on it, there was only one outcome, and Bancroft picks up a boundary. He's on to 66 as well. It's 148 for 2.
I do struggle with no third man here. It's just annoying to watch. It's been too many times where it's just gone through that gap.
You've been having lessons from my more experienced colleague Edward Bevan.
Yes. Gorvin in to Bancroft, who this time plays it with the full face of the bat up to mid-on, and that ends the over with the lead sitting at 130.
At Storm, we have had a few conversations with seamers of like, if you're trying to bring edges into play, make sure you have a deep third. Amount of runs go through there is, especially, I mean, I think Bancroft plays well through third, or you have, the people that don't mean to hit it.
Yes. Oh no, the number of times you've got, like, the number 10 needs 4 to win off the last ball, and you have mid-off and mid-on up. Back, and
no
third and fine up, and they just an inside edge goes for 4, something like that.
There's good players. Like my grandpa would always say, the very best players play well through third man, and he's right. But you also then get your bowlers.
Perhaps less thinking of the miscued slog than the soft-handed run through deep third.
As McIlroy will bowl from the Chapel end to Hammond, and he's back on his stumps defending back down the pitch. Well, you can tell that to Steve James, who's I think done a bit of coaching with Western Storm.
Yeah, with the academy. I was lucky enough he was a coach at my school, so he didn't actually do my one-to-ones. He did a few of the boys. Some of them play for Glamorgan now. But yeah.
As McIlroy is in and bowls, and no shot played by Hammond for once through to Chris Cook and Steve. He's obviously a very fine batter.
Yes.
2 tests for England and a Glamorgan legend, but in self-deprecating manner he always says how many of his runs he ran down to third man. Deliberately, that is.
Yes.
148 for 2. McIlroy bowls. Almost played on there. Miles Hammond chopped it down. Didn't know much about it. Ball trickled down into the slips.
No, I always say to myself, if Steve is watching my nets, if he comes into the net and he doesn't say anything, it's good. If he starts walking towards you and you know he's going to say something like, "Oh no, my technique's not quite right here."
148 for 2 as McIlroy bowls, and Hammond drives, but only as far as northeast to his at mid-off, and there's no run.
They've added exactly 100 now since lunch, these two.
Yeah, the morning session was just about Glamorgan's, although there were the makings of the counter-attack even at that stage from Hammond, who'd started briskly, and they've continued briskly. 66 apiece, as that's beautifully driven by Hammond through the covers for 4 runs. Deserved more than 4 for artistic merit. 150.
Really on the charge here, Gloucestershire, aren't they?
That was just so sweetly timed.
Just looks easy at the minute. Morgan just not sure where they're getting their wickets from here, are they?
McIlroy on his way in again, bowls, and well, that's not where he was looking to play it, but he'll get a single. Will Hammond down towards backward square, aiming much straighter than that. 153 for 2. It's not as though the batters are absolutely completely on top, is it? There's still the odd false shot here and there.
Yeah, I think you've got to hope that it's the false shots that hopefully bring the wicket. I think I think it's more the false shots than anything, isn't it?
The field set that they've gone with of late would suggest that as well. I mean, particularly when they had those 3 catches close on the leg side, 2 in front, square 1 behind. Yeah, exactly. Or just the ball that's chipped up as you threw the shot early or something like that. But you know, they probably is going to sound disrespectful, but they could do with another Van der Hoogten, really.
Yep, know where you're coming from.
Round the wicket goes Gorvin, keeper up still, and Hammond flicks him through mid-wicket. There should be a couple of runs on offer here, with Carlson, as quick as he is, having a fair amount of ground to make up. And 155 for 2.
That's probably where Hogan was quite useful, wasn't it?
Just the decade long.
Just the pair of them together would be quite nice right now, wouldn't it?
And do they turn to Mason Crane?
I know.
Gorvin to Hammond, who takes a hand off the bat and has to curb his ambitions of probably finding a single through the onside.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, Glamorgan had Hogan, Michael Neser for a chunk of the season, and Van der Hoogten, and that really was a formidable trio of pace bowlers.
Yeah. I would like to see Crane come into the attack. I love watching spinners in red ball cricket.
Gorvin in. Hammond strokes this one off the back foot out to deep point. It's a handsome shot, but it will only bring him a single. 56 for 2.
There's some smoke in the horizon over there.
That
Great.
doesn't look good. No. I was thinking to start with, somebody's fired up a barbecue on the far side, but yeah.
Looks like more than a
That's a bit further
bonfire
away.
or
Right towards the centre of town as well.
End of season tradition. Burn the geography teacher.
yeah. Burn your books.
Burn your books.
Mum always said wait until the results.
Hopefully not the geography teacher.
Gorvin to Bancroft, who steers this one through forward square leg out towards the boundary for one more run.
It's the time of year when everyone's getting their shirts signed, probably by all their classmates.
Oh, nobody does that anymore. They have
Don't
these well, they have these hoodies, don't they? Everyone's got
they
these
do
hoodies
have
with
the
the printed,
hoodies.
you know.
The hoodies and the yearbook I had last year was my leavers, just to make you feel
Oh
old.
no, come on.
I think they do still do the shirt signed.
Hammond facing and driving towards wide mid-on, and good work. It's good commitment from McElroy, because that was as much body on the line as hand, but he was going to provide a barrier for the ball either way and limits what could have been a boundary to a single.
Smoke's getting big at that.
Yeah, blowing in this direction a little bit as well, rather concerningly.
At least the sun's come out a bit more now, though.
Yeah, as I say, I mean,
Feel brighter.
for many reasons, this has felt more like a day at the
It's a
festival.
great
That is a
take.
magnificent take from Cook down the leg side. It's just incredible how he does that. He'd know exactly where the ball was going to end up, and the amount of ground that he covers
Yeah,
to throw himself
he
to his left.
must be feeling a bit stiff today, and he's still able to pull those off.
Yeah, he's the oldest man in this Glamorgan side, Chris Cook, at 38.
38.
Yeah, he's still, he probably looks about 28 these days, one of these people who look annoyingly youthful, even as they age.
So, do I look 28 maybe? That'd be nice.
I'd settle for looking 58. 158 for 2. Lead is 140. And it will be McElroy to Hammond, left armour to left hander. The game's starting to get away from Glamorgan as McElroy bowls and Hammond plays on the leg side. Not quite sure what the oohs and ahs were for from the infield, as it was defended to short mid-wicket Carlson, the fielder. Bit of blue sky above. Might even shed my fourth layer of clothing.
Oh, very
It
dangerous.
Came prepared.
Well, I had to stick on everything I had with me virtually. Otherwise it would have been buying a Chris Dent t-shirt to pad things out, I think. McElroy bowled down leg side. Half an inquiry. Carlson believed in it at mid-wicket. Cook's appeal didn't last that long, as
I think that was pad or fly pad, wasn't it?
McElroy wasn't hugely interested in adding to the number of
Did not sound woody.
caught behind down leg side.
A little bit careful when the umpire starts walking towards you after an appeal like that.
McElroy bowls, Hammond drives stylishly back past where it came from, through long on.
To rub salt in the wound.
Skips up over the advertising hoarding. 4 more. And Hammond is timing the ball absolutely beautifully. The run rate is considerable for Gloucestershire. We're in the 35th over, and they've got 162 on the boards, which is just 4.6 or thereabouts.
Yep, thereabouts.
It's probably on the screen. Oh yes, it's on the screen, 4.7. A bit of sunshine over Cheltenham, but sun on the home side's prospects at the moment, as Hammond takes another single down to deep backward square, and possibly something of a metaphorical dark cloud over the Glamorgan dressing room at the moment. So really struggling to halt the flow of runs, no matter how often the spin bowler alongside us shouts, "Come bring on the spin bowler."
They've got that field again for Bancroft.
Yeah, looking for the
Green.
catch on the drive on the leg side. McElroy bowls, push and run on the offside, but there's a little gap shy at the wickets from Carlson, misses, backed up by North East. Single taken.
That did feel quite brave, that single.
I think he would have been home. But
He's a very good judge.
he is.
Stick all your
Quick
fielders
runner as
on the
well.
leg side, knock it into the gap on the offside.
Umpire Nassim Naeem Ashraf nearly got hit there. The ball got in the way of it.
Obstructing the field.
164 for 2 through outside stumps. A bit of extra vim from McIlroy in that last delivery. 164 for 2, the lead 146, but Gloucestershire on the charge through Bancroft and Hammond. It's the equivalent of when I do rugby commentaries, and I've got a summariser who's a prop or a hooker, and they always want to see lots of scrums in the game, and then happier than when the two packs are clashing. We've got a spin bowler on. Bring on the spinner.
I just like watching them have like a short leg and a leg gully, and that's what I love. I'd love to do that.
Gorvin to Bancroft, who's tapping but not running as he's picked out Carlson at extra.
I'm hoping that red ball cricket will come to women's cricket at some point. I'm a big advocate for the longer format, and like quite a lot of women probably no. But no. Yeah, I'd love red ball cricket. I'd love to bat in red ball cricket. Like to think I could flock it out all day. But yeah, I'd love to have like a leg slip, short leg, the lot.
I think you'd like a sort of Laura Marsh type innings as Bancroft steers this one through the covers. Carlson in pursuit, and because of his speed and arm, they're not going to take him on for a second run. 165 for 2.
I did come across a short leg last year against Sunrisers. We played at Radlett, and it was a bit of a dust bowl actually, and I think Maddie Villiers had a short leg to me. And it is that presence of someone there.
Yeah.
I'm a big it's like I can't flick it into there. Got to hit it.
Gorvin round the wicket to the left-handed Hammond. Hammond drives, controlled enough shot through the covers and trots through for another run. Was it 2015 at Wormsley? Laura Marsh's 50 off about 310 deliveries.
I can't remember.
Not
that.
Suggesting that you would reach those levels, but
no.
So
but I can see it from Marshy. I can see it being someone that could block it out. Dig in. Quite a gritty player, wasn't she?
Gorvin bowls. Bancroft head over the ball and playing defensively into the offside.
She's an assistant coach at Oval Invincibles, actually. Well, I'm not sure if it is assistant coach. Well, she's spin bowling. Crane's warming up.
There we go. That's what I mean. I thought you'd say, leg spinner to your left, rather than the slow left armour to your right, Nick. I'm very disappointed not to have been involved in this spin bowling group. Just driven by Bancroft, really
stuff.
well fielded by Crane at backward point. Probably a good job he was loosening up.
Yeah.
It helped him get there more easily as we get some proper sunshine now. And a 150-run partnership between these two is up with that single. It's coming only 179 balls.
There are now a few more people getting an ice cream.
Oh, yes. I've got to get one at tea.
No, it's too... I've told Nick it's too cold.
Oh, this might be our only chance at the festival this year. Gorvin to Hammond, who square drives, and should just be the one with the mopping up done out on the deep point boundary. And Hammond is on to 82 as the score. 168 for 2 means the lead is now 150. You've got to have a cider lolly at Cheltenham. It's just got to happen.
Cider
Lolly. Yeah.
I've never even had one of those.
Oh, you should. You must try it.
No, I think I'll be getting a cup of tea at tea, I can tell you that. Something more. Crane coming on at this end. So Bancroft will be hitting to the short leg side boundary against the turn. I don't think he'll be bowling too many googlies. That's him.
So the Glamorgan leg spinner, who came on just at the end of the first Gloucestershire innings and finished off that last wicket partnership. He's 1 for 13, and that was his 24th wicket of the championship season.
He's had a good season, hasn't he?
who's played in all but the first game of the season. It's been a little expensive at times, but certainly has looked to be an extra weapon in Glamorgan's armoury, and has looked one of their main wicket-taking options at times. And must be aching a bit by this stage of the season, having played a glorious total of 2 first-class matches last season and taken 1 wicket for Hampshire. And I think it was just a couple of matches the season before when he played possibly 1 or 2 on loan at Sussex as well. 168 for 2, the lead 150. Bancroft and Hammond though in full flow. Crane has got his work cut out as he's having a word with Sam Northeast, a man who knows him well from Hampshire days.
Yeah, I feel like Hammond might want to be on the attack to the leg spinner. He's in 82 and he's quite the attacking player.
Exactly.
Isn't he?
He doesn't, especially against the spin, he doesn't like to let spinners settle.
Yeah.
In comes Crane for his first ball of the innings, and it is played beautifully through the offside for 4 runs up towards us at extra cover. Hammond stepping back, Crane just a little bit short of a length and smashed away.
A bit of a loosener there, but yeah, I feel like he'll see the 2 up straight and probably want to bash it over their head.
172 for 2. Crane in, bowls. Hammond goes for a big one on the leg side. He's cleared.
6.
Deep square. That's gone for 6. And it might have struck a spectator, I think, as Eddie Byram is calling for help there on the boundary. And that could be an awkward incident if someone has been struck in the crowd. 178 for 2. And medical staff dashing across the field now. Several people going across to see what the situation is, and that was firmly timed from Hammond. Byram leapt, and it has obviously caused problems for at least one spectator over there in that yellow tented marquee, and it will make a hold up in play as umpire Baldwin goes over to see what the situation is. Let's hope the blow wasn't too serious, because that was very firmly hit.
They didn't flee the scene quickly, did they? They might be 8, slightly older than me, but I think I would have been running out the way.
Yeah, well, at least you do have medical personnel on site, and I know we joked about it on day 1 about the proximity of the hospital, but the hospital is just across the road from there, and it certainly wouldn't be the first time I've seen a spectator struck at Cheltenham, and at least you've got that immediate medical assistance pretty much on site, so hopefully they are okay and can get the attention that they need, and it is just one of those hazards, particularly of outground festival cricket, because one moment you're just turning to have a chat with somebody and enjoying yourselves, having a drink or something on the boundary, and the next Hammond's gone for a big 6, which, I mean, you have to say, Crane coming on kind of signalled that Hammond might do something like that, but it's one of those things, it happens, unfortunately. Well, you don't get every spectator watching every ball, do you, if you're gossiping with your friends and family or whatever. And umpire Baldwin is walking back towards us.
Especially in the short format, you've got to have your wits about you now, haven't you? Yeah,
I think it's almost easier in that, isn't it? Because you're
expecting.
Yeah. You just, it's a quiet. Well, it's not been a quiet afternoon, but there's at the same time it is a long day.
The floor,
You don't expect many 6s in a day of championship cricket on average. Umpire Baldwin making sure that the situation is being dealt with in the best possible way over on the far side. If you are just joining us, Gloucestershire 178 for 2, an abrupt reversal in the bowler-friendly nature of the match so far, with this partnership of 161, which is by far the biggest of the match. And that after Glamorgan were bowled out this morning for 197. Bo Webster with 5 for 17 completed the 5 for, mopping up the last 2 wickets after Andy Gorvin and Mason Crane had added a half century. Crane top scored with 43 for Glamorgan. Tim van der Hoogten then claimed 2 wickets in another hostile opening spell, removing Charlesworth and Ollie Price.
Oh, he's up on his feet, I think. Walking with the paramedics now.
Sympathetic applause for that spectator.
Yeah, it's never good to see someone get hit, is it?
Making their way off for further treatment.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be okay. We had quite a nicely one at Somerset earlier in the year. It was a 50-over match, and someone has, I think it might have been off my bowling. Sorry. But yeah, someone stog swept it, short boundary of 45 metres at Cow Corner.
Ouch.
But I think it was a little girl actually at school. I think she was all right, but I don't know if we'll see her at cricket again.
Oh,
No, I saw a mascot taken out at Richmond once when we were out in the middle for the toss, and there was a little lad who was out with the Middlesex captain, and there was rather a lot of enthusiastic warming up still going on, with catches being hit for outfield practice, and this little lad got struck on the chest and carted off.
Yeah, Hammond is on the attack here, so risk reward, I guess. Hopefully Crane can get the better of him, but I've started with 2 balls for 10 runs. So.
Would have been better for the spectator if Hammond had middled that, because once again he didn't really get it.
Yeah, but I think Byram out there, is it?
Byram it was who jumped.
But I think he did think at one point it was in the game again.
178 for 2 then. We are back with the action. Crane's gone for 10 in 2 balls as Hammond pushes that one all along the carpet down towards backward square and goes through for the single. 179 for 2. One of the nastiest injuries I saw on a cricketing field was an umpire being felled by a throw from the outfield.
Oh no.
After the ball had gone over the boundary, so the ball was dead. The umpire signalled for and was minding his own business, as that's driven to mid-off by Bancroft, no run. And we had a 15-year-old lad playing with a prodigious throw, and from about 10 yards beyond the boundary he clonked the umpire on the full. Turned away on the leg side. Single taken by Bancroft, 180 for 2, which is and he was taken off to hospital after being hit on the head on the full from about 70 yards away.
I don't understand how umpires do it now, especially in short form, when it gets whacked back at them.
No, you need to do what some of them do in Australia, we get the helmet on, yeah.
Forward stretches Hammond and defends. No run, end the over, but 12 runs have come off it. Mason Crane's first over, 180 for 2, and the lead is 162 for Gloucestershire.
And hooked him back on, is it?
Looks that way.
Looks like he's going to have a go from the College lawn end, so see if we can do something from the opposite end. Just having a look at the other scores. Leicestershire now really in control against Middlesex in that game at Grace Road. 279 for 8 Leicestershire in their second innings, having bowled Middlesex out for 86. That's a lead of 372 runs, so the pack could be getting closer together in terms of the top of the table. Toby Rowland-Jones has 5 wickets in the second innings for Middlesex, having taken 4 in the first innings. Looks as though the umpires are going to have a discussion about the condition of the ball, which will allow me to get through a few more of these. Sussex were bowled out for 237 in their second innings by Northamptonshire, with Luke Proctor taking 4 wickets. And Northamptonshire are 18 without loss, needing a further 266 runs to win. And it looks as though if it was Glamorgan that wanted the ball changed, then they're going to get their wish. But if it was just the umpires inspecting the ball, then they've decided it's out of shape. And Tom Smith is going to come out with the box of balls to deliver a replacement.
Coach of mine, there's much.
Yeah.
Very lucky to have him as a coach. Comes in and out of the Storm environment. He's done a lot with my bowling. What's going on over there? Kieran Carlson's doing a handstand. It's like
Entertainment for the troops.
It's like when I'm coaching the Dynamo's children on a Friday night. 20 girls doing round-offs and backflips. But yeah, Tom Smith's done a lot with me and Chloe Skelton, the other spinner at Storm. But yeah, I went through quite the change this winter with my bowling, so got a lot for him to thank. Yeah,
he's certainly been really highly praised in his early coaching career with Gloucestershire as well, assistant coach for Gloucestershire as well as player coach, but unfortunately he's not been able to play for the first team this season because he's got a back injury, which has meant Gloucestershire have been bowling an awful lot of seam in the blast, but it has tended to work quite well when they've done so. But anyway, Tom Smith has delivered the replacement ball. We'll see whether Van der Guchten can get this one hooping round corners. And the cloud cover has returned. I think the brief interlude of sunshine is going to be just that, because it does look fairly grey where the weather's coming from. Yeah. Forget what I said about that ice cream. Van der Guchten ready to bowl to Bancroft, just the one slip. Pretty much a ring field, deep backward square, long leg and deep third. As Van der Guchten prepares for his third spell of the innings. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 39 so far. In to Bancroft, and it's a little over pitch, driven up to mid-off, but there won't be a run.
Thanks to Paul Sussex on Twitter, who's provided me with more pictures of that 2013 parachute display before the match between these two sides.
Oh, in fact, it's time for your game. Be Love Candy.
Oh, right.
Dambulla Sixers. That must have started by now. It says start at 3 o'clock.
No news filtering through from deepest, darkest Sri Lanka?
Oh, no idea what the score is. It says 3 o'clock start. Bancroft clips this one away into the onside. Diving effort from Carlson at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yorkshire continuing to bat at Chesterfield, with tea actually having been taken early there, so there must have been an interruption with Yorkshire 416 for 6 in reply to Derbyshire's 76. Looks as though Yorkshire are going to get maximum batting points. They got that 416 in just 93.1 overs. Van der Guchten in now and bowls. It's full, and Bancroft drives through the covers. He's not timed it to perfection, but I think he's got more than enough for 4. Carlson can't run it down.
It does fly away to that boundary, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's
so small.
Unless it's almost, if you're on the far side of the small square,
I reckon we'll be on the closest one.
That's the
Western
worst.
Storm.
Yeah, you may well.
So which end will you be bowling from?
This end.
The Chapel end.
Yeah, because then you've got the long boundary, which is all downhill, and then the short boundary uphill, which is so short.
And as a left-arm spinner, I don't turn the ball, so I'm not like Crane. That's actually you're hitting against the spin.
No, you do yourself down here.
No.
Here comes Van der Guchten bowls, and that's left by Bancroft. Cook doesn't know where the ball's gone, but fortunately for him, Labuschagne at slip does, so they don't pinch a bye.
No, unless it is a dust bowl, I'm not quite there on the big turners left arm spin. So
Don't give your secrets away.
Oh, I think people know by now.
Well, that'll be
With all of the scouting going on,
no, even
they
if
find
that's
out
true.
all my flaws. Trust me.
No, even if that's true, which it's not, many a wicket, especially in white ball cricket, is taken by the non-turning left arm or off spin.
My brother always says that.
Van der Guchten to Bancroft, who clips this one away in front of square on the onside, pushing the first one hard, but will not turn for a second. 185 for 2.
My brother always says, "Oh God, I don't like non-turning spin because he's a big sweeper of the ball. I think everyone knows that. I'm not giving away his secrets, but I guess he always thinks, oh God, it's not turning. What to do?" I'm quite effective against my brother. Did get him out in the Chris Cook testimonial match, but probably shouldn't, shout it from the rooftops. I don't think he was best pleased.
You're almost on the rooftop. We're on the balcony here rather than on the rooftop, but it's close enough. Last ball of the over, Van der Guchten in to Hammond, who stands tall in defence and plays the ball to mid-on.
Yeah, he's faced me twice, 2 games, and he's got out twice to me.
Oh gosh.
I think the pressure's on him, to be fair.
It's a good...
Has he bowled to you at all?
Oh.
In the testimonial match, he bowled some filthy off-spin. I'm not sure what it was. He bowled me a rank full toss that I pulled in front of square for 2 and saw the rest of it off. I think I got 1 run.
Well, you
getting
just
out
didn't want to get out.
Mike Powell, actually. I got out to Mike Powell. I sort of spliced it to extra cover. I think it was Kieran Carlson there.
I don't think I ever saw Mike Powell bowling during his Glamorgan career.
I would say it's actually not bad. No.
Mike, who's done quite a lot of work around this area, school coaching.
Is it Dean Close?
Yeah. As Mason Crane starts a new over and Cameron Bancroft turns it gently away on the leg side as far as Andy Gorvin for the single. 186 for 2. Adrian Snellgrove, regular listener to BBC Wales commentaries, says top marks to Sophia Smale. Thank you, Adrian.
Thanks, Adrian.
As Crane bowls and Hammond's gone for another big one over mid-wicket. Stand by your beds and the crowd. This time it's gone into about the 6th row of the crowd in that big stand over there.
Now this is why spin is fun to watch in red ball cricket, isn't it?
Hammond moves to 99 not out, so in the tradition of BBC county commentaries, it's over to Ed.
Thank you very much, that's very kind of you. So, is he going to think about getting there in style? Crane over the wicket to Hammond, who he gets an outside edge, but it's going to work. It's going to go fine on the offside for the single that he needs, and it's a 94 ball 100 for Miles Hammond. He came to the crease with Gloucestershire 2 wickets down and behind, and he's reached an extraordinary 100 from 14 fours and 3 sixes from 94 deliveries. And Cheltenham-born Miles Hammond adds another Cheltenham ton to his collection 2 years after his career best score here.
As Crane is in to bowl to Bancroft, who knocks it away on the leg side and will take a single out to mid-wicket Gorvin, the fielder. It's been quite the knock. Accelerating off the bowling of Mason Crane, whose first 10 balls have gone for 21 runs. More like T20 figures for the spinner, without maybe not much turn in the wicket. That's short and forced away on the offside. Hammond picks up the single. Gorvin is again the fielder. 195 for 2 Gloucestershire, as Glamorgan will be grateful to get to the tea interval, but that's still 7 overs away. As Crane bowls outside off stump, throwing it out there, hiding the ball. Bancroft played no shot. End the over, 195 for 2.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan are just looking for Mason Crane to hopefully buy a wicket here, isn't it? Hammond mistimes one out to that boundary and
it only takes one, I guess.
Hold out at deep mid wicket, hopefully. But
I just think this is. I have a go at Glamorgan, and it may not have worked anyway. But I just feel this is kind of a classic example of why we just don't do very well with leg spin. You wait until there's an enormous partnership where two batters are really well set, one of whom does like to hit spin hard anyway. You wait until that point when he's really got his eye in to bring the leg spinner into the attack, and then sort of think, oh, leg spin, it's risky, profligate, 2 overs for 20 odd, look what's happened. Van der Hugten bowls to Hammond, who defends towards extra cover. And I know, I understand it. Pace had been working throughout the rest of the match, but you just wonder if he would got into the attack a little bit earlier before Hammond had got fully set, he might have been in a better position, and he still might, as you say, create something and take the wicket.
Yeah, I agree. I was hoping for Crane to come on a little earlier, to be honest, but yeah, they've got their eye in now, haven't they? Especially with Hammond.
I hope that the 100 breaks his concentration. Van der Hugten in to him, and he works it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
And as I said, with leg spin with the left-hander, you know, you look at Moeen Ali for England, he always comes in when the left-arm spinners are on, or the leg spinners are on, just because he's hitting to the square, the onside boundary. It is a bit of a risk.
Can Van der Hugten be the man to at least open things up for Glamorgan before the tea break? He's in and bowls full. Hammond drives on the bounce back to the bowler, and there is no run. So the second 100 of the season for Miles Hammond. Got a century in the first innings at Northampton, and then you do have to go back to that innings here a couple of years back against Hampshire, that magnificent 169 where he really did take on Liam Dawson. Van der Hugten bowls, Hammond flogs that one high in the air down the ground and handsomely for one bounce 4. Leant back into that one, transferred all his weight through the shot and slammed it away, and even Van der Hugten is now feeling the force of Hammond's blade. 199 now for 2. The return of cloud cover has not provided any respite for Van der Hugten or Glamorgan. Oldish ball now, even though this one's been changed. I think it's safe to say that the ball change hasn't really done too much. Van der Hugten now bowls to Hammond, who is once again well down the pitch as he blocks it up to mid-on. Really, with the exception of that one over against McIlroy, where it really looked like he was taking positivity just that bit too far into recklessness. But apart from that over, I think maybe again Bancroft is a great person for him to have had at the other end for that chat at the end of that over, in terms of, you know, just
calm down.
You don't have to do that, you know. Van der Hugten bowls, bless you again, as this is driven by Hammond towards extra cover. There is no run. Lead 181 at the end of that over. Hammond 105, Bancroft 78. But apart from that, it's been a fairly classic Miles Hammond sort of counter-attacking innings, really. You just did wonder whether it might take somebody playing this sort of a knock. Actually, Bancroft has shown that you don't have to play that way, with the exception of his bit of fortune when he hooked his 6 to reach 50. That was the closest, really, that Glamorgan have come to getting Bancroft out. But again, that almost proves the point, really. Apart from that, when he was just knocking the ball around, he's reached 78 without, you know, having to play that way. Yeah. But Hammond has shown what might be possible by going on the attack.
Being the aggressor, and Crane's off. Well, 2 for 20, you're done.
Oh dear.
We've all been there as spinners, but yeah, it is a bit of a shame because you keep going. You might bowl 3 for 30, but you might get the wicket.
And he also might have ended up with 4 overs for 30, like the man who's coming on to bowl.
Yeah, very true. Yeah.
Crane did get a lot of stick up at Headingley, went for I think 10 and over on one day, but then finished up with a 5 for about 150. But he said afterwards he was quite proud of the way he'd stuck to his task, maybe, and continued to stick his hand up to bowl. Edward Bevan on Twitter bemoaning Glamorgan's bowlers going at 5 and over on what had looked like a bowler-friendly pitch. Well, yes, they're shortage of James Harris, the joint leading wicket taker, and Van der Hoogten can't do it all himself, and the backup has come off second best considerably to this third wicket pair. So Gloucestershire completely in the driving seat in this match as Douthwaite bounds in and bowls, and that's jabbed down into the ground by Bancroft, and he will go through for the single that brings up 200 for Gloucestershire. So it is almost exactly 5 runs and over. That is the first ball of the 41st over, and the game has swung very heavily in the home side's favour thanks to Hammond and Bancroft.
They're flying at 5 and over, aren't they?
Glamorgan absolutely desperate for a wicket.
Could do with the string of them as well.
Yeah.
Break this partnership, and then a hat-trick would be nice, wouldn't it?
I mean, the annoying thing for them is that now the attacking players in Gloucestershire's middle order can come in with something of a platform as well.
Might bring De Lange up the order.
Well, they could do. You know, the likes of Bracey, Van Buren, Webster. They're not having to think so hard about how am I actually going to play this innings in this sort of position if they are called upon soon.
Douthwaite in, bowls a blasted high over cover for 4, couple of bounces into the boards in front of us. Hammond absolutely in full flow, and if we get another hour of Miles Hammond, he'll be heading for topping that previous career best here.
A lesser seen shorts and thick coat combination from Marchand de Lange down there as he threw that ball back in.
I'm sure he pulls it off.
Bounding in again is Douthwaite, and another big swing of the bat, and that'll scatter them on the leg side again. That one's gone deep over the hospitality tents, I think, as Byram on the boundary could only stand and stare, and Hammond really is preparing for the T20 the way he's batting at the moment, swinging hard, powerfully and effectively.
That's landed in a tandoori chicken wrap over there.
That's one way of getting something on the ball. Would you like korma sauce with that, sir?
Again, I thought Byron was in the game for a minute there, but it's flown over his head. Just didn't feel like he timed it completely, but it's flown.
210 for 2. Lead approaching 200. Hammond lofts this ball, and he's timed that one so well that it's beaten the dive of Labuschagne on the backward square leg boundary, who's a speedy fielder.
It was a nasty bounce, that one, wasn't it? It just kicked on. He sort of jabbed it.
Is it about the second or third bounce by the time it reached Labuschagne?
Yeah.
It just skidding on. It's horrible as a boundary fielder out there. Yeah, Douthwaite's figure's not looking great now.
His 50's almost up, and he's only in his 5th over. 214 for 2. Boundary away from the 200 lead, and Hammond for once plays one defensively, and Glamorgan have been forced back on the defensive. So the infield consists solely of a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off and cover, which means that there are 5 on the ropes I think. If I've counted correctly. There's a deep third man, deep fine leg, deep backward square leg. So that's cut away
Deep point.
to deep point, who is also on the ropes. Well spotted. I was struggling to find the extra fielder there. Single taken.
Yeah, it's pretty rough going 4.6 for 46, isn't it?
How many was off that over? 21, something like that? Oh, maybe not quite that many, actually. No, it wasn't that many.
There's
16.
a 4-6-4 and a couple of singles.
Yes, I think it was 16.
He does really push the front line as well. Douthwaite stood square of the wicket here. You can really see he gets close to the no balls, doesn't he?
The umpire was having a look after, I think, the 5th ball.
Watchful eyes. Really, it's very close to overstepping, isn't it?
Anyway, it's a good job they removed Mason Crane from the attack for being too expensive. Sorry, facetiousness. It's not a great. It's not a great colour.
I do think no.
I'm not saying it from any point of view other than a leg spinner who's been removed from the attack in similar circumstances.
I do think though he was more likely to get a wicket, like with the turn. Like Hammond's only got a mistime one out to that boundary, and it could be straight down someone's throat. And I just feel like with Douthwaite there, it didn't look threatening, did it?
Van der Hoogten to resume, starting his 12th over. Hammond on 120. And Van der Hoogten bowls. Hammond tucks it softly into the onside, and it's almost a letdown when it's just a gentle push for a single from Hammond at the moment. The thing that's probably most likely, if you want to try it, if you're hoping for a Glamorgan wicket, is to tell Miles Hammond that if he keeps going like this, he might have to be interviewed by me at the end of the day.
Does he not enjoy the process?
He's a lovely man, is Miles Hammond. Very nice, very well spoken, but he just doesn't really enjoy doing the interviews. So
they need to switch the bails.
You might be better off having to tell him that if he keeps going this way. Van der Hoogten to Hammond, who's not sending this one, I think, quite where he meant to, but he's still going to get a run. It's just one of those sorts of innings from Hammond. So it goes to forward square leg, and Labuschagne,
off like
why
a whippet,
not? Yeah,
wasn't it?
I mean, this is the most comfortable single you could imagine, but he still fielded it as though he was trying to effect a run out to win the World Cup final.
There was someone on the boundary as well that could have just scooped it up.
Yes.
I'm surprised Labuschagne hasn't, cottoned onto the shoe at Broad with the changing of the bails. It's normally mad enough to do something like that.
Well, I don't know, perhaps the Aussies are frowning on that. I mean, it's okay to sort of feign fiddling a game in order to see another side out of a global tournament, but that sort of trick, oh no. Van der Hoogten bowls inside edge onto pad from Bancroft. I'm not certain how much that had going for it anyway, but you could hear the two noises as Bancroft tried to flick it through the onside. Not a shot that you'll see Cameron Bancroft miss a huge amount, but he did that time. Well, missed. Only got a small amount of bat on it anyway.
I do always bring up the Alex Carey Bairstow to do to Amanda Jade Wellington.
Oh, right. Okay, I feel we need more on this. Van der Hoogten to Bancroft, who works him away to mid-wicket. No run.
Just sort of squawks in her Aussie voice. Well, why are you walking out of your crease? Stay in your crease.
Squawks. I like that. I'm gonna steal that. I'm basically looking for material for here in the next few days.
We do say she's got a high-pitched voice, squawky Australian voice.
Well, last time when we had Danny Gibson on the last home game, she was talking about Sophie Luff with her elephant feet. Surprised you can't hear him thumping from here, is what she said. And the Hoogten in, and Bancroft's forward and prodding to mid-off.
Gibbo is quite brutal, so I'm not surprised. I feel like I mean, a squawky voice isn't too bad.
I think it's quite bad, actually, but
it's alright. Well, her and I get on alright, I think. She's stuck with me for the whole season, not just for Storm. She's another one at Oval Invincibles this year.
Oh, is she? I didn't realise that.
She's moved from Manchester, so yeah, made the trip to London with me. Lucky devil.
underhooked and runs in and bowls. Bancroft this time does execute the clip off the pads, 2 deep backward square, and there's only going to be the 1 run there, but
Is that 2?
it's 200 partnership time.
Oh, it's
As some keen spectators started to applaud well before it went up onto the board. They knew the
They're
number.
clapping for tea.
217 for 2, still 4 overs left until the tea break, 32 overs remaining in the
I thought they
day.
had peaked a bit early.
Yeah.
200 up.
What a partnership, and they've complemented each other so well. As Hammond being the aggressor, Bancroft just being that steady presence that Gloucestershire would have hoped they were getting when they signed him.
We've got Kieran Carlson on, so we've got more spin. Off spin.
Well, I suppose turning the ball away from Hammond if he wants to hit to
Bancroft
that leg
has got
side.
the short boundary, which is probably alright because he's not looked the aggressor. I always think Carlson's shirt looks too baggy. It's just too long.
It does go down, yeah.
Maybe because it's not tucked in, but I used to tuck my shirts in a lot, but now I'm not really a tucker, but mine's not that long.
No, but we have that discussion a fair bit about the 2 schools in terms of ones who do tuck it in and ones who don't.
Yeah, I was always a tuck in at Wales. Amy Reese was always like, tuck your shirts in, it looks professional. But I think the Storm shirts are quite fitted and quite tight, so you can get away with leaving them out. But yeah, that one looks just a bit big.
Where do you stand on bowling in a cap?
Oh,
Right.
it's disgusting.
Yeah, good, okay. Well, we have Melissa's story on the commentary quite a lot, and Melissa's exactly
Wello
the same view.
Wello is exactly the same as an Aussie, and Aussies tend to do it.
Yeah, they are. They're
Yeah.
still the ones. I mean, you've Charlie Knott and
Against
Erin
the
Burns
score.
over here this
Thank you.
summer.
Oh, yes. It's so
Still
village.
doing it. No, don't. Come on.
I've seen Georgia Adams do it as well this year as well.
Has she?
She's cottoned on to it a little bit.
There's Kieran Carlson then from the Chapel End, bowling short. Bancroft cuts and knows that he's hit the sweeper at deep point, so no
Wello
reason
doesn't
to run
like
hard.
Wello doesn't like people bowling in sunglasses either, which I'm all right with. I've done it before. If it's really sunny, it can be quite difficult if a catch goes up high. As a left-arm spinner, you can get a few caught and bowls because of the skiddiness. But yeah, though I can't deal with the hat. I've got too small of a head anyway. I think my hat would fall off. I find it very difficult to have a hat that fits. So, would never.
2-1-8-4-2, which means the lead with that Bancroft single sits at 200. Carlson to Hammond, who leans forward looking to guide a single through the offside, but North East stops at extra cover.
Yeah, that's well bowled by Kit.
I wonder where Hammond's looking to target here. Long off is back, mid on is up, mid wicket is back, deep cover is back. Carlson bowls, it's a slog sweep, it's gone high up in the air. Can somebody get themselves underneath it? Mid on takes
He's
it.
got it. Kieran's
Carlson
got the wicket.
coming on has worked. Hammond gone for 121 from just 110 deliveries, but turning the ball the other way from Hammond. He still looked to target that leg side, but only got a top edge. I think it was Mason Crane, who took that catch. Well judged catch. Tremendous innings from Hammond. He's going to get a warm and lengthy round of applause from the Cheltenham spectators as he walks off. Be annoyed with the shot that got him out, but he has potentially turned this game with a 110 ball innings. 17 fours and 4 sixes, and a double-ton partnership with Cameron Bancroft that leaves Gloucestershire in a great position.
Yeah, a glorious innings by Hammond, but that's what I was saying. It just got to not time one, and that's exactly what happened. But yeah, maybe Kieran turning it away from him did help, but there was 3 people wanting that catch at one point, wasn't there? Kieran was hurtling after it.
I mean, the right person called for it in the end and caught it, but there was just one point when I thought maybe Crane wasn't going to get there because of the other 2 people, you know.
Land right in no man's land.
Gloucestershire are 218 for 3, leading Glamorgan.
Yeah, it just, I think maybe just because he saw Carlson coming towards him at the last moment, he did well, not just to catch that out of a pretty dark sky and judge it, but to put himself...
It went quite high actually in the end.
Yeah, and just not to be put off by the other two fielders around him. So it brings James Bracey to the middle. He's been waiting a fair while to get to the crease. And he's facing up to Carlson, and Carlson's hoping that there was some pad before bat there, but with the speed that came off Bracey's bat, maybe he's lunged outside the line of off stump anyway, even if...
This is a good match-up now, isn't it? Kieran turned the ball away.
It's probably a bit awkward for Bracey. He's not really going to have expected to face Carlson coming straight back out there as he prods forward back to the bowler. All the bowlers he might have had in mind. Yeah, I think he was probably outside the line, even if it was pad first, got a stride in. Carlson to Bracey, who drives firmly back to the bowler.
It's a good over though, isn't it?
It is. So
on the money.
Good decision from Glamorgan to throw the ball to Carlson, and he's got the breakthrough in his first over. What is all the fuss about? He'll be telling everybody else. The seventh bowler used. Seventh bowler used by Glamorgan, and it's Carlson who has seen the back of Miles Hammond for that tremendous innings, 121. Up to Bancroft, I guess now, to see Gloucestershire through to the tea break alongside James Bracey. They wouldn't want to just wobble here, Gloucestershire, after it's been such a terrific session for them, where they've added so far 170 runs.
Yeah, it's pretty definitely Gloucestershire's session, even with a couple of wickets now. But Glamorgan have got the one. Can they get rid of Cameron Bancroft standing in their way now? Bracey, Van Buren, Webster to come, as that's driven into the offside and brilliantly fielded by Carlson. Bancroft had set off there, and Carlson seems to stop that ball once it had gone past him. Had such a great view of that, Sophia.
It was behind
in
him.
the game, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, confidence ought to be high after.
But yeah, I think if Glamorgan get Bancroft here, they will feel a good bit of momentum towards tea.
Van der Hoogten on his way in, bowls, and this is the push and run this time, as Carlson can't pick it up cleanly, just to his left at cover.
I can do anything! Oh, I didn't pick it up.
219 for 3. Bracey on strike, just 16 balls, legitimate deliveries until the tea interval. So he may be forgiven, particularly after a first innings failure, bowled for 5 by Gorvin off his thigh pad, for just getting his head down and having a look at it until the tea break. Van der Hoogten, Morgan's most threatening bowler, certainly early on, sees Bracey play that one on the offside, and there is no run, and just a little spring revived in the fielding side, Glamorgan, who have been absolutely battered for most of this afternoon session. More battered than the fish on sale opposite us, although Ed and I went for pizza, and I mentioned the fine products of the gentleman over there on Del Vecchio's, as that's run down by Bracey in the gully, but intercepted, and there's no run. Sophia Smale, of course, went for the salad. Being the athlete that she is, she's firmly on the nutrition bars and smoothies, probably. As in goes Van der Hoogten, bowls, knocked away by Bracey for a couple of runs that'll get him off the mark. He may get 4. Gorvin on the slide, picks up well just inside the boundary in front of us, and they're comfortably back for 2 runs. Enthusiastic chase from both Gorvin and Crane in attendance, just in case. 2-2-1 for 3. Last ball of the Van der Hoogten over. And the 2 slips, Northeast just sending someone else in, maybe on the drive on the leg side. Third man is brought up to backward point, and Eddie Byram is stationed at a shortish mid-wicket, almost in a catching position, as Bracey plays it to mid-on. No run, 221 for 3, the lead is 202. What does your mid-match nutrition consist of then?
It depends.
Half-time in a 50-over game, say?
Yeah, it depends what they put out. Normally chicken and rice, chilli. Glamorgan do a great lasagna, to be fair.
Oh, I think we had that for the 50-over game a couple of years back. We had a lasagna for that one. Oh,
good
gosh,
coleslaw, good salad, lasagna. Sometimes
really?
The game
where
all
to get
the
away with
Prendergast
lasagna at half-time, though.
Yeah. Right, it's a bit tight for time when you've got, I think it's 20 minutes or something. If you're opening, you don't get much time. Yeah.
They couldn't take Carlson off after that last over. He's bowling to Bancroft, who works this to short mid-wicket. Yeah, I mean, it was that good, the Cardiff lasagna. I can remember it exactly.
Yeah, it was good. I do love the food.
Yeah. Spoiled you are. Carlson to Bancroft, tucked away fine on the onside. There's a fielder out at long leg really for Carlson, and Bancroft ticks his score on to 83.
Yeah, I would shout out to Hove yesterday. I mean, the food was chicken and rice. It was lovely, and they did an unbelievable grazing table for just throughout the day with rolls, wraps, bread,
sounds
bagels.
dangerous.
Nice beef slices.
Were the away side the only ones partaking?
No.
Carlson bowls to Bracey, tucks into mid-wicket for no run.
Toast, tea, hot chocolate, coffee. Went down a treat.
Wouldn't mind a hot chocolate table up here if anybody from the club is listening, which I know you are. Carlson round the wicket, bowls a full toss, and Bracey doesn't take full toll, perhaps knowing how close tea is. Hit it to Crane at mid-on, who's then doing a bit of arm whirling. Perhaps he is going to be allowed to resume his spell for 1 over before tea. They really do spoil these leggies. This is turned away to short mid-wicket by James Bracey for no run. So just this 1 ball and then the 1 over left until the tea interval. Carlson bowls a very slow delivery, inviting the drive. Oh dear, that's not a great piece of fielding from Sam Northeast. It's gone straight underneath him at extra cover, but a very good piece of fielding from, is that McElroy, who's run round from deep cover, because I thought that was going to be 2. Instead it's just the 1. Bracey onto 3 and the lead 205.
Save the captain's blushes. Second 11, Glamorgan against Warwickshire at Sophia Gardens. Warwickshire at 182 for 7. Romano Franco, a 17-year-old North Walian left-arm spinner, got 3 for 36. Tom Norton, another youngster, 2 for 30. Glamorgan seconds. Have you had a report on this?
Yeah,
by the
well, I have heard on the family group chat, and I've also seen my brother did not get runs. I have seen it.
He was out for 5.
Yeah.
Zen Malik got 82 off 44 balls, who's player from Staffordshire, who's
got a lot of runs this
year. Got a lot of runs for the 2s.
He got 100 for Gloucestershire's seconds a couple of years ago, I remember, when he was on a trial with them.
Glamorgan finished on 180 for 6, so losing by just a couple of runs. Looks like there was a wicket on the final ball, so it went all the way. Malik 82, Tom Bevan 41, Glamorgan's main scorers there. And as you suggested, it is Mason Crane to have a token twirl from the the college lawns end, which confusingly for those who don't know, the college is obviously away from the school buildings, the college lawns being down to our right where there's a lot of cars parked at the moment. So final over before tea then here on BBC Sport Online. And Crane bowls to Bracey with a slip and a leg slip, and Bracey defends.
I do like a leg slip. I mean, it's just such a natural turn round the corner. You know, you just almost can't help yourself but play that shot, even if you're in the frame of mind of trying to see off the last few balls of a session.
Crane bowls and driven back to him by Bracey.
You notice Carlson's wearing a jumper the wrong way round at extra cover?
Oh, yes.
Well spotted. He's got 5 on his
I don't know
front.
if he's done that for a bit of fun, knowing him probably.
There's this one from Crane, who's driven to backward point. They thought about a single, it wasn't really there.
They are a bit more up and about though, the Glam boys now, aren't they?
Certainly after that hammering in the afternoon session, the wicket of Hammond has brought a little respite as forward pushes Bracey, arms in the air. Crane excitable. 223 for 3. Yes, you'd have thought Malik has certainly put a case for a contract next season. Crane bowls and forward stretches Bracey. No run. Interesting to see footage of Mir Hamza bowling again at Sapphire Gardens that was posted a couple of days ago on social media. Whether that is recent footage and he is back.
Oh!
That's through, skidding through outside off stump. A maiden over by Mason Crane to finish the afternoon session. 223 for 3. The lead is 205. And the exploits of Miles Hammond and Cameron Bancroft have dominated that afternoon session. How do you see that last couple of hours then, Sophia?
Yeah, I think a bit of an onslaught from Hammond in particular, but I think Bancroft's gone under the radar of his 83. Yeah, he's plodding along really nicely. But yeah, with Hammond just being the aggressor has probably taken more of the limelight. But yeah, I think probably just good batting, I think. I don't think the bowling's been terrible. I just think they've just got on top really well, and as Ed said earlier, like they've put the boundaries on the board and then they've pushed the fielders back. But yeah, I think Carlson has got them back in the game with Hammond falling to Mason Crane, I think, caught at mid-on. But yeah, that'll give them a little bit more hope going into tea, I think. But hopefully they'll get a better session 3.
Yeah, well, that's what they'll be hoping for, I guess, isn't it? They'll be hoping for the sort of session where they can take 5 or 6 wickets, really bring things back. They'll be thinking, OK, the pitch does seem to be getting a bit easier as the game goes on, at least for now. So that's what they'll be hanging their hats on. From Gloucestershire's point of view, though, they've got the sort of platform that they wanted. 175 runs they've scored in that session as the gale force wind gusts away. Now
umbrella doesn't really look that stable.
Don't say that. 2 years ago we had one of these umbrellas go down into the stand in front of us. I was assured that was definitely not going to happen this year, so it can't happen. But anyway, at the lead of 205, Hammond's magnificent 121 from 110 balls, 17 fours and 4 sixes, as Sophia said, ended by a catch at mid-on from Crane off Carlson. Bancroft, though, still there on 83, looking to guide Gloucestershire's ship not just perhaps to 300, but who knows, be hoping for a bit more than that, probably, with 7 wickets in hand and a lead of 205. We'll see where they get to. Join Sophia Smale, Nick Webb and myself, Ed Seaborn, for the evening session in around about 20 minutes' time.
5, but he does 10, he runs 11. So, sort of, that's sort of the way
And welcome back to a blustery now Cheltenham Festival, where it's hold on to your hats and hold on to your umbrellas time as the umpires make their way out to the middle for a second time, having gone out once and then I think decided that the ball once again was not in the best of condition, so have decided to change it for a second time, only 9 overs after it was changed for a first time. Gloucestershire resuming now their second innings on 223 for 3. Bancroft having been there from the start, 83 not out from 128 deliveries, joined by James Bracey, who's there because Miles Hammond was dismissed just before tea for a marvellous 121 from 110 balls, attacking belligerent innings. Miles Hammond at his best, 17 fours and 4 sixes included in that knock, and has turned the game very much in Gloucestershire's favour after coming to the crease when Ollie Price was removed at 17 for 2, with Gloucestershire still 1 run behind Glamorgan. Kieran Carlson it will be to bowl the first over after tea from the chapel end to Bancroft, who flicks him through the onside, and a sprawling stop from Billy Root at mid-wicket means that Gloucestershire will have to wait a little bit longer to get back underway after tea. There is a little bit of blue sky on the horizon, which is being blown rather quicker in our direction than it was before, as Bancroft goes back and works this one towards deep backward square, and that will be the first run after tea. So Gloucestershire's lead at 206, 7 second innings wickets remaining. What sort of a imposing target can they build, or can Glamorgan get a bit of a clatter going and find their way back into this match? It promises to be an intriguing final session with 31 overs remaining after this one. Bracey turns through the onside and takes a quick single to the left of mid-wicket. He moves on to 4, 225 for 3. Ed Seaborn, Nick Webb and Sophia Smale, your commentary team on the BBC Sport website. Yay! As well as via the live picture feed. Forward goes Bancroft, finds a gap through points, goes through for a single. Bancroft has 85. So back via good old-fashioned glorified phone lines. You're hearing us now. You won't be able to hear any difference at all, but I promise you it is different. We're back to our usual setup. Carlson into Bracey, who leans forward and defends.
Maybe just a touch a little crisper than we were earlier on. But nature of the game, it's swung firmly in Gloucestershire's favour in that afternoon session.
Carlson to Bracey, who drives, and it's fielded up at mid-off by Sam Northeast. So a sedate start to the evening session.
Well, after Hurricane Hammond hit Glamorgan in the afternoon, they could do with a bit of sedateness. And all the optimistic fielders' shouts about going bang bang, well, they need quite a lot of bangs in a row, Glamorgan, if they're to work their way back into this game. And Dan Douthwaite, who was hit around a little bit in the afternoon, 5 overs, 0 for 46, is going to try his luck again, and claimed a couple of wickets in the first innings. And he is going to be bowling from the College Lawns end, at which there are several more mini squares for younger cricketers, no doubt. 226 for 3. Knock off 18 and you have the lead. 208 runs. 7 wickets still in hand, as Douthwaite is on his way in to bowl, and that's chopped down by Bancroft. Down towards third man. single taken. Dan Dowthwaite was looking a bit bothered earlier on. His first spell didn't start well. Longish run up for Dowthwaite. Halfway to the sight screen, away to our right, bowling from right to left as we look at it. There's umpire Ashraf looking suspiciously at something on the boundary. But Dowthwaite is in, bowls down leg side. Bracey can't get any bat on it.
No ball.
Well spotted. So, still not the best of days for Dan Dowthwaite. Kieran Carlson, the man who stopped the Hammond onslaught in his first over. That's pulled away on the first bounce down to Jamie McIlroy. Beneath us at square leg, single to Bracey. McIlroy didn't field cleanly, but got plenty behind it. Next to the picturesque dressing rooms with a high number of flower baskets decorating them. And Dowthwaite in again, bowls. Bancroft hurried a little, but played that one well, got up on his toes, chopped it down on the offside for a single. Billy Root is the fielder, 230 for 3. So lead 2-1-3. 30 overs left tonight. I mean, they've been going at 5 and over at times, so if they continue to develop that, lead could be in the high 300s if they keep up that run rate.
I suspect things may slow down a touch.
As Bracey plays that on the leg side to Root.
James Bracey may be Gloucestershire's first double centurion in 50 over cricket, but I suspect he's not thinking about trying to replicate Hammond's sort of 7 runs and over type scoring rates. I mean, somebody like a Van Buren or a Webster might bat at something similar of a tempo, but I guess Bracey would have a bit of a look.
Dowthwaite bowls, short pitch ball down leg sides. It's just signalled as one of his 2 short balls for the over, rather than anything rather more illegal. We've seen a few no balls on height.
Seem to have got a bit more lenient through the match on those short deliveries. In the first innings they were really quite harsh on anything, but possibly as more have been bowled, the umpires have got their eye in a bit, I don't know.
As Dowthwaite bowls, pulled through the onside, nicely middled by James Bracey. McIlroy on the boundary in front of us had no chance, and Dowthwaite continues to be horribly expensive. 6 overs, 0 for 55, 235 for 3. The Gloucestershire lead is 217 runs, and even if they slow down, they'll be heading well into the 300s in terms of their advantage tonight. So Glamorgan really need a whole shed load of wickets, because obviously with 2 low scoring first innings we're pretty well advanced in the game already late on day 2.
Chris Cook is manoeuvring Andy Gorvin just in front of square on that leg side. Bancroft has been quite contentious to find the gaps that exist on that onside against Carlson so far for singles, and that's exactly what he's going to try and do here, although he might think about 2 as it's to the left of Van der Guchten, but it's such a short boundary, there's not a great deal of opportunity for second runs, and Bancroft, if he is a superstitious Aussie, is off that particular score of 87 and on to 88, 236 for 3. Not to say he doesn't strike me as a superstitious type, but then you never know. Carlson bowls, Bracey struck on the pad as he looks to work the ball through the leg side. It's a great big thudding noise as it hits it. hot drinks the order of the afternoon to my right, I
Thank you,
see.
Sophia.
It's okay.
Gets the coffee and she can come back.
Carlson bowls, and that's worked away towards deep mid-wicket, 237 for 3. I think you should make it quite clear that you didn't send Sophia
No,
for the
she
coffee.
did offer. She did offer.
Sorry, but that didn't happen. Really didn't. And I can't be blamed any of this anyway, because as most people who've worked with me would tell you, I don't drink coffee or tea. Weirdo. Carlson to Bancroft, giving him plenty of time to rock onto the back foot and whip the ball through mid-wicket for another run, 238 for 3.
Much to my better half's disgust, I can drink any sort of coffee at any temperature.
Any amount of milk, or
Preferably with milk.
Carlson bowls with a block hole and forcing Bracey to squeeze that one out into the covers.
But in Cardiff I do tend to make a largish cup of coffee last a whole session, so it is stone cold by the end of it.
Carlson in, and Bracey leans forward to defend the last ball of that over. 49 overs gone in the innings. It feels as though there's been a lot more than that. 238 for 3 from those 49 overs. It's been nothing if not eventful, the cricket that we've seen, whether it be Miles Hammond and Cameron Bancroft striking the ball to all parts of Cheltenham, or wickets cascading in bunches.
Yeah, 175 scored in the afternoon session, which is quite the collection. Will it be after the Lord Mayor's show? Well, we've got an Australian international to enjoy in the form of Cameron Bancroft, but Glamorgan won't want to see too much more of him, as Glamorgan being forced to swap their bowlers round very quickly, as Douthwaite got a bit of punishment, and Crane is back on.
Yeah, Douthwaite has been expensive today, hasn't he?
So Mason Crane, leg spinner, bowling from the College Lawn's end, and on the back foot goes Bancroft and cracks it through the offside. Jamie McIlroy is on the boundary in front of us and keeps them down to a single.
You see a shot like that and you sort of think, oh, if I could only hit one shot like that in my life, and then this is only worth a single.
As Crane bowls, Bracey forward, defending back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yes, my ever limited array of attacking shots seems to have dried up completely in the last couple of years. As that is driven through the offside, not quite
Stop.
through the offside, tumbling stop at mid-off. Keeps them down to a single, 240 for 3.
I heard that the forecast for Wednesday has been downgraded
All right.
somewhat.
Crane bowls, stylish drive from Bancroft, but well intercepted by skipper Northeast at a short cover.
Let's have a look now. 60-50% chance of rain through most of the day,
Ooh,
according to the Met Office.
that's changed significantly. Crane bowls, knocked away through the leg side by Bancroft. Moves to 91 not out, 241 for 3. Well, it could be significant if Gloucestershire do have to time a declaration. Presumably not today, but at some point tomorrow, if they have that option, as Bracey defends and it rolls out to cover and there's no run. 241 for 3, the lead is 2-2-3. Feels like a different game now, Sophia, with Hammond gone.
Yeah, just slow down, isn't it? As I was saying earlier, Bancroft's gone under the radar. He's just plodded along nicely, and I think Bracey's just a little bit slower. Just taking their time, aren't they? I guess Hammond and Bancroft have put on a good platform for them to, I guess, not really worry about the score. Just taking along quite nicely. But yeah, it has slowed down a little bit, hasn't it?
I think Bracey before tea was almost in the position where it was an awkward little few overs which he couldn't really do a great deal with, so he might as well just have seen those off, and then now he can actually really start his innings. He got that one short ball from Douthwaite that he punished to the boundary. Here's Carlson bowling to Bancroft, who's knocked that one to mid-wicket. No run. One thing you do know about Bancroft is that he is not going to get nervous through the 90s in terms of starting to try and play an awful lot of shots. He's quite happy as Carlson bowls to him, and that's what he's going to look to do. 91 to 92 with a single out to deep mid-wicket. He's quite happy just to run his way through the 90s. No itching to try and get to the landmark.
Well, no, there's a few fielders out, you may as well just tick it along.
Carlson to Bracey, and Bracey is struck on the pad. Might have been some inside edge, maybe it was heading down leg as well, but it was a strangled shout anyway. But also, despite having said that about the final day, Gloucestershire know there is lots of time left in the game. 27 overs this evening, plus all of tomorrow. Carlson in, off the back foot. Bracey tries to cut, doesn't time it. Goes to cover.
This is a handy little spell from Kieran, though. It's causing a few problems with Bracey.
Yeah, he's provided some control that wasn't really there from... I mean, even Van der Hoogten was struggling to contain Hammond. As Bracey sweeps, he sweeps behind square. It was in the air for quite a while. Not that close to backward square, but it kept the fielder interested for a bit of time, but it speeds away for 4 more runs to 46 for 3.
He didn't really roll his wrists on this one. He almost sort of just helped it on its way, and then ended up like staying in the air longer than you would have expected it. 45 thought he was in the game for a little bit there.
Yeah, just looked as if for one moment it might just curve more towards him, but next ball, that's a full toss from Carlson, a low full toss which is driven firmly through the covers by Bracey, but McIlroy can cut it off at deep cover, and Bracey has the strike at the end of that over. So Bracey 16, 247 for 3. The lead has moved on to 229. I mean, whilst you say that's about the final day, forecast doesn't look magnificent at the moment. It's not looking like a complete washout either. You feel that even were, say, half the final day to be knocked off, there would still be a very good chance of one side or the other winning the game.
Looks very much like Gloucestershire are the dominant side at the moment, thanks to that onslaught by Hammond and Bancroft in the afternoon as Crane bowls and Bracey drives back to the bowler, and there's no run. It's been strange, the changes in tempo in this game. We saw wickets obviously falling for most of the first 4 sessions rather. Then the batters suddenly completely dominate the 5th session as Bracey defends another one to northeast at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just had that brief assault in Gloucestershire's first innings. Glamorgan managed a late 50 partnership, but small beer. As Bracey pushes this one on the offside, thinks about a quick single, thinks twice. Crane struck all over the place in his first couple of overs, but starting to recover a degree of respectability for his figures. Can he get in the wickets column? Bracey drives that one back to him, and there's no run. all comparatively sedate, but Gloucestershire 229 in the lead. Bracey forward, defending out on the offside. No thought of a quick single as the ball trickles towards Kieran Carlson, whose parents, as ever, are keen observers here.
Yeah, I have spotted them.
New dog, apparently.
Yes. I saw a little dog with them.
As that's driven out through the offside by Bracey. They'll take one, they may well take two. They do. The throw comes in, and it's a good throw that forces Bancroft to hurry, but they are back for the second. Umpire Baldwin not interested in the appeal, even though Crane did take the bails off at the non-striker's end. 249 for 3, Bancroft 92, Bracey is 18, the lead 2-3-1.
Good accurate throw right over the bails, as you'd like to hope it would be. He's had to go diving for his ground once in this innings as Bancroft. He sort of teased Glamorgan into thinking that he might be run out at various points, but every time he just does seem to make it. Standing tall is the Western Australian, waiting for Carlson, who's bowling his off breaks round the wicket to Bancroft, who winds up for a big drive and sends it away through the covers for 4. Down the hill it goes. The sweeper's out at deep point, more for the shot off the back foot than the front foot. Bancroft saw that bit fuller and laid into it. And Gloucestershire's 250 for the innings is brought up. First ball of the 53rd over. Bancroft's 9th. 4. Moves on to 96. Carlson into Bancroft, was down the leg side, and there is no leg slip anyway. Bancroft thinking about a little nurdle round the corner, which he might have been hoping would speed across the outfield, but no connection. Carlson in, and Bancroft cuts away through the covers. There's no sweeper out there. It's 4 runs, and it is a Cheltenham ton for Cameron Bancroft, who raises his helmet and his bat around the college ground. 143 balls, 10 fours and a 6. It might have flown slightly under the radar in comparison to Hammond's blast off, but it has been so vital for Gloucestershire. It was tricky with that new ball, Van der Guchten doing exactly what he did in the first innings as Carlson beats him with his first ball after reaching the ton.
It looked like an arm ball.
Yeah,
it looked
just
quicker.
Across him with the
Flatter.
angle. But really, in the end, it's been a basically chanceless century from Bancroft, his 3rd of the season, as he rocks back and knocks this one through the mid-wicket gap. And moves on to 101, 258 for 3, the lead up to 240. So, as I say, 3rd of the season for Gloucestershire. Way to go before his Gloucestershire best, however, as Bracey stabs that one into the covers. There's no run to end that over. 258 for 3 overall. It's Bancroft's 29th first class 100, and I'd imagine a fair few of them would have been scored in fairly similar fashion to that.
Yeah, it didn't really give many chances, as you said. Like, he's looked very comfortable out there, hasn't he? And yeah, played a really good supporting role with Hammond, just ticking along nicely.
I think the only semblance of a chance really has been the shot with which he reached his half century, which just went over Mason Crane's head on the boundary at square leg. So not a chance, but a semblance of an opportunity. Mason Crane with ball in hand to bowl to Bancroft,
Oh.
who steps back to one that appeared to keep a little bit low. Has that come off the keeper's pads, I think, and trickled towards Gully? No run.
Yeah, I thought it came off Cook, so it must have... It's very difficult to tell from this angle. I guess it must have gone past the leg stump.
We are watching from deep point. I hasten to add, as Crane bowls, this time it's angled away by Bancroft down into the gully area.
This is where they edit out your clip and think, what are you looking at? This happened to me earlier this season.
As that's clipped nicely through the leg side by Bancroft. They'll take a single out to deep mid wicket, 259 for 3.
Fox Cricket in Australia clipped
right.
up an LBW,
Right.
which was missing leg, and then another leg stump,
Right.
and then another leg stump.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, this looks close.
Ah.
I was looking at it from wide long off.
Crane bowls, knocked away on the leg side by Bracey. It eludes northeast, and they'll go through for a single. They might think about a second. McIlroy is there and prevents them from taking the second. Yes, it is something that has to be taken into consideration, in that our commentary does accompany television pictures, or video pictures, but quite a lot of the time we can't actually see those video pictures. Knocked away on the leg side, they'll take a single to backward square. Bancroft to 103, 261 for 3. So thankfully that's not the case in Cardiff, where we can see what's going on the screen, and therefore if we get things wrong we've got no one to blame. Crane bowls to Bracey, who turns it into a gap on the offside for a single. 262 for 3. The lead 244. Ominous. We talked earlier about maybe 220 being possibly enough to make a game of it. Well, Gloucestershire are going to get a lot more than that in terms of a lead and a target for Glamorgan in the 4th innings.
Yeah, you can only hope that it's getting easier out there, can't you? But yeah, I think Gloucestershire's running in the ring has been excellent, and it's driven by Cameron Bancroft, as Ed has said before. He's a very good runner, but I think they've really done well in the ring, left or right side of a field as they're running, putting people under pressure and keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, and that's another thing that will probably be a bit of a concern for them with this partnership as well, because whilst it won't take the game as obviously away from them as Hammond would have done when he'd been out there, they're quite similar players, these two, in terms of how they look to score. So the danger is that you just sort of let things drift for a half an hour, thinking, yeah, we've got a bit of a lid on this, and then you look up at the scoreboard and all of a sudden the lead's approaching 300.
Yeah.
Is the danger with these two, because they won't be lining up the Sanford Road, but we'll be lining up the sweepers for singles, which is exactly what Bracey's done there, as Andy Gorvin returns from the chapel end and tucked through mid-wicket for 1. 245 is the lead. And the other thing is, from Gloucestershire's perspective, they've lost Hammond. Things have been opened up a bit, just to go, even if they don't score masses of runs, just to go another 45 minutes, an hour, something like that, without losing a wicket. Gorvin bowls on the back foot. Bancroft strokes a drive to deep cover for 1 more. You just get the feeling, if you're in the dressing room, that you're not kind of scrambling around for pads, and you know, you've got things under control down there.
Yeah, it just frustrates Glamorgan as well, doesn't it? They're longing for those wickets, and if you just keep frustrating them by getting 1 run all the time, it's annoying.
Slip in a gully. Gorvin round the wicket to Bracey, who drives through the covers majestically for 4. Wasn't An absolute drive me ball from Gorvin, but Bracey climbed into it and timed that to perfection, his third boundary, which brings up a 50 partnership between these two, and that's sort of what I mean really. I hadn't quite realised even that it was approaching a 50 partnership.
They go quietly about their business, don't they? These two.
Yes, they even, has to be said, look fairly similar. Helmet off. This time a square drive from Bracey. There's no fielder down at deep third, so that's 4 more.
There's no third man again. Oh. I'm gonna have to ask my brother why. I think Andy Gorvin, he hasn't bowled much with a deep third.
No, I was just thinking Gorvin seems to dislike them in particular.
I'd have to say, Will, why does Gorvin always bowl with no deep third? It's so annoying.
2-5-4. The lead moves on to Bracey to 29. Gorvin in, and Bracey gets a ball which he plays as though it doesn't get up a great deal, but still able to drop the hands and roll the wrists and play it through the leg side for a single. So they've scored off every ball this over. In fact, they've scored off each of the last 9 balls. Really, when you look back further, just fairly few dots being faced. It's either a gap for 1 or a gap for 4. This time it's a gap for 1.
It's just so easy,
on the back
isn't
foot, Bancroft just rocks onto it, and again, it's just a punch of the hands through the ball to bring him a single.
Yeah, that just looks so easy for Bancroft. 1 run all day long, isn't it, out there to deep cover point.
Well, this Glamorgan attack, I'm afraid, at the moment is having performed so well on day 1 of this game, is looking rather innocuous late on day 2 without injured James Harris. It is
They're definitely missing James Harris, aren't they? So reliable.
He's been a big wicket taker this season. Yeah. Expensive at times, but equal top, and there goes another boundary, driven Bancroft through the covers, and Crane looking a little woebegone. Maybe not a pitch that's offering him much at the moment, even though we're in the second innings. It is only the closing session of the second day of the match. Normally he'd look to specialise in later in the game. Back on his stumps goes Bancroft and defends back to Mason Crane. And difficult maybe for a leg spinner to be the sort of stock holding bowler that an off spinner can be. Again, stylishly driven through the offside by Bancroft, and he's got that one away to the ropes beyond the dive of Labuschagne, who gets up rather slowly, even for the effervescent Aussie. Maybe head starting to dip a little bit for Glamorgan in this evening session as they're under the cosh.
Out as well. Slip's gone now as well. Even more defensive.
Just the man on the drive on the offside. Crane bowls and dabbed away by Bancroft. Single down towards backward point.
I just think with Bancroft, like, he's a very experienced cricketer, isn't he? And I just feel like he just does not look like he's losing his concentration, does he? He looks in the zone.
Bracey joining him in a promising partnership already, and driving is Bracey into the covers where Carlson does the fielding. No run for once.
It's just so casual, isn't he, Bancroft at the non-strikers, and then just so casually leans on his bat, and he might as well be on 5, or he could be on 200, he wouldn't know.
Cut nicely by Bracey through point for a single. Out towards the boundary. 2-8-4 for 3, and despite the dismissal of Miles Hammond just before tea, Gloucestershire hugely in the ascendancy in this game, which looked very much in the balance at lunchtime when they were 48 for 2, just 30 ahead. But since then, moved from 48 for 2 to 284 for 3 in no time at all, in the shadows of the historic college buildings here at Cheltenham. Glamorgan scratching their heads and having a committee meeting, but Gloucestershire so firmly on the front foot, with the foot on Glamorgan's neck at the moment.
I'm going to nick this tweet. I think we sent it, but I think because I know the answer, I'm going to respond to it. Hi Nick, do you know if entry is free after tea? Michael says, hoping to pop in now after work. I believe that it is free after tea. Here, as Gorvin bowls to Bracey, who clips to backward square leg for one more run.
Thank you for elucidating that, because I wouldn't have been able to.
Well, I'm sure if I'm sure somebody's listening from the club. If that's not right, then do send me a message. But I'm pretty certain that that was the case last year. I can't imagine they've changed that for this year. There's certainly plenty of seats. It's not absolutely jam-packed. There's still a good number of people in, though. Gorvin to Bancroft, who defends to short extra cover, as we get a bit of sunshine. Be of welcome relief, I'm sure, to both fielders and batters alike. Been feeling it out in the middle, even more exposed than we are up on this balcony, at least a little bit sheltered from it by the turrets. Gorvin in over the wicket, bowls. Bancroft drives and for once mistimes it and looks at his bat as if to say, how dare you. Driven up to mid-off.
Play at Pompey on Twitter, never short of a pun. Sounds like Hammond was in top gear between lunch and tea. Boom.
Oh, never heard that one before. Very good.
I'm sure Miles has heard it once or twice.
Gorvin bowls. Bancroft drives firmly to mid-off, and Bracey thought that Bancroft was about to sprint through and then abort.
They're one of the shots where you're like, oh, I've nailed that. It's gone for a dot.
Mm. Well, you like to play straight down the ground as well. You know, you sort of feel as if you should get more for those sorts of proper shots.
The amount of times you just cream it straight to mid-off.
Gorvin to Bancroft. That's that one come to him this time and just covers up in defence. Gorvin fields.
Just be grateful you can cream the ball anywhere at any time.
Dave Wilcox is in a good mood. A lovely day for all maniacs. The Shire maniacs, that is.
All right.
Gorvin in full, over pitch, driven for 4.
Yeah, 2 full there.
Another imperious drive, this time from Bancroft. You're just not going to get away with bowling that length with the old ball to somebody as well set as Cameron Bancroft. And he is on to 118 to 89 for 3.
Yeah, bet he saw that one like a football when it came down. Nice half volley just outside off stump.
Good news for Derbyshire supporters, it's rained at Chesterfield.
We're hoping it's like a lake.
Where Yorkshire are 340 in the lead and still going on first innings.
I think they like playing Yorkshire there, but more in T20. I seem to remember they have a very good record playing Yorkshire in T20 cricket at Chesterfield, but
I probably like the support they get from.
Yes, closer for a lot of Yorkshire supporters than Headingley, certainly Scarborough and Somewhere like York, a 50 over game at York this year for Gloucestershire. I'm much looking forward to my visit.
Haven't been there at all.
No, me neither.
289 for 3 as Carlson is on again, and he is cut by Bracey out towards point. Single taken. 290 for 3. Elsewhere in Division 2, well, they're already into the final innings at Northampton. Sussex were 237 all out in their second innings. Northants need 284 to win, and they're 102 for 2. Carlson bowls, turned through the leg side by Bancroft, single out towards deep mid wicket. 291 for 3. So looks like it might be an interesting finish at Northampton in that particular low scoring game. At Leicester, the batters taken over after some low scores in the first innings. Carlson bowls. Bracey swings it high, majestically and handsome over long on. It's gone all the way. James Bracey opening his shoulders with a lovely clean hit down the ground to long on.
Lovely flow of the arms from Bracey there. Effortless shot. Like he didn't even try to hit that one. I think it was just in his arc, wasn't it?
In the arc and out of the park, as David Miller, the South African, used to have as his motto.
Right. I wish he could have got a couple more out of the park in that final.
I know.
Only would have taken a couple. Poor South Africa.
I know. I was rooting for them.
Yeah, I think most people were.
Carlson bowls. Bracey sweeps for 4 more. No, McIlroy is just emerging from beneath the balcony. I didn't think there was anyone on the boundary down here, but McIlroy ran from a square leg to keep them down to a single. 298 for 3. Bracey to 40 in no time at all. At Leicestershire 311 for 8 in their second innings, a lead of 404 over Middlesex, and the lower order going strong there. Would be something of an upset for the high-flying Middlesex side if that one to go to the Foxes, as Bancroft defends on the offside.
Leicestershire very much right back in the promotion hunt, and I suppose really anyone that wins this round as well.
Carlson bowls, another flowing swing of the bat from Bracey, but this time it's all along the ground, from Bancroft rather, all along the ground up to long on. Single taken. Bancroft retains the strike, and Gloucestershire all of a sudden on the verge of 300, and it's been almost seamless in this evening session that they've regained the momentum that they lost temporarily through the dismissal of Miles Hammond, but they're flowing now. 81 this partnership already.
Yeah, and it's starting to take on a little bit the sort of feel, not quite the same, but a little bit of the feel that they had when Hammond was still there. Keeper up to the stumps for Gorvin, trying to keep Bancroft in his crease, and he is forced to stay in his crease as he pushes the ball to short mid-wicket. It is a real shame that Miles Hammond's second middle name is Halhead and not...
Is what?
Halhead. Halhead, and not say Stephen, because then you could have had Bangers and Mash as the partnership, but it's ruined because it's Bangers and Mash.
Oh dear.
In comes Gorvin, bowls to Bancroft on the back foot, just pushing the ball away to where a point would be. Oh, could be buzzers. No, they won't bother. And that brings up the 300 for Gloucestershire in the 59th over. Just another business-like single from Bancroft to bring it up. 300 for 3 in a match where We saw 15 wickets fall yesterday.
Never heard of that middle name. It's a new one.
I actually asked him, I guess it's a family
Yeah, it must
name,
be.
but I've not actually asked him why.
Must be like a granddad
that?
or something.
Yeah.
That's normally the case.
Gorvin bowls, stroked away, passed backward point, was bobbling a bit on the fielder there, but it was another rather tired move down from
Billy
Mason
Root.
Crane. No, Billy Root, you're right, sorry. Billy Root brings Bracey another boundary, 44 he's got. Boundary's starting to come, and again it's been that sort of innings from Bracey. Yes, he had that 6 that he launched off Carlson down over long on, but sort of feels like he ought to be on about 20 something, and he's actually on 44.
Yeah, he's flown up to 44, hasn't he?
Another little pause. Morgan just, I suppose, trying to come up with some sort of plan, but things are in danger of drifting a bit here for them. Gorvin in, and that's played down into the ground by Bracey. He was looking for a shot quite similar to the one that he's just played. And I'm not sure about the footballing skills from northeastern route there. I'm not entirely sure that that was meant to be kicked, but anyway.
You get the feeling at the moment that Glamorgan's plans are looking rather like those of Baldrick.
Gorvin in, and Bracey pushes this one softly up to mid-off. There's no run.
However cunning they might be floated as, they're not hugely effective. Or haven't been since lunch anyway.
Still 19 overs remaining in the day's play. It could be a fairly late finish. Gorvin to Bracey, full. Bracey times it pretty well, but Gorvin's able to knock it down in his follow through. So there is no run. Ends that over. That's the score, 304 for 3. Mike Turner has added his name to the list of people who is enjoying Sophia Smale on commentary. Always good, he says, to hear Western Storm players on
Thank you, Mike.
streams. Comes as no surprise that Sophia is particularly good, so there you go.
I really enjoy Mike's stats actually on Twitter.
Yeah, well, he's very useful because we can actually sound like on Western Storm commentary that we know what we're talking about.
It's nice. You always know how many wickets I've taken this year when he says on Twitter.
Carlson is in to bowl, and Bancroft on the defensive for once plays to shortish mid-wicket. But this is a Glamorgan field, 4 saving the single, mid-off pushed back, long on pushed back as Bancroft turns one down to square leg, and there's no run. Umpire name Ashraf is situated at point at the moment, giving up crossing sides. At this stage of the day, the right and left-hander. Carlson bowls, Bancroft drives back to the bowler.
I don't blame him.
No. So
It's
many singles as well.
Walking, isn't it?
Yeah. You're doing it almost every ball.
Once you've reached your steps target for the day. Carlson is in to bowl. Down the wicket comes Bancroft, drives through the onside up to long off for a single. Lovely to see a little bit of sunshine now in these closing. How long have we got left? 18 overs.
Where are we?
Where are we?
What's the day of the week? Actually, I can never say that at the best of times.
Well, you don't know with all these changes in the schedule, do you? Because we just got into the habit of county cricket Friday to Monday or whatever it was in the first half of the season. Carlson bowls and driven past Carlson, who has his head in his hands, thinks he ought to have stopped it, maybe. Right, Bracey takes a single up to long off.
I think that was lazy from Kieran there. He should have done better there.
Marnus Labuschagne is limbering up.
To bowl what, though?
Left arm.
Back on his stumps, and Labuschagne just gets a hand to it as Bancroft turns it round the corner. Labuschagne takes all the pace off the ball, but gets up rather wearily, takes his sweat off. Single taken. 307 for 3. Bancroft has 123. Bracey has 45. The lead is 289. Of course, we have got someone on the Glamorgan staff now who can bowl with both arms in Ben Callaway,
Yes.
who we've seen on as a sub, has taken wickets at second 11 level with his left arm spin.
Well, maybe us left arm spinners are gold dust. I certainly don't think I could bowl right-handed, and if I was going to, I think I'd go leg spin, because I can't get the grip of an off spinner with my right hand.
Right.
And I don't think you'd want to see my right-handed leg spin.
I mean, it does feel, in all seriousness though, it does feel almost the next bit of evolution for T20 cricket, not just switch bowling but switch batting as well.
There's a few of them. There's Billy and I think Asa Try, who's been bowling off spin and hiding the ball like Sunil Narayan.
Yeah, that's a very, very popular thing to do. So Labuschagne is replacing Gorvin. He's bowling medium pace and he's forcing a mistimed shot from Bancroft, who is hoping for the deep square boundary for at least a single, but hits it to mid-wicket.
Yeah, Billy Root's also a bit like Labuschagne. I've plays for Rusk with my brother, and I've seen him run in bowl off spin and seam in one game.
Labuschagne in, and Bancroft taps this one to extra cover.
Of course, that's not something that you have to inform the umpire about. Change of style, just whether you're bowling right or left arm.
Yeah. I mean, it's in some ways, if you can do what Liam Livingstone does and bowl leg spin and off spin, you probably don't need to bowl with both arms. But well, I say bowl with both arms now, don't I mean?
Either arm.
Yes. You always need to bowl with both arms. Labuschagne in, and Bancroft comes forward and nudges to mid-wicket.
Yeah, we had in Sri Lanka actually, one of the Sri Lankan bowlers, I think she was bowling left arm leg spin, and then bowled with her right arm and didn't inform the umpire, and both the batters didn't realise.
Really?
No.
You'd be straight up for the to the umpire there.
Straight over their head.
Come on, umps. Labuschagne to Bancroft, who runs this one away back towards the deep backward point boundary, but it's going to be intercepted. A lot of grounds that would have been 2, but not here, not down the hill. 308 for 3.
Yeah, I remember after the match, the debrief coach said, just have a look at this video, and did you notice anything? The two girls were like, no, didn't notice anything. You've missed out on a no ball and a free hit, I think.
Yeah, especially in white ball cricket, the chance to get that free hit.
She sneaked through a dot ball with the right arm, I think.
Gosh. Labuschagne staying over the wicket with his fast mediums, bowling short. Bracey pulls it round the corner and then looks a little annoyed that he's not taken full toll of that. Goes down to fine leg for one more run. 46 to Bracey.
That was an effort ball from Marnus, wasn't it?
It's that.
That grunt. Yeah, I'd love to know what speed he's clocking up.
Well, the umpires' cameras can tell you something nowadays. I don't suppose that James Healy, who operates the stream, is Labuschagne bowls. That's left by Bancroft to end the over. 309 for 3. The lead 291, excuse me. But earlier in the season, we wanted to know just how quick Anuj Dal was bowling, and he managed to get into the umpire's GoPro camera data, and they can triangulate.
Nowadays, there's just so much you can do.
Yeah, and they've got Dal's speed sort of 80, 81 miles an hour.
It's something we do get popping up on the stream and the screen on the stream, if I can say it, in Cardiff, actually.
Yeah.
Get bowlers' speeds now and again.
Yes, I'm always a little bit dubious of that ever since at Chelmsford Matt Parkinson was clocked at 94 miles an hour.
Yeah, I've been clocked in the 100 at like 85, I think. Did not happen, I can assure you of that.
Carlson bowling his off-spin, presumably in the 50s in terms of MPH, and first ball just knocked through the offside by Bracey for a single.
I'll tell you a funny one. Lauren Filer, in a recent, I think it was a recent Storm game, she was not happy. One of her balls got clocked at like 50 mile an hour. She was like, this is an insult.
Oh dear.
I had to say to her, I think it's a mistake.
Carlson bowls, Bancroft off the back foot, forces nicely up through mid-on to long on. Single taken.
They're probably just trying to spur her on to bowl quicker. Even quicker.
She was livid. Absolutely livid.
3-11 for 3. Carlson to Bracey. Drives nicely down the ground, up to long off. Single again. And they're just milking the bowling at the moment.
Yeah.
It's a long way to go before that second new ball as well. It's not going to come in this session.
Thought we might have seen Labuschagne mixing it up a bit by now. Bowling a bit of spin. Carlson and Crane, the two spinners used so far, as this is Bancroft turning it away down towards deep mid-wicket. And the singles seem to be coming at will for Gloucestershire at the moment, despite Glamorgan getting Miles Hammond before tea. The punishment has gone on. At last there's a slip as Carlson bowls to Bracey, who plays it gently back to the bowler. Carlson fielding just to his right. There's a shortish mid-wicket, a shortish backward square leg. Mid-on is back, long off is back, cover up. Backward point is up in the circle. Bracey drives back to Carlson, who palms it away towards Byram at cover to complete the fielding. Another over ticks by with 4 singles accumulated by the Shire with absolutely no risk at all, it seemed. 313 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online. The lead is 295.
Sort of taken on the tempo of a middle overs of a 50 over game the last few overs, you know, the singles being knocked here or there. They're not too bothered about really going hard at the boundaries, but just not facing an enormous number of dot balls. Labuschagne it is to Bancroft, tap and go to cover. Carlson doesn't pick the ball up, but wouldn't have had any chance of getting either Bancroft or Bracey.
I think that's what makes Bancroft so good though early in his innings. Like, it's the dot balls that, I know it's red ball cricket and he's probably not worried about the dot balls, but like they do build pressure.
Yeah.
Bowlers think, oh, I'm in here, he's had a few dot balls, he might fish it one outside off, but he's so good at just, especially with slips in, if there's no cover, getting a single in there.
Yeah, exactly. Labuschagne in over the wicket, bowls to Bracey, who drives, knocked down by Labuschagne and his follow-through. He's probably looking to deflect the ball onto the stumps, but missed them.
And it just frustrates the bowlers when you can't get a rhythm at the batter. If he just keeps getting off strike, you can't settle into a line length. He's so good at it.
Yeah, and even just by the very nature of him being right-handed, and a lot of the people he's batting with in Gloucestershire's top order are left-handed. Labuschagne is in, that's driven sweetly, but North East stops it at cover. And I think that was one of the things, thinking about the differences between Gloucestershire's side this year and last year. Marcus Harris was a terrific player for Gloucestershire, made plenty of hundreds. Labuschagne in and worked away wide of mid-wicket. There should be a couple of runs. I think the fielder will get there from deep mid-wicket. Indeed he does, but it's 2 that brings up a half century for Bracey. 68 balls, 5 fours and a 6. He was waiting for quite some time to get in and then just had to see himself through to tee. But since then, he's basically scored a run a ball. It's the early stages of his innings. Unfussy knock from Bracey for the most part, but again, exactly what Gloucestershire needed, as Bracey finds another run as he square drives to Crane on the offside boundary. 317 for 3. The lead ticks towards 300. When I say what Gloucestershire needed, I mean they didn't necessarily absolutely need, and everything is relative, but there was a bit of jeopardy when Hammond was out, only a bit. Labuschagne bowls to Bancroft, who works this one away behind square on the leg side. Crane does well to get across and field. It brings up a couple of things. 100 partnership between Bancroft and Bracey. 124 deliveries, so it's come in good time. They've each contributed pretty evenly. The other thing, though, that it brings up is the 300-run lead for Gloucestershire, with still 7 wickets in hand.
It's looking nasty, isn't it?
It is looking as though Glamorgan will face a mammoth chase in the last innings, possibly in the region of 500 if the game continues to go as it is, with these 2 knocking the ball round. Where are we in terms of overs bowled in this innings? Are we approaching the new ball at all tonight?
This innings 63.
As Bancroft plays to square leg, no run, so not tonight.
So no, come early tomorrow, assuming that we get all these overs in, which we may not, having gone off for bad light a little bit early yesterday.
Looking a little bit higher at the moment, the cloud. Down leg side from Carlson. I think he fired it down there, seeing Bancroft looking to advance. Possibly even looking for a stumping there, but Bancroft was easily back. Bancroft turning that one with the spin out to deep mid-wicket. Single.
Death by 1,000 cuts, really, with Bancroft for the most part, isn't it? It's just go back, knock, single, single, another single.
And before you know it, it's on 129.
Next ball is defended by Bracey to cover, and there's no run. Even the effervescent Carlson might be struggling to keep his spirits up at the moment. Carlson bowls. Bracey turns it on the leg side for a single. Callaway, the sub, does the fielding. Single taken again. The lead has pushed over 300. 320 for 3. Having been effectively -1 for 2 when Ollie Price was caught behind off Van der Hochten in the morning session. That seems a long, long time ago. Bancroft turns one to square leg. This time he's hit a fielder. 320 for 3. Carlson's through 10 overs, 1 for 43. Bancroft has 129. Bracey for 52. And the lead is 302. The men out in this innings: Charlesworth without scoring, Ollie Price for 8, Hammond for 121. And although Bancroft's innings is now larger than Hammond's, it was really Hammond who seized the game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Put them on the front foot, didn't it?
Yeah, and it is what Hammond can do. Like I said, when he was out there, you never quite know when he's going to decide that that's the innings he's going to play, but a lot of the time he is that
destructive.
And as Labuschagne bowls around the wicket and Bracey punches a drive to cover, he is that player who can just turn a game in a short space of time. That sort of, things that make all the people that don't like the modern way of playing Test cricket that England have adopted that make them roll their eyes as a square driven to backward point, in terms of, he can win you a match or turn matches rather than thinking about volumes of
Yeah, I
runs
feel like
necessarily.
Bancroft's more of the stayer, isn't he?
Yeah. He is
He accumulates the runs over time.
more of your old-fashioned
Yeah.
red ball opener. Nice looking drive
The work
from
to do.
Bracey through the covers, and it's
well
another one
fielded.
of those Cheltenham singles. As short square boundaries mean that, despite the fact that Crane had to get his skates on to stop the ball from going over the boundary, it's still only one. For a flowing drive from Bracey, he moves on to 53, 321 for 3. Close of play also at Grace Road. Otherwise, there must be some either rain or bad light there. Labuschagne bowls cut away by Bancroft for a single to deep point, and he is on to 130. So close of play in a couple of the Division 2 matches, also close of play between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire. It's not been a day that they would have wanted at Southport. Labuschagne bowls and jammed into the ground by Bracey to backward point.
Oh.
And
Billy's still awake. Well, Labuschagne throws the ball at the stumps, given a quarter of a provocation, so he can't complain when someone else does.
keep himself amused. Labuschagne bowls down the leg side. It's worked round the corner by Bracey. Fine leg will get there. Was a fumble from Douthwaite down there. He's got a strong arm, but he's not going to be able to make up for the fact that he couldn't pick the ball up first time. And there's no mercy from Messrs Bancroft and Bracey. They make him pay for it by coming back for the second. 324 for 3. Keaton Jennings not able to add to his 183 in that game at Southport. I think no, they seem to be back underway again between Surrey and Essex. Surrey leading Essex by 119 runs. Jamie Smith batting again after he was out for 100 exactly in the first innings, but looks to be rounding into batting form coming into his selection as England keeper for the first test against the West Indies.
Carlson from the College Lawns End. Bancroft
It's another
turns
single.
it up to mid-wicket for, Sophia says, another single. Yet another single. 325 for 3 Gloucestershire. And we were talking about this being a low-scoring game. How things change. 179 plays 197 on first innings. Carlson to Bracey. Off a thickish edge down towards backward point. A false shot for once, but no damage done for Bracey. There's Glamorgan desperately trying to work on this old ball that they've got to propel through the close of play tonight, and first couple of overs tomorrow before they have a chance for New Cherry. Carlson to Bracey, blocks it, stretching forward, the ball trickles halfway down the pitch. Chris Cook for once beats Marnus Labuschagne to the ball. And it's back in the hands of Carlson, working on it, tossing it from one hand and to the other, and then bowling to Bracey, who drives squarer on the offside than he meant to, looking to play through the covers.
A nice bit of flight from Kieran there. Tempted the shot.
Cheltenham single down to the boundary. Douthwaite the fielder. 326 for 3. Carlson bowls and forward stretches Bancroft to defend. So Glamorgan occasionally managing to put the brakes on, but not to derail this Gloucestershire charge overall. Down the wickets came Bancroft, drove back to Carlson, who threatened to throw down the stumps. Bancroft had quickly retreated to the safety of his crease. Good over from Carlson, just 2 off it. But Glamorgan need wickets rather than just calming the run rate.
And as a consequence, it looks as though they may have decided to turn back to their main wicket-taking threat. As he knows he could have a spell of 6 overs from that Chapel End if all goes well, although I'm not sure he particularly fancy a 6-over spell at this point in the day unless he's taking wicket after wicket after wicket.
Well, he's bowled 13 overs, I suppose. 20 overs a day. Not too demanding, I suppose. Something of a task, but
in my day, all this complaining about.
I think Van der Hoogten's used to leading the line, as it were, leading the attack, and getting through more than his fair share.
Sorry, just looking at a magpie which has flown over, which I think is missing its long tail. It's a bit sad. Rather strange-looking things started to fly in front of us. Gone to perch on the outfield and then has had to move because that's where they want their deep third fielder to be. Tim van der Hoogten round the wicket bowling on the back foot goes Bracey and just quietly dabs the ball to backward point. It was a bit of a sort of festival roar going this afternoon, but it's gone back to feeling a little bit more sedate as Bancroft and Bracey have just calmed proceedings a bit after the onslaught from Miles Hammond, but it'll be a contented sedateness. As striking Bracey on the pad there is Van der Hoogten, but he didn't really go up for the LBW.
That's a desperation appeal, isn't it?
Yes. Give me something, anything.
Still 103 runs added since tea in what, about an hour and a quarter. Almost unobtrusive compared to the blasting of the afternoon, but it's still been a decent rate.
Yeah. Again, it sort of shows how easily the modern player can score at about 4-5 runs per over. Bracey is not finding a run there as Carlson intercepts it short mid-wicket. But, you know, the sort of feeling of a chase where you need 4.5-5 runs per over, even in red ball cricket. Of course, so often defending a big score, you still back the side that has the runs on the board, but you don't get too scared about that sort of a run rate because, you know, even if you fall behind, you can make it up later on, and you can score at 4 runs per over, even if there are lots of fielders out on the boundary. Bracey is wanting 2 here as he's opened the face, run the ball just behind point, and that's exactly what he's going to get, as Bracey has to be quick as hands clasped behind heads in the field, but Bracey was always making that.
Yeah, I think that's just the modern day player now. They can just catch up like that, can't they? It's honestly like 2 hits and they're back to 100 strike rate. And T20 cricket, they can have 5 dots and then be absolutely flying.
Van der Hoogten in, round the wicket bowls. Bracey struck somewhere very uncomfortable. You could tell from the legs buckling somewhat after he was struck. And he's now on his haunches staring off at the dressing room. I don't think it was quite as bad as
Can't be as bad
some.
as Alex Hales.
Oh no. or more like, oh no.
He always gets peppered.
He does. He seems to have a bit of a weakness in terms of hitting balls there.
Is there a flaw in his technique?
Well, he does seem to get hit there more than some, doesn't he? Livingston's another one. Van der Hoogten bowls, pulled round the corner by Bracey, swings it perfectly into the gap between long leg and deep square for 4 runs. So even the return of Van der Hugten has seen 6 runs come from his over, and 332 for 3. Bracey on to 62, 6 fours to go with that 6 off Carlson. But yeah, you would just be saying in sort of team meetings to Alex Hales, just point to the area you need to aim for. About 3 times in an innings. There was one, I think, in the big bash where he got hit about twice, and it was exactly the same in the 100 not so long ago, I seem to remember.
Worst I saw was Mark Wallace up at Northampton. Took a painful central blow. Took 5-10 minutes to recover from that, and then tore a hamstring about 10 minutes later.
Oh no.
Carlson bowls. Bancroft defends on the leg side, no run.
Which pain would have gone away sooner.
3-2 for 3, ended his 200 plus match run in Championship cricket with the gloves for Glamorgan. Carlson bowls, and Bancroft just knocking it gently to square leg. Carlson just showing signs of being able to exhibit some control, but Glamorgan need more than that to turn the narrative of the game, as the next delivery is again played gently by Bancroft, this time to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's one of the only ones that's actually getting a few dot balls.
String the dots together, join the dots. Carlson bowls, that one isn't a dot. Bancroft has chopped it out towards McIlroy at deep point, single taken.
You can see Bancroft though, he's trying to come down the wicket, like you can see with his forward press, unless you're trying to put Kieran off for him to bowl short, so it's good signs for Carlson.
Treble Nelson on the boards. 3-3-3 for 3. Carlson to Bracey, who's back trying to turn it towards us at square leg for a single, but northeast in a leg gully-ish, short fine leg-ish sort of area, presumably for the top-edged sweep or similar. Carlson bowls, Bracey drives through the offside. They'll run the first one fast to put the pressure on the boundary fielder, but well fielded. In comes the throw. Keeps them down to a single. 334 for 3. And the lead, 316. And, well, I wonder if it's got to the time where we speculate about potential declarations tomorrow. If there is possibility of bad weather on Wednesday, that might just come into Van Buren's thinking.
Yeah, I guess they'll see where they get to after these 10 overs, and I'm not sure they were almost expecting to make that decision even at tea. They may yet have to make a call. Van der Hugten in, and getting caught on the gloves there is Bracey. A bit of extra bounce from Van der Hugten. He was certainly getting that with the new ball. We haven't seen that for a while. And down well in front of where the slip cordon would be, but having got a painful blow in the previous over, he's been caught on the gloves there. Takes a single down to deep third.
One way to do it, rough them up.
He's just feeling out that left hand. I don't think he's asking for the physio to come on immediately, but he's still seemingly in consultation with the bench down there, but we're ready to continue. Van der Hugten into Bancroft, who's beaten outside the off stump, so seemingly still at least Van der Hugten able to cause a few problems, which we've not seen so much recently. First time we've seen ball beat bat for what feels like a session and a half or so. It's just had that mixture of enough pace and accuracy, Van der Hugten, and he's looked more dangerous when he's bowled from the Chapel end than when he briefly bowled from the College lawn end. This time it's a bit fuller and Bancroft leaves.
Haven't
Full
seen
ball
a leave
outside
in a
off.
while either.
No. Partly because of where Glamorgan have been bowling, but mostly because Gloucestershire have just been that confident in seeing it off the pitch and seeing a bit of width and going after it.
Put a gully in now, haven't they?
Yeah. Got a wide gully.
Yes.
Van der Hugten approaching. Then out bowls full to Bancroft, who digs it out to mid-on. McElroy does the fielding. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you would have to feel that Gloucestershire would hope, in terms of back to the declaration talk. I mean, if we get the rest of these overs in, the lead's going to be about 350. Let's call it somewhere
At least.
around that anyway, just as a ballpark figure. They'd hope if they have another flying session in the morning that they could get it, assuming that they can bat all that time. Van der Hugten in to Bancroft, who thinks about playing and leaves it alone. He's settled back in on that line and length now as Van der Hugten.
Yeah, like these two can keep going, and obviously we saw yesterday the tail can go and swing the bat then, can't they?
Yeah, he's got 150 in the afternoon session. They scored another 150 tomorrow morning, then the lead's up
And
to
these
500
two
at
can,
lunch, and then you'd
lunchtime
think that would be,
declaration.
yeah, exactly. That
And these
ought to
two
be
can-
enough.
Give yourself
Swing
5
the bat
sessions
as
to
well.
dismiss
Yeah.
Glamorgan.
Last ball of the over, Van der Hugten in, and Bancroft has nothing to do with that. Lets it go through to the keeper.
Very good end to that over there.
Yeah. So 3-1-7 for now. The lead not quite a maiden over from Van der Hugten as Bracey took a single off the first ball. 2 for 60. Van der Hugten's figures from 15 overs. Even he has not been as cheap as he can be for an over. That's be interesting. See what Bancroft and Bracey want to do against Crane late on in the day.
Yeah.
They're quite happy to milk Carlson.
Well, Bracey's got this short boundary to the leg side as well, so I think he likes a sweep by the looks of things. And
Yes.
if he pierces the gap between square and that short mid wicket, it's 4 every day of the week, isn't it?
Yeah. I guess you also feel from Bracey's point of view that he's on 64. He could start to think it's time for me to get greedy and add another 3-figure score to the collection this season. In a great position to take advantage of the situation he's in as Crane bowls to him, and this is punched back to the bowler. And there's not really any pressure on Gloucestershire to go after Mason Crane.
No.
It's just whether they decide that they don't just want to let Crane bowl to them. And over the wicket comes the leggy and bowls to Bracey, who's nurdled this through square leg and is happy to get off strike. 336 then for 3. It's been an extraordinary game, and we've just not known what's coming round the corner at any particular point. I mean, I thought it was going to be tricky on that first morning for Gloucestershire when they were put into bat by Glamorgan, but 88 for 8 was not expected. This is punched away past a diving cover. McElroy will tumble away to his right on the boundary and save at least the 4, but Bancroft gets 2.
I wonder if Labuschagne just got a hand on that.
Have looked a bit weary in the field of Glamorgan for a side that, yes, they've been in the field for a while, but they've not been in the field all day. I think it's just the effects of what Gloucestershire have done to them Crane bowls short, cut away. It's going to spin away from McElroy. He's not going to get there. It's 4 runs. Timed too well. And then the ball just snaking away from McElroy around that deep point boundary. And it is short there as well. The boundary runs basically parallel to the pitch, off towards this rather imposing pavilion that we're commentating from the balcony of. Bancroft to 138, so 6 o'clock reached, but still at least probably half an hour left in terms of cricket. Crane bowls a flighted delivery, which Bancroft flicks to mid-wicket. There's no run.
It just doesn't look to be that much turn on offer, does it?
No.
Like, if that's a turning, if it's a turning wicket, it's a difficult shot to hit, but...
Crane bowls, it's very full, stabbed down the ground. Oh, Bancroft, I think, thought he might have got that past Crane, and then he hadn't, and Crane made sure that he got back in his ground, fizzing the throw into the gloves of Cook. 342 for 3.
Yeah, as I said, if there's a little bit of turn on offer, that flick into the onside would bring in that sort of leading edge, but there's nothing really.
No, I mean, the pitch looked quite green, quite uniform, quite hard at the start of proceedings. I didn't really expect it to be one of those. And sometimes in the past, especially when Gloucestershire have had Zafar Gohar, their left-arm spinner, they've wanted the pitches to turn here, and they have worn a bit more. Yeah,
I definitely feel like at Storm games, I always feel like spinners played quite a big part. I remember Chloe Skelton got 5 for last year. I had a 4 for here last year. I feel like spinners normally quite key.
Yeah. The ice cream vans, well, one of them's leaving, so better get your orders in at the other one before that one goes. Van der Hoogten bowls full and on the pads of Bracey, who turns him to mid-on. There's no run. But as I say, this year, Gloucestershire with, well, Tom Smith's just sitting to our right on the balcony, looking ahead to the T20 games, and then Zafar Gohar, who was on the ground earlier. He's out for a little while as well. 2 of their primary spin options out injured. It's not really in their interests to make pitches turn. They'd be quite happy to bowl 20 overs of seam come the start of the T20, as Bracey times this one nicely through the onside. Should be 2.
Yeah.
The Byram
good
mopping
running
up.
Again.
340. 4 for 3. Bracey on to 67. And even this partnership now getting up there, 126 it's worth. 201 put on between Hammond and Bancroft in 36.1 overs. Bracey drives down the ground. That's another gorgeous shot. Save your legs.
Yeah.
Not stopping that. Over the square, College Square it goes.
Tim van der Hoogten, and with Bracey on 67 when he's hit that shot, he's not going to miss out on that. It's a half volley. I feel like Glamorgan have bowled quite a few hit me balls, especially with a boundary that's short and and an outfield that's quick. They've bowled one too many poor balls.
Yeah, I think the margin has got a bit less for the bowlers as well, in terms of they're just a bit off. Van der Hoogten into Bracey, who's on the back foot, stroking this one through the offside. There's a big chase on for Crane towards this boundary closest to us out at deep point. Bracey comes back for 2 runs. That's 350 up for Gloucestershire, and the Cheltenham faithful showing their appreciation once again.
They're really running away with it here. Glamorgan need something to go their way, don't they? They want to get back in this.
That, and really they need the close of play today. Van der Hoogten to Bracey, who opens the face, squeezes the ball towards Labuschagne at cover. There is no run.
I guess this is when red ball cricket is a bit of a don't know what the word is. Just
Well,
boring sometimes when you're fielding.
It's a cruel game, isn't
and you're
it?
just chasing leather, aren't you?
Yeah, because it takes
slog.
a long time to play out. You just know in the field, you just think, okay, fine, just almost, like, we know we're going to have to face 5-ish sessions, chase 500 or something like that. That's what they hope, as there's a shout for leg before wicket, which umpire Ashraf turns down. Van der Huchten on his haunches looking at the umpire. He's bowling over the wicket there.
Down leg, I think. It was full. I think most of the other ones have been struck on the thigh pad, so it was more going for it.
Yeah, it's probably, I mean, it's hitting the stumps by the looks of things. I just don't know if it's quite pitched in line, even if it was quite full. And I think it's one of those things, you're bowling with an old ball, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, it's hard to get that ideal combination of pitching in line and then going on to hit the stumps. Probably just outside leg stump. Not a terrible shout from Van der Huchten. You'd be up for that, whatever the game situation. Never mind.
100%.
Seeing the scoreboard at 350 for 3 and the lead 332. But yeah, probably just outside the leg stump. Seven overs left. Some more grey looking clouds making their way in now after some pretty high level stuff. So, well, Glamorgan are bowling spin at least from one end. Crane bowls too short, but there's protection at deep point. It's cut to McIlroy by Bancroft for one more run.
Yeah, I think Crane, I think he's been just a little bit inaccurate. I know he's a leg spinner, it happens, but he's normally on the money, isn't he? But like, he's just struggled. Just find that spot consistently. I feel like Carson's probably the only one that's really strung together some dot balls with Van der Huchten, probably.
One of the odd things, Gloucestershire struggled a bit against Crane in that T20 match at Cardiff the other day, and it took him 2 overs for about 25 or something like that, and I think that was about as many as he went in his 4 overs in the T20 match at Cardiff. It's bizarre the way that these things work out sometimes. It's almost harder to bowl in red ball cricket than it is in white ball. Crane round the wicket to Bracey, who tickles this one to mid-wicket.
Well, you also don't have as many fielders out on the rope, do you?
Yeah,
in red ball cricket.
but even that, I mean, sometimes you can be worse off because Crane came in. I know I harped on about it at the time, but he came into the attack with everybody so set. Crane bowls a short ball, cut away by Bracey to the deep point boundary for 1. You've got a harder time bowling to somebody who's been out there already for 100 deliveries or whatever, and then also you don't have the consistent scoreboard pressure. They can just look at the good deliveries that you bowl and then just feast on the ones that they choose to. Crane bowls, again, it's quite short. This time Bancroft has not taken advantage of it.
Well, I think that's what
point stops it.
With leg spin, like, you can sort of see off the good ball and wait for the bad ball, but the issue is that sometimes your eyes light up for that bad ball and it gets wickets.
Crane bowls, that is floated up there, and Bancroft just strokes it away. A shot for the purists to purr at. Through the covers, never left the floor, and found what was not a large gap. 356 for 3, Bancroft to 143.
Yeah, Crane's not happy about that getting through there, but it was perfectly in the gap. It's not really much Labuschagne or Northeast could do it.
No, and then also you kind of think about,
frustration,
why weren't you over there? But then you ran into bowl knowing what the field was.
That's when I think, things aren't going your way, you're sort of blaming others, aren't you?
Yeah. Crane bowls, that's a much better delivery. Length. Yeah, forces Bancroft to get a big stride forward and smother what turn and bounce there might be. End of the over, 356 for 3. So Bancroft 7 shy of a Another 150 plus score for the county.
What's his highest score?
In terms of overall, he has a high of 228 not out. So he you know,
He's got a long way to go.
he's going to have to wait quite a while in order to get there. But as much as he is greedy for runs, not showing any signs of giving up anytime soon. As in runs Van der Huchten, and Bracey comes forward and defends up to mid-on. He did make an unbeaten double 100 for Gloucestershire as well back in 2017. That wasn't that one. Unfortunately, my laptop I have not bothered with because it's not particularly liking the Wi-Fi, so I can't immediately get the exact number up. I'll try and work on that during the over by other means, but anyway, a little way to go. Van der Huchten in, and Bracey forward, tapping towards cover, Labuschagne Fields. 160 he made earlier this season in that record-breaking opening stand with Ben Charlesworth at Grace Road. Gloucestershire were put into bat and scored 706 for 6.
That is when you don't want to play red ball cricket as a bowler.
And then it was almost then as bad for Gloucestershire because they then knew they would be in the field basically for the rest of the match. Took 17 wickets in the rest of the game as Bracey steps into a drive, and it just seems to get better and better.
Yeah, that's glorious, but again, it's just too full. Yeah, width and too full. Yeah, he's just cashed in lovely there.
Drilled away through the covers, and 4 more runs. Bracey onto 78, 360 for 3. So if I can actually finally get this page up, 206 not out it was. As Bracey drives, punches it through extra cover, chase on towards the boundary.
No.
It's going to be, oh my word, he's brought it back in.
Brilliant fielding
That
by
is
Jamie
fantastic
McElroy.
from McElroy.
As your opening quick bowler, I think we saw one earlier of Matt Taylor not getting down, didn't we?
Yes, he had those practice pitches to dive on, and it just didn't really look like he wanted a large chunk of skin taken off his hand. He was always basically diving forward with the ball still speeding towards the boundary, and
I thought that was for all money for. I didn't think he was going to catch up with it there.
Did so well to tap that back in. Bracey's taken 3 for that though, and is on to 81. So another little burst of scoring.
He'll be hoping to get to that 100 mark before close of play. You don't want to go into close of play on the 90s, do you?
Van der Huchten in, driven by Bancroft and not fielded by Carlson at cover. It probably should have stopped that. He's maybe got something on it to take the pace off it, but it's still another 2 runs out to the extra cover boundary, then a rather loose throw in.
Yeah, probably should have stopped that, shouldn't he? I think this is probably not going Glamorgan's way, is it here? They need to find something.
Yeah, just in terms of, I mean, McElroy showed tremendous commitment to get to one on the boundary, and then
that.
Yeah, sort of undermines it. Van der Huchten into Bancroft, who's dropping and running into the onside.
Another drop and run.
146 to his name. He's got almost the entire leg side really to drop and run, and we've seen Bancroft find much tighter gaps than that in his innings now of 146. Yeah, 206 not out. Bancroft's ton back in the 2017 season in his previous stint with Gloucestershire, then 200s this season. So this innings will have taken his Gloucestershire career average well over 40. He batted Now 43 times for the county in first-class cricket in total.
Not sure if you're well, you did mention tennis earlier, but if you are a tennis fan, Raducanu is doing well in her first
Good.
match in round 1 of Wimbledon.
I almost forgot that had started today, to be honest. Crane bowls a flight to delivery. It's a low full toss. Bancroft has almost run a
It's
complete
very
single
deep
there.
yeah. Halsey.
Got halfway down the pitch as the ball was played to mid-on and then had to get back.
Yeah, she's going to start pretty well. Well, she won the first set in the 7-6, but she's 5-2 up in the second. I love Wimbledon.
Who's she playing?
She's playing
Oh, it's Maria, isn't
Zara
it?
Zua.
Oh, no.
Zara Zua.
Okay.
I'm not sure who she is.
As this is clipped away wide of mid-on
Perfectly
by
in the gap.
Bancroft. That's at least 2. It's going down the hill. Carlson should slide and stop this one, and he does. The score taken to 3-6-8 once again.
Partnership.
The numerologists in the crowd beat the scoreboard to the 150 partnership between these two.
Plenty of stats today.
The crowd has certainly thinned out of late as the temperature just drops a little bit and it gets closer to 6:30, but those that have stayed enjoyed a tremendous day's cricket for that.
Oh, that one just beat the
home
outside
side.
edge.
Yeah, it
That
looked
one
as if
did
it
just grip a bit, I think.
just might squeeze past
Squared
the
him
edge
up.
and just ended up skewing off the thick outer half of the bat towards backward point.
Yeah, I'm a big lover of Wimbledon, so I'll go back and watch that when I come home.
Yeah. Crane bowls a bit further back of a length. Bancroft rocks onto the back foot, cuts out to deep point for one more. Onto 149. Yeah, and for me also, the first 2 days of Wimbledon are the best.
Yes, so
the
much
first
going
round,
on.
exactly. You just take your pick of exactly what you want.
I do like a bit of doubles, actually.
Oh, right. Okay. I
enjoy
know.
my doubles.
I like watching it live, but not so much on the. I think you get the more the dynamism of the doubles game when you're watching it live.
I
Pushed to
am
mid-wicket by
going
Bracey,
to
no run.
Wimbledon this year, not to flex.
Oh, great.
We've got a game on the Monday and a game on the Wednesday at Cheltenham, and I'm going on the Tuesday to Wimbledon. Court 2.
Fantastic.
Should be a good day.
Crane in bowls. Bracey hits this one firmly back to Crane, who tried to deflect the ball onto the stumps. Then there's almost a run out shy at both ends, neither of which are successful. And somehow they've scrambled through for a single out of that. I think Crane was hoping. In fact, I suppose there was run out attempts almost 3 times there. There was Crane trying to deflect the ball onto the stumps. Then you thought maybe Bracey would be run out at the non-striker's end. Then it went to the striker's end, and a bizarre piece of cricket which the scorebook just looks like a 1. 370 then for 3 at the end of that over. Now, takes the lead to 352. Now, court 2, that's a good
Yeah,
place
there
to
should
be.
be
I think
plenty of
isn't it?
action.
It's sort of
Next
more
week-
intimate feel, but you still get good players on there.
Yeah, I
and
think it. Is that round 3 next Tuesday? It should be still quite good.
maybe the 4th round by then, is it?
Yeah.
Depends if you get a bit of rain
Just
as
hope
well.
it's sunny, I know.
Well, hopefully you don't get the rain, but I guess what you want is a bit of rain before then, which means they're then behind with the order of play, so then they're having to make up games, so you get more tennis for your money.
Or just, yeah, well, if it rains, you just have to try and hang around centre court.
Change of bowling at the Chapel End as McIlroy is going to return. The decision, again, one of these on-air production meetings, the decision having to be made about who to interview, and for once it's not who the heck do we talk to. Here comes McIlroy over the wicket bowling to Bracey, who turns this one into the onside for no run. And we've had Bo Webster take his 2nd career fifer. We've had Miles Hammond hit a belligerent century, and Bancroft still there, not out. So probably you'd think the choice would be Miles Hammond, as much as he's going to love that. He'll absolutely love it. He loves Cheltenham. He just doesn't necessarily love interviews. But there we go. I think he's going to come to enjoy them. Well, I think he's quite happy to admit it himself, actually. Here comes McIlroy in and bowls, and Bracey's forward tapping back to the bowler. No, not everybody enjoys the interview environment, but I think Hammond has done a fair few of them this season. He should be starting to get used to it.
Yeah. My first ever, well, I mean, I had the hold the phone interview, but my first ever one on TV, I had no idea I was on live television.
What was...
It was Oval Invincibles, the
Oh, yeah.
Manchester Originals at Old Trafford.
And goes McElroy and bowls, and
Oh.
Bracey in behind that one. McElroy slips
Mark
over in his
Wood-esque.
follow-through.
Yeah, and medium man came up to me and said, BBC would like to interview you. I said, fine, whatever.
You're just assuming BBC Radio.
Yeah, or I just assumed like it wouldn't be live. And I walked over. I hadn't done much interview work, and I walked over and I saw I think it was Isha, Hartley, and Tash Farron at the time because she was injured, and I was on live BBC.
McElroy to Bracey, who leaves that one alone. It bounces through nastily to Chris Cook, who again shows his exemplary glove work and prevents byes.
Probably
There we
a
go.
good thing though. I didn't really have time to sort of panic about it. I was just straight in. No time to be nervous.
Wouldn't put me on live TV anyway. One of those sort of things blur out the face maybe. Here comes McElroy and bowls, and this is chopped by Bracey towards backward point. There is no run.
Like on Teams when you blur the background.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I wouldn't recommend live TV either, having done a little bit of it in the 90s when I was a news reporter.
Three overs left after this, the home stretch. McElroy in and bowls, and Bracey is possibly looking towards that close, having decided that he might be best off waiting to be in the 90s tomorrow if he can get there. Made an over from Jamie McElroy, his first of the innings, and it might just be best from Bracey's point of view if he's just there for the morning and he can start again. 370 for 3.
McElroy in the red ball hasn't really recaptured the promise he showed last season when he had 24 wickets at 30. This season hasn't really found conducive surfaces, and it's not a Glamorgan attack where too often they've been able to bowl as a unit and get four seamers all keeping the pressure on. Although of course the first innings went well for them as Crane starts a new over, and that is played away off the back foot by Bancroft to reach 150, 211 balls, 15 fours and a 6. Well, it's just been composed, classy, seemingly effortless.
Yeah, easy. I've obviously had that 6 that was close, but
as Bancroft drives through, Bracey drives through the offside, and that one will
4 as well
race
now.
away down the hill for 4. And Crane, well, even his teapot looks a bit weary as his hands slide to his knees. And Bracey moves up to 86 off 111 balls. Bancroft has faced 211. The drink is talking somewhere in the distance.
Gloucestershire, la la la.
Yes, not the most musical moment that's ever been heard at the college, I'm sure. As Crane bowls, Bracey drives firmly to mid-on, where Billy Root attacks the ball just in case they're thinking of taking a single. He probably didn't need to. Falls over, thumps the ground.
took a bit of a tumble there.
Attacked the ground as well.
375 for 3. Crane bowls, Bracey noodles
Nicely
it.
placed.
Noodles it down to third man. Gorvin has a long way back to run, just a couple at this stage of proceedings. As the throw comes in, 88 to Bracey, 3-7-7 for 3. The lead 3-5-9. And surely Graham Van Buren is going to have the luxury of a declaration, unless there's a clatter tomorrow morning as Gloucestershire try and accelerate even further. Crane bowls, cut strongly by Bracey down towards the point boundary. Cleanly picked up though. It is a long Cheltenham single down the hill.
Got a chance to keep the strike possibly for the next over if he is now starting to think about the 100 again, having looked as if he
is creeping up
sort of given it up in the previous McIlroy over, playing out the maiden.
Please don't, that'll require even more rewriting on my part. Crane bowls and forward pushes Bancroft, 150 not out. Dot ball to end the over, 378 for 3. The lead is 360. And there are 2 overs to go of a game, Sophia, that's switched hugely dramatically in tempo and in the balance of power.
Yeah, it has been a very poor afternoon for Glamorgan, hasn't it? They started well with the 2 wickets up top, Charlesworth and Price going cheaply, but it's just looked all Gloucestershire since then, hasn't it? Even when Hammond was out.
Bracey facing McIlroy then on 89. McIlroy bowls and tucked away to deep backward square by Bracey, so he will move into the 90s, but only 11 deliveries left in the day and he's now not on strike.
Oh, going into the next day on 90 odd. Not what you want.
No, I mean, I suspect there's a slightly different feel when the lead sits at 361 versus, you know, the pressure's on you.
Yeah.
You know that the next day you've got to be the one to go on, and, you know, the lead's only sort of 150 or something, and you know that you then have to be the one to go on 6 wickets down or something like that. But yeah,
I'm sure he still has it on his mind that he's going to have to restart tomorrow on 90 odd.
McIlroy's coming round the wicket to Bancroft, who prods forward and runs the ball to mid-off. There's no run.
But no, I think Glamorgan will just be hoping to get back in the pavilion, I think. Try and hope Gloucestershire gets little runs as possible in these next 2 overs and hopefully come back out tomorrow and back up their ideas, I guess.
Worsening forecast for Wednesday would be music to their ears at this stage. McIlroy round the wicket in, and Bancroft's found the gap, just a little push, and that's all it takes to get the ball running down the hill through the covers for 4 more runs. 154 to Cameron Bancroft, 383 for 3. Should say at the end of this day's play, the Mike Proctor Foundation are running a special video montage that they've put together in the marquee that was being occupied by the Exiles, the huge marquee at the college lawn end of the ground. McIlroy bowls, and this is worked away behind square on the onside. Crane it in off the boundary, and it's 1 more run to the total, 384 for 3. So I think that is being run basically pretty soon after the close of play. It was said roughly 6:30. I suspect it'll be only about 5-10 minutes after the close.
I think you know it's a long day when Labuschagne's gone quite quiet.
Yes, he has, hasn't he? He's cutting a rather forlorn figure at extra cover at the moment. 2 catching extra covers. Bracey on 90 facing McIlroy, and just taps it to Labuschagne, who's got something to do.
Yeah, looks a bit fed up. After that 4, he sort of just knelt down to the floor in frustration. But yeah, you know it's been a long day if Marners isn't still chewing your ear off.
If somebody's picked up the gum that he knocked away after he was out yesterday, he's basically standing where it landed, I think. Last ball of this penultimate over of the day, and Bracey sees that off as he blocks to Carlson at short mid-wicket. So 1 over left in one of the better Gloucestershire days of the season for them. They might have hoped for a first innings lead from the point that the day started, but as it's turned out, that has been fairly irrelevant. About the only thing which hasn't gone Gloucestershire's way today. They did end up wrapping up Glamorgan's final 3 wickets for the addition of 46 runs this morning. A really good knock from Mason Crane. He felt he probably could have gone on with some more partners, but he ran out. Ended up being the last man out. Bo Webster completing his second Gloucestershire fifer and his second career first class 5-foot. And after 2 early wickets, it's been all Gloucestershire since then.
As Crane bowls and Bancroft edges for once, but it's such a firm edge that it's run away down to third man for 4 runs. And Crane just wonders why he plays cricket for a living.
It started off as a good day for him as well.
That sums it up, doesn't it?
Yeah, 66 added for those last 3 wickets today. 64. Since then, Gloucestershire completely in control since the second wicket fell. Back on his stumps goes Bancroft, and that one appeared to keep a little bit low. 3-8-8 for 3. 2 wickets to Van der Hoogten, 1 to Carlson. But Glamorgan have taken one heck of a hammering. Straight drive from Bancroft back to the bowler as we tick towards the close of play here at Cheltenham College. Driven stylishly by
Bancroft. That was going to be 4 then.
Picked out Labuschagne in at short cover.
What about the only outward displays of emotion from Bancroft in that innings as well? He actually looked annoyed that he hadn't hit it for 4.
Bancroft drives again, this time to mid-off, and there's no run. As we move to the final ball of the second day here at Cheltenham, with Gloucestershire absolutely dominant, and Crane bowling to Bancroft, who drives again to wide mid-off. Billy Root fields, and the applause from the home faithful for a performance that has shown 2 magnificent centuries and a 90 not out, and a low scoring game at halfway turns into a very high scoring one in the third innings at least. 388 for 3. The lead is 370, and Gloucestershire ought to be able to declare around lunchtime on day 3. Some closing thoughts from Sophia?
Yeah, it's been a hell of a day for Gloucestershire. After, Crane and Gorvin had given Glamorgan some hope, and they'd got a little lead. Tim Van der Hoogten started well with the 2 wickets, but yeah, it's been Gloucestershire ever since. I thought maybe Carlson's wicket was going to give Glamorgan a little bit of light, but sadly it's not. It's Bracey and Bancroft taking the game away from them now as well, and that lead is just getting bigger and bigger, and just looming over the Glamorgan dressing room, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, a lead of 300, you'd have felt Gloucestershire would have absolutely taken at the start of their innings, never mind one that's now sitting at 370. Bancroft has surgically picked Glamorgan's attack apart, and Hammond did so more through force and power, but both innings really complementing each other superbly from a Gloucestershire point of view. And then just when maybe you felt with a dream evening session Glamorgan could still get this to a point where they could have a go at some sort of a chase in the 4th innings, James Bracey came out and played an innings of maturity, tempo and class. 90 from 117 deliveries, 9 fours and a 6 included in that. The innings run rate for Gloucestershire sits at just shy of 5 runs per over, and this surface where we saw 20 wickets fall on well, 22 wickets, let's take it even further. 22 wickets fall in, what, a day and roughly an hour, something like that. Really has changed the feeling of this game. So those spectators who came in today will be leaving very happy. Well, the majority of them will be anyway. And hopefully you're also happy at home, having enjoyed the day's coverage. We will be back tomorrow to see what day 3 brings. Gloucestershire with hopes of a first championship festival win since July 2021. Can they bring it home? 370 runs their lead, still with 7 wickets in hand. Thanks so much to Sophia Smale for your company.
Thank you very much.
And
Thank you
to
for having me.
Nick Webb. It's been a pleasure. And as I say, we'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. We'll speak to you then.